spending the money.
They can fake a lot of things.
I believe that they can fake a lot of things, but in the end, you're going to need the money. This isn't like going to space, where in the end you just show us a video of some guys bouncing around the moon like idiots. In the end, you actually need the money from this.
They're spending $60 million a day, and nobody accounts for that. Why couldn't they make up a little $60 million infinite spending corrective measure? Who's saying they can't do that?
But they could make it up, but in the end, they need the money.
Of course they can. So why are you saying they can't?
Like going to NASA, where in the end, all you have is a couple videos of them bouncing around like idiots on the moon. In the end of this thing, you actually need the money.
I disagree. They can do whatever they want. You're just trying to disagree just for the sake of argument. And I think you know what I'm trying to say. You just don't want to agree with me like everything else. But I know I'm right. You can't prove that you're right. So we'll just beg to differ, I guess.
Okay. Well, I mean, I don't know how you know you're right. You said the system's never going to crash. What are you, some kind of gypsy fortune palm reader?
No, yeah, basically I can look at a any chart. I can look at any chart of the stock market, and from its inception, it's perpetually been going up. Their system, their money, it has to go up. It will always go up.
The money's going down. It's becoming more and more worthless every day. What do you mean going up?
Dude. You seriously don't understand economics. I get why you're a janitor. I understand.
What?
I know, because I know you know.
Dude, every day the money keeps
about money.
Every day the money,
the dollar.
Every time they print a dollar, the money keeps getting. Every time they print a dollar, your dollar is worth less and less, dude.
Yeah, dude. Everybody knows that, man.
Yeah, the dollar and the stock market have an inverse relationship when it comes to economics. I hope you understand that.
No, but dude, people know that if you have money for longer than
No, you just interrupted me. I want Jeremy to respond to that.
I didn't interrupt.
Did you know Did you know the dollar and the stock market are two different markets, and they have an inverse relationship? When the dollar goes down, okay, like, do you understand like the flight to the dollar, or like risk on, risk off scenarios? Do you understand those types of things? When
risk on, risk off.
Do you want me to explain that to you?
No, I don't.
You don't want me to explain that to you? Do you know about it?
He said he doesn't want you to. Man. I was going to say what I was going to say.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let me explain something to you, since
you said I interrupted you.
Yeah, no means no, dude.
Go ahead, Coach. Show someone else. Go for it.
No, yeah. I was just going to say that, and I'm pretty sure everyone knows that if you hold on to your money for longer than, like, if you hold on to it year over year, every year you're going to lose. It's going to lose value. You're going to lose whatever you're saving just by holding on to your money. So it's like a known thing. I don't know why that dude's arguing that money doesn't devalue.
Like I said that comment, and he said I didn't know anything about economics.
Because you're a janitor. I know, what the hell?
Economy or whatever.
Just claim janitor know anything about money or resources or inflation or anything. Like, he is it. Is what I gotta say.
He told me he was a gypsy palm reader and fortune teller or something 5 minutes ago. So I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that's gonna go. What's up, Coach? Yo,
yo.
Why are they selling moon dust?
I mean, you ever fucking smoked moon dust, dude?
1.2 million.
Yeah, high as fuck.
Moon rock. That's moon rock.
No, moon dust, dude. It goes up your nose.
No, there is a real kind of weed. It's called moon rock. It's like hash and weed and shit mixed in a little ball.
Jesus Christ.
So just to be clear, they're not selling moon dust?
No, that's what I'm trying. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, they are.
So they are selling moon dust. If they are, that's the best hustle ever, bro. That's the best hustle ever. Bravo.
Yeah.
They're
I mean, is
selling moon dust.
it filled with platinum and gold and silver and all kinds of precious metals and shit? The moon's been getting bombarded by asteroids for millions of years. Comets, asteroids, meteors, all filled with precious minerals. There should be tons of precious minerals in that moon dust.
They're selling 5 things of moon dust, black tape with just a layer of dust on it, that they labeled 2 through 6.
I think flat earthers have it wrong with NASA. I don't think we should be angry at them. I think we should thank them. They're actually very funny. I mean, the creativeness of the stories, and to sell moon dust. I mean, just imagine what they're actually selling. They're probably taking some weird sound from somewhere. Them locations where they probably film it, like, hey, moon dust. It's fucking brilliant. I mean, you have to be at awe at all of it.
Wait, I didn't hear a second ago. But explain the moon dust thing again. Like you said, they're selling it, or I don't understand. Like, what is it?
Yeah, I'll get the link for it.
Wow. You know what? Is it? You know what? It's probably Earth, like moon dust, from the Earth, though, right? Like that's come to the Earth. Is that what the article's talking about? They say it's actually dust they're bringing back from the moon.
Dude, that's awesome. Because you could never confirm that. That's an excellent story, Kosho.
Well, no, you can. I remember a long time ago, because this is how they geologically know that the ones that they found here on Earth are from the moon. I think it's something to do with like the isotopes that are in it, and it shows like that it's as basically the rocks are as old as the Earth. It's like 4.5 billion years, and so that's like a dead giveaway that it didn't originate here on Earth.
And that giveaway you say by using carbon dating?
Not carbon dating, but radiometric dating. Yeah. I'm waiting for Crit. Oh, wait, did you post it, Crit?
Yeah, it's posted.
Gio, would you mute that guy, Trader? Cute dart.
Yeah, I'm DMing with him.
Yeah, he needs to chill the fuck out.
I mean, I'll unmute him. I mean, it was really only to be a temporary, but.
Yeah, well, Kosho got to say what he wanted to say, and now conversation is going nowhere. So, but I did want to pick it back up and talk to Jeremy about the stock market and the dollar.
All right.
If you would like, Jeremy.
No, thanks. I was enjoying what you were about.
Yeah, let's go to the moon rocks. I mean, you have your ideas. I have my ideas. You think you can tell the future. I don't think we can. We'll just leave it at that.
Is that true though?
He can read the future. I don't know. He said this. The system's never going to crash.
So, did you want to talk about moon rocks, or are you gonna keep putting words in my mouth?
I asked if you were a gypsy fortune palm breeder, and you said yeah. You said you could tell what the stock market does.
You say that the system is going to crash, so I guess you're a palm reader too, right?
I said it's totally possible that it could. Possible that it could crash, yes. Possible, probable, not definite.
Yeah, I guess you guys are probably not interested in the finance talk, but I did want to ask though why he's making that claim that he knows it's never going to crash. I'm just curious.
I have no idea.
Me?
Yeah. I talked about you in the third person, but I should have been asking you.
Jeremy does know because I did explain this to him, but he says he has no idea. But the whole room heard why the system will never crash.
I apologize.
Until they're ready. Until they're ready for it to crash.
So it definitely will crash. Then you're saying.
Well, whenever they're ready, because it's their
So
game, right?
So not only is it never going to crash, it definitely is going to crash. You're saying now?
Whenever they're ready, whenever they want to crash it,
Yeah.
they'll crash it.
So it will crash. It will definitely crash. You're saying now, because that's
It's
the
their
total
game,
opposite.
dude.
Yeah,
It's
that's the
their
total
store.
opposite.
They own
Opposite
it,
of
dude.
what you were just.
Like if you owned a shoe store, it'd be yours. So you would control the price of your shoes. You would control when it's open and closed. You would have all facets of that business or entity. You would control that.
I hear you.
So if, whenever you're ready to burn it up for whatever reason you wanted to, for insurance reasons, if you wanted to sell it, you could do whatever you want. This is their thing they control, and they do a very good job.
Okay, so now it definitely. A minute ago you were saying it's never going to crash, and now you're saying it definitely is going to crash.
No, I told you why that they're not going to crash it until they're ready, but that they have absolute control of it, and it's not going to crash on its own. I guess maybe I should have been more. Maybe I should have been more specific that they're not going to. It's not going to crash on its own.
I agree with you that they can influence it so that certainly happens and they can benefit from it. But they can also they can't protect themselves from it collapsing for other reasons. Like, you know, maybe the money itself is devalued, or maybe
inflation.
Inflation. But I mean,
he ain't listening.
If we go to war or something.
Like, you're roboting a little, Jeremy.
Yeah, but there's many things that could happen that could disrupt and crash the stock market, and it not have been influenced by them. Like I said, it is possible that it is crashed and influenced by them, but
I don't get why Jeremy can't understand this. He knows and I knows that everything is rigged, including this whole system. It's rigged. The way they want it to go is the way it's going to go. So I don't understand why he can't see that. Like everything else they control. Why wouldn't this be one of them? Why would there be some economic factors that would be able to alter the life and death of the U.S. economy? There's no way, dude. They got it all controlled.
I don't think they have as much control as people think they have.
Well,
do you know what OPEC? Do you know what OPEC is?
Oh man, don't talk to me about OPEC.
Traded on the dollar. That's
oil producing economic countries. Yes, OPEC. Well, what about
the dollar? What happens to the dollar?
Now you guys are projecting scenarios that could or never will happen. But what does it even matter?
It's happening right now. It's happening right now.
Those are the only two choices, man. It could or never happen. So that's all the possibilities. It could or never happen. Yeah.
Yeah, pick one or both or none.
That's the problem. The problem is that because it could happen, it's it'd be wrong to say that it can't happen, right? It's a dichotomy. It's an actual dichotomy.
Well, let's use that for whatever scenario we want then. It could be possible that they went to the moon. But Jeremy
after reviewing the footage, highly unlikely.
Jeremy knows that they did it.
After reviewing the footage, yeah, I know they didn't. Anyone that's looked at the footage honestly knows they didn't go to the moon. If they know what they're looking for.
Right? It's rigged. They controlled it, highly controlled media rollout.
Yep.
Okay. So why couldn't they do that with their money system?
The money, because in the end of the money system, I explained this to you like 5 times already. It's like you're not hearing me. In the moon landing, when they faked the moon landing, in the end, All they needed to have was some goofy pictures, some footage of them hopping around like bunny rabbits. Good. Fake the moon landing. Boom. The end. With the money thing, there's more than it that goes into it. You actually need the money.
It's a difference between telling your friends you got laid, or like bringing your kid to fucking like school or something like that. It's like you have a kid, like he's actually there. You know, there's no lying about it. There's a real kid there. Whereas you could lie about something that nobody really had the opportunity to see.
Okay, so used to tell people he had a girlfriend in Canada.
No, it could be the same thing, right? As NASA needs the money, they need to get paid. So they did get paid, and they did go to the moon. So all those things have to happen too. Now you're saying NASA was well funded and they carried out all their operations with the money system, and it was well. You're saying, okay, we would know if there was some sort of something wrong with the money system, right? Then how come we didn't catch it for NASA this whole time?
We did. I've known the moon landings were fake since the 90s. Since I was old enough and heard about it, and once I figured it out, I've known since the 90s that the moon landings were fake.
Why are you the only one? Why are you the only one?
I'm not, dude. I'm not the only one. What do you mean?
People who
a lot of people in the 90s.
Yeah, you don't even need flat Earth if you want to talk about the lunar mission. The majority of people who call it the lunar mission think flat Earth is a complete numpty place. They dislike flat Earth because they think it discredits, government accountability.
People have thought the moon landing was fake literally since it happened.
I mean, yeah, I was late. I was only a kid. I wasn't even born when the moon landings happened. If I was, I would have been all over that shit.
Hey, I disagree, Gio. Nobody knew that it was fake when it happened because they didn't have devices to review it. They just seen it on their TV or heard it on the radio, and they believed until they had
Nixon. People at the time
go ahead and
Nixon was.
Hold on, let him finish, Grant.
Okay, my bad. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Until we had the advent of rewinding things and taping things and watching things, that's when people started finding out. So I just wanted to disagree with Gio with Gio on that.
The difference is, though, you can watch something once, and if you spot a fatal flaw in it, you know it's fake. You don't need to rewind and have 100 million people on the internet go over it. I can watch something once. If there's a continuity error or something doesn't look right, I can say, oh, that's fake. No rewinding needed, nothing. Your whole shit don't even make sense.
Well, I believe it was it William Casey? He wrote a book about the moon landing being fake that literally came out right after they did the moon landing. People have definitely questioned the moon landing since the moment it happened. I would agree with you that the masses definitely bought it hook, line, and sinker, more or less. And yes, in general, people the masses started thinking it was fake more in the sort of the 70s, 80s, 90s. I mean, I would agree with that, but I'm just saying that there are documented people that absolutely questioned it right from day one.
Yeah,
but
no
they
doubt.
didn't have a chance to scrutinize it. If you could rewind things and watch it in detail and in slow motion, whatever.
Yeah, obviously you can scrutinize it better if you can rewind and do all that shit. But like I said, you only need to see it once.
Yeah, that's the point that I brought up. That it didn't.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean
start
nobody
until
thought
then.
it was fake. Nobody thought it was fake until you could rewind it. I can see something once and be like, "Oh, that's fake." If it's fake, if it looks fake, I have a reason to think it's fake. I don't need to watch it 10 times. I've known a
Most
moon
television
in the
sets
90s,
were not in 4K, high def, vivid technology. It was There were shitty TVs, dude. Black and whites.
There's a shitty
Some
shop
color.
color.
Realize that. Did you hear Gio say there was a book written right after it happened about it being fake?
Yeah, I mean,
One instance.
Bill Casing is his name.
What's the date on his book?
When was that book published, Gio?
Well,
1969?
he worked for Rocketdyne, which is like a rocket company that was connected to the Apollo programs. So he somewhat, had some experience, like, because he worked with these other Rocketdyne scientists that he was already connected with. And he had already been talking to those engineers, and they were saying that there's no way men could go to the moon because they didn't have the technology. It wasn't even possible. So he already kind of had a little bit of sort of inside, kind of thing about it.
That's probably as inside as, well, I mean, that's a lot closer than you or I or any classic, conspiracy theory, moon landing denier or moon landing denier. We'll call it that. That's closer than any of us ever got. The only way I seen it is if I watched it on a YouTube video.
Do you think the moon landings were real? Do you think we really went to the moon?
Why are you asking me
Traitor.
this?
I don't. We're right in the middle of a moon landing conversation, and I'm curious.
Yeah, I'm the one that brought it up and said that it was fake. So why are you even asking me this? You're obviously
all right.
not
I
listening.
don't know.
You don't listen to what I say, dude, for some reason. It's like you just
Yeah, I
block
don't know.
it
It's
out.
hard. I feel like you're arguing both sides, or I don't know. I was just wondering where you stand on it. So good. We're all on the same page. They faked the moon landing, right, Kosho? Kosho knows they faked the moon landing. You ever see the lunar lander take off from the surface of the moon? I think it was 17 or Apollo 17, maybe, with the sparkle firecracker effects.
Oh yeah, dude. Oh, you didn't hear me? I said, yeah, of course it's fake, dude. That was wasn't that animated by Walt Disney?
Or it could have been the other guy that did the Kubrick, Stanley Kubrick.
Yeah.
Could have
For
been
real
him.
though, Kosher, you really do truly believe the moon landing though, for real?
That it's fake?
No, that is real.
Oh, that is real. Yeah, I mean, it's I've seen the footage, so.
Okay.
That's what, dude. Oh, Kosho, you hurt my brain sometimes.
Listen, here's the thing, dude. Have you seen that video of Keanu Reeves where he's it's a deep fake where he's saving that dude's life and he's stopping the robbers in the gas station? Have you seen that? Well, you
That's a real movie.
That's funny as fuck, dude. It's a funny video, but anyways, it's a deep fake and it looks like it's really Keanu Reeves doing it and stuff. However, it doesn't look like it's Keanu Reeves entirely. Like you can see where the CGI is. You can see where the flaws are, and you can see like plus they're admitting
that's
that
what we've seen. We've seen all the flaws in the moon landing video. The same video.
No, that's what the other thing I was going to ask you. Do you remember that one time when Jin brought up the discontinuity in that dude's backpack? There's that picture of the dude on the moon, and he has that backpack.
Oh, the continuity error, yes.
Yeah, but I say discontinuity, whatever it's called. It's the continuity error. Remember he's wearing that backpack? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Do you remember how that conversation went? I know for a fact Jin doesn't because he argued it again.
The flap was up in one video in the picture, and then it was down in the video or something. Yeah, what about it?
Well, yeah, it's not the flap or whatever. It's just like the thing that it was is like you could see it that you wouldn't have seen it from the front. Like it looks like it wouldn't be seen from the front. It's like it's
at the angle it was at. You're saying?
Yeah, I mean, I forgot exactly what it was.
Angle.
I basically proved it to you guys, and you guys basically had to concede that it's like, oh yeah, it is actually.
Oh, I wasn't there for that.
Yeah, okay, dude. I could.
I mean, I heard the beginning of that. I don't think I. No, I was there for the beginning of it, no doubt. I don't think I stayed to finish hearing you out.
Yeah. Well, whoever it was, dude, they were admitting I was right, conceding. Jin does, if Jin will absolutely concede. But what he will do is make the exact same argument, even though I already went over with him exactly why it was.
Jin concedes to
Kosho,
Noah.
Yeah, Kosho, how many years? Say we don't go to the moon till 2030. Would you find it suspicious? Say it's
No.
2029. Say it's 2030. We still haven't gone back to the moon. Would you think it's suspicious?
No.
Okay, how about 2050? Let's say it's 2050. We still haven't gone back to the moon. You think it's suspicious then?
No.
Okay, let's say it's the year fucking 2200 and we still haven't gone back to the moon. Would you think it's suspicious then?
Yeah, I would think it's suspicious because I'm living that long, right? So I'm obviously, I have the technology.
We've got medical nanobots.
Exactly. So I have the technology to get to the moon myself. So I would, by that time, I would have already gone myself. So
that's ridiculous.
You understand
Why are you fucking
that
up my hypothetical scenario?
We live in the greatest country in the universe. Okay.
In the universe.
Yeah, dude. All fucking 200 trillion.
What about
galaxies.
What about the place Kevin Spacey came from in K-Pax?
Kevin Spacey got fucking canceled, bro. So K-Pax got canceled too.
Cancel him.
He had a sex dungeon.
That's dope. What's wrong with a sex dungeon?
You said he had a sex dungeon?
Yeah, Kevin Spacey had a
because he was like super molesty, dude. He was like, fondling teenagers and like
well, that's not
the
cool,
makeup dudes on set.
That's not cool. All right. I thought he had it for like grown women or whatever.
Yeah, well.
So what's going on with Elon Musk and his project right now? Is he not planning on going back up there?
Osho's going to go in the year 2100. Or my bad. What did we say? 2100. Osho's going to go.
How you came?
Yeah, why doesn't Elon go to the moon? Like, why doesn't he try out the moon before Mars? Shouldn't we try that out first?
I think that's the plan.
Elon's going to the moon?
Yeah, you have to do that. I mean, you don't have to, but for all the missions to Mars, it makes sense to have a forwarding base, basically. So they kind of got to stop at someplace like the moon to refuel. I think that's why his ships work too. Like he's got a main starship, but then he's got refuelers, basically. Although they might have changed.
Have you ever seen Kosho? Have you ever seen when Bolden, the old head of NASA, was getting grilled in front of a Senate or a Congress meeting or something, and they're like, the congressman or the senator is like, where are we going next? In space, and they started debating on what next meant. You ever heard that?
Seen that? No, sounds
classic Glober shit, bro. Classic Glober shit right there.
Oh my god! I mean, that's a good. It's not a bad. First of all, it's if you're stuck and you're like, "Fuck, I don't know how to answer this." I mean, it's not a bad way to. It's always annoying when people go down that route in conversation, like just arguing with you.
How do you get stuck?
Earthers do that all the time. No, I mean, he's asking like, "What next?" And they don't really have a. So it's like, is he talking about the missions, like in their next upcoming year?
Where we
are
talking
about long-term goals.
I want to know where we're going next in space. If me and you were driving in a car, and you look at me and go, "Where are we going next?" Need to have a debate on what next means. I'm gonna just tell you, we're going to my house, or we're going to your girl's house, whatever.
Yeah, no, but that's the problem, dude. Is that's not the scenario, dude. The scenario is that they have a series of projects already in the works, already lined up. When you might be thinking about going to Mars, going to the moon, whereas most recently they were thinking about putting the James Webb telescope up and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
That's not going anywhere. We're not going anywhere with the James Webb telescope, though.
Lagrange point.
And the thing is, he answered him. He said, "We're going to the ISS." And the congressman said, "Okay, what's next after that?"
The Lagrange point is 4 times further than the ISS. No, I'm sorry. 4 times further than the moon.
Okay, bro, did any humans go to it?
Scott's dad.
Did any humans go to the James Webb telescope?
That's
Okay,
what
so that's
I'm
not
saying. That's
next.
what I'm saying though. Is like if you're saying what's next, maybe it's like what's next for like humans, or what's next for us to send a craft there and get back a fucking signal.
Oh, you're doing the same shit this guy did.
You're right. It sounds like Gosha doesn't know what
You're
next
doing the
means
same
either.
shit. Classic Glover shit right there. Jesus, Kosho. Classic
What's next with
Glover
you?
shit.
What's next with you guys, dude? Because I mean, you guys always. It was an argument for a long time. It's like, dude, they've been telling us that we'll have private trips to space, by this year, and they've been doing it for 10 years. And now they just sent up the whole of rocket only with privately paid people, right?
Bro, those people. Who are those people, Kosho?
One of them looked like my governor.
Yeah, all politicians, all people in power, all big shots.
And they're not. They weren't
all
politicians.
connected.
I said one of them looked like my governor. My governor is in a wheelchair. It wasn't him.
Okay, the
I'm
people
about
they
to say
sent
that.
were
Wait a minute.
all connected, all with the connected people and shit, all made men.
No,
Yeah, I'm about to say you're Texas, right? That's Abbott. That's like
Greg Abbott. Yeah. But one of the dudes looked like Greg Abbott.
Oh, I didn't even bother to click it. I was like, whatever. Like the ISS is like it's such the biggest. I mean, at this point, they just give it up. They just be like, yeah, it's been a makes work project the whole time. It's kind of like we've got some stuff up there and it kind of floated for a little while, or it's some object that is ancient technology that we don't know what it is, but we just kind of claimed it for what purpose. I mean, to make it seem like it's an actual space station you can go to. It's like, okay, please.
Well, you know what? I'll go down that. I was going to go down a different route with you, but I kind of like this route because it's what we can agree with at least. Because if we just work on just the things we can agree with, we can deduce what it can't be, right? Like we can cross off lots of things just by restricting what we know about it, right? And one of the things that we definitely know about it is it's often the brightest object in the sky other than the moon. So that's A. And B, there's no record of it before 1999. So even if it wasn't from NASA, this thing that it just started orbiting every 92 minutes in 25 years ago or whatever.
What's that? What's Bob's fallacy called? Innumerable eyes or something, Gio? Koso just did it.
How is that a fallacy, dude? What I just did.
Hold on. It's a fallacy Bob made up. I don't know the name of it though.
I'm not saying that for this reason we can conclude that the ISS is real. I'm saying let's restrict what we know about it so we can limit what it can't be. Like the next thing
you're about to do an innumerable. It's fine. You're about to do a fallacy though. I'll keep taking.
You're just making that up, dude. This a fallacy.
Oh yeah, fallacy, we made it up.
Wait,
yeah, we
quick
made
question. So what do y'all think about, Google Maps and GPS navigation, and where does that come from?
That stuff is flat.
Google Maps is the flat Earth model.
Yeah. It's the perfect flat Earth model. Yeah, that's right, dude.
All has zero elevation and it's based off of, and it's coming from a flat baseline.
That's a retarded argument, dude. It's a retarded argument from my friend here, who, if you were an athlete, Jeremy, I would say that you qualify for the Special Olympics. Okay,
listen,
I'm going to show you something.
Oakley and QE presented it. They had no kickback from it. Some guy tried to challenge it. They made him look absolutely silly. You've got zero elevation. You've got zero elevation based off a flat baseline on Google Earth.
I know, dude. We were there for when QE presented his flat Earth.
And none of you guys went and challenged him on it.
No, we all.
None of you guys.
Dude,
none of you guys challenged him on it, Kosho.
Easily,
you accepted it.
Several times I have.
You ate it up. Show me the post the video.
Dude, I brought it to him so many times, dude.
Yeah.
That was the silliest thing he said. He said so many silly things, and that's the silliest. Even people on that panel with him were like, "What the fuck?"
Post the video of you challenging him, because you weren't one of the guys that was on the next day challenging him. There were some goofball guys that got destroyed.
24/7. But dude, we did a show on Gems that weekend where we fucking easily show. I think someone showed Soundly's bridge, Oh no, that's what happened. I know that's what
What's that got to do with Google Maps, bro?
That was the example that we looked at because he's like, look, both sides. That's what he
Zero
says.
elevation referencing a flat baseline.
Well,
Yeah.
what's the point that you made?
What he did
Zero
was
elevation.
hold on, dude. For a long time, he was like teasing that he was doing presenting a flat Earth model. It's like on Wednesday we're presenting a flat Earth model. You guys get ready for this. And then he does like a huge presentation, like makes everybody fucking anticipate it. And then he's like unveiling it, and it's just Google Maps. That's his flat Earth model. And then he's like, "Yeah, I can use Google Maps. It's a flat Earth model because look at this." And he like shows like the East Coast of New York, and then like the West Coast of like England. And he says all the way across the ocean. Look at the elevation. He's like, look, it's zero elevation there, and it's zero elevation there. I'm like, dude, what a fucking moron, dude. That was literally the dumbest thing I've ever seen present.
Yeah, it sounds funny, except there's no elevation, and it's referencing a flat baseline.
It's
not
referencing the distance from
not,
the center of the Earth. That's it.
No, that's not how elevation is. Elevation is not based on the center of the Earth. You're wrong on that one, for starters. And for A, they were referencing...
On the W, as 84, it is, yeah.
Okay, if it was based, okay, that's not how the globe model bases elevation. They base elevation off of mean sea level. If it was based off of the center of the Earth, elevations would change because the globe is supposedly an oblate spheroid.
Yeah, zero elevation changes, but that's still based on the
there
center
would
of
be
the Earth.
elevation changes. There would be elevation changes because it's an oblate spheroid.
No, you get your distance to the center and you get sea level distance from the center. That difference is your elevation.
If elevation was based on the center of the Earth, you would get elevation changes.
Did you hear what I just said? What I said, just answer what you're saying right now.
Again.
Just to back it up a little bit, I was just curious, like everyone's questioning if there's satellite in the atmosphere. Where did those pictures come from?
The ones used to show WMDs in Iraq? Those came from NASA.
The satellites that keep falling out of the sky? Those ones? Okay, hold on. Can I just go over this elevation thing? If elevation was based off the center of the Earth, you would see elevation changes because the center of Earth, because Earth is an oblate spheroid in your model, and it wouldn't be equidistant from the center. What's your rebuttal? Hold on. What's your rebuttal to that?
Yeah, I did my rebuttal, and then and you just repeated yourself. So I'm gonna give my rebuttal again. You get your distance to the center, and you get sea level's distance from the center. The difference is your elevation.
I didn't understand that. Hold on. I didn't understand what you just said. Can you say that again?
Yeah, you get your distance to the center, and then you get sea level's distance to the center.
And then you get sea level? What are you saying?
Sea level. Yeah, it's an oblate spheroid.
Based off the center of the Earth, there would be elevation changes.
No, because the base is still sea level. It's how your distance to the center compares to sea level distance from the center.
No, they get elevation. Do I got to pull up a citation for this? Are you serious right now? They get elevation from mean sea level. Elevation
exactly.
Is not
but to what direction? What's the direction that you use?
It doesn't matter. It's not taken from the. It's not taken from the center of Earth. I'll tell you that.
Which is not what I'm saying. I'm not saying you're taking this. Which was not what I'm saying.
Well, I could have swore you said it was taken from the center of Earth.
Oh,
yeah, dude. From the different. Yeah, but that's the direction. It's at the center of the Earth, and then you get how far is sea level to the center of the Earth, and how far you are from the center of the Earth, and that difference is your elevation. It's still based on sea level,
and that would be a flat line.
Yeah, that's your vertical.
When Google Earth references a flat baseline, so there's no elevation change. That flat line, that horizontal flat line is a vertical.
No, the far line I said is no. The line I'm referring to.
What's the
if you stop interrupting me, I might answer you. I mean, you ask a question and just start answering. You're already making another question. Chill, man.
I don't even know what my question was. Go ahead.
Okay, so the line that I mentioned is from you to the center of the Earth, and in some point in that line you have sea level, right? You are above sea level, then you have the center of the Earth. There is a line that goes from you to the center of the Earth.
I don't know what you just said. I don't know what you just said, dude. Did anyone else understand that?
Yes, dude. It's first of all, I'm going to say something real quick before this is explained.
No.
I think it's unfair that you guys totally glossed over Scarlet Sky's question about the fucking. Both you and Crit gave these bullshit answers, dude. That I know it's not true, but anyways.
Dude, the satellites, they got fucking satelloons. I have not opposed to there being things in the sky taking pictures of Earth. That fits in my paradigm.
What? Kosha, what was the question? Because I kind of heard it, but I was like far away from my.
No. That answers it more. But I'm just saying because I don't think you guys were being like super vague about what you said. You did say something about balloons, but I guess what you're saying is that those pictures that we see from Google Maps just come from balloons instead of from satellites or something. But what Bacon was saying is very simple. He's just talking about the way you get your elevation. It's a value that is based on first the local sea level and its distance from the center of the Earth. It takes that and it subtracts that from your distance from the center of Earth or the center of it's either the center of Earth or the center of mass. I forget which one, but it doesn't matter because that's how it makes the calculation. It uses the local sea level and subtracts it from the whatever your elevation, whatever your total distance is.
If any of this had to do with the center of Earth, there would be elevation changes. Hello, Earth's an oblate spheroid, not equidistant from the center. That equals elevation changes.
I think you have to be more clear.
How hard is this to understand?
It's completely easy to understand.
Earth is not a sphere. It's an oblate spheroid.
We all understand your objection. And what we answered you objects to that. You're not getting the answer.
This has nothing to do with the center. Elevation has nothing to do with the center of Earth. That's not where they get elevation.
Can you explain what Kosha said?
They take means local sea level and then reference it to the center of Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Is that what he said?
That's half.
That's how you get elevation, and then how you get elevation.
No, you're missing the second half. You don't have elevation yet. Now you get your distance to the center, and then you subtract the first distance. That's your elevation. That would still give you the same elevation everywhere on sea level. It will all be 0 on sea level. Because you're also subtracting... Yeah, on an oblate spheroid.
On an oblate spheroid, I take I take local sea level, subtract the distance, center of Earth, and that gives me a non-elevation change everywhere I go.
Yes, because WGS84 doesn't define Earth as a sphere. It defines it as an oblate spheroid.
That's what I've been saying for 5 minutes now.
Yes, so when you get that distance to the center, that's going to match sea level. So when you get your distance...
both you guys are wrong. Hold on, I'm bringing up a citation. I'm bringing up a fucking citation. I get elevation from fucking the center of Earth. Has nothing to do with the center of Earth. I'll pull it up from Wiki since you guys don't fucking know.
Well, dude, you know that the way it determines the local sea levels distance from the center is by using it references the WGS84.
Yep.
Right now, hold on. I'm bringing up right now how we get elevation for you guys that don't know how we get elevation. Posting in a live stream. Real easy to find this information. I don't know what the problem is. Live stream one text.
It's possible that we're not saying something too different, man, because we're both admitting that they use local sea level just as you are. I'm just saying that they don't stop at local sea level. They have to deter because it gives you your position in 3D space. It gives it an X coordinates. So it's not going to tell you. It's not going to know what the XYZ coordinate. It's not just going to tell you the distance from the XYZ coordinate that would be the sea level where you're standing. Like,
Did you read the
reference to geoid.
Did you read the thing in the chat about how elevation is not to be confused with the distance from this to the center of Earth?
Exactly. I didn't say
Straight off
it's
Wiki.
the distance to the center. I never said it's the distance to the center.
Yeah, no,
It's
you're
a
saying it's the
subtraction
distance to
by
the center.
it's a subtraction of sea level's distance to the center to your distance to the center. That's elevation in the GS84. Yeah,
That's not how we get elevation. We get elevation by mean sea level. I don't know why this is confusing for you
yes,
guys.
Dude,
exactly.
that's what I'm saying. Though, we're both telling. We both said that as well, right? So
No, you guys said
dude,
you take your local sea level and then subtract
yes.
the distance to the center of the Earth. That's not what they do.
No,
they
but then,
go off
dude,
mean sea level.
If you, are we not saying the same thing that you're saying plus more?
No, you're talking about the center of Earth for some reason. I don't
No,
know
but
why.
I know. Yeah, we're including more things. But I'm saying that what you said is that they reference it to local sea level, that or to the main sea level. I think it's local sea level, but regardless, yeah, they reference that, and we're saying that as well. They reference that.
No,
But
that's not what you're saying. You're saying
no.
That's not what you're fucking saying, dude.
Dude, I am. That's exactly what we're saying. We're saying that
You're saying they take local sea level, subtract it from the distance to the center of the Earth. This has nothing to do with anything about
No, but
elevation.
that's how you did. We're saying the same thing in a different way, dude. That's how you determine your distance from that sea level is by subtracting it. But if you have the value from where you are from the center, and you have the value for where that is from the center.
Show me a citation for this. Show me a citation for this.
Well, you have to go through WGS84 specification and see how it works. For example, if I give you,
show me this thing. Show me the thing.
Oh, it's a very long explanation. It's not gonna. We're not gonna find a line of text that just repeats what we just said here, of course. But if you understand the definition of WGS84, you understand what we're saying here.
Okay,
we're just explaining how that works.
What's the flat part? Fine, that's fine. What's the flat part when they're going through the Google Earth thing? What is that flat line underneath the elevation line? What's the flat line?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Kosho, this should be easy. Kosho debunked it 10 times. He's the best debunker. What's the flat line, Kosho?
What are you talking about?
When they're giving their presentation of the flat Earth model and they're doing the Google Earth thing, and QE shows how it's referencing a flat line. What is that flat line?
I just remember him looking at the elevation in both places.
Yeah, and he showed several times that it's referencing a flat line. Do I need to pull that up too?
No, I mean I don't remember him that part exactly. I just remember him saying, "Look, it's 0 here, 0 here."
Yes, and he's showing how it's referencing a flat line.
I mean, he probably expressed it afterwards, but it's obviously what he thinks by when it's 0 on both locations. He thinks that it's 0 on both locations, so that means that they're at the same, like that they're exactly horizontal from one another. But
dude, when you do Google Earth, Google Earth, it brings up a little thing on the bottom.
Okay, I know what you're talking about now.
Yeah, and it shows you it's referencing a flat line. What's the flat line in the WGS?
Yeah, that represents elevation. That's an elevation model.
So elevation is a flat line.
The elevation of the ocean from one side to the other, sure. You wouldn't imagine the elevation in the ocean? What are you talking about, dude? Where in the ocean is the elevation fucking? Are you gonna see fucking something crazy?
So curved is flat.
Hey, Jeremy, are you talking about that line, that picture that somebody posted? It says MSL, and there's a flat line, right? And then there's an arrow from the plane and then the brown land is like it's the topographical part, but under that is a black flat line. Is that what you're referencing, Jeremy? Is that what you're asking him about?
I'm not asking about anything, and I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, I'm looking at this picture, right? Somebody posted. Okay, Jeremy, you posted an elevation picture. What references elevation? And
not to be confused with the center of Earth. Yep.
But you're saying that where that's it says MSL. Do you see that?
Nope.
You're not looking at the same picture?
I'm not looking at that anymore. No, I'm mopping a floor. I'm doing my dumb janitor shit.
Let me read something for you, dude, because it's a poem I read on the GISgeography.com. I'm assuming.
Listen, do you know what the flat lines
I
represent?
already answered that to you, man. We should be moving past that now.
Flat lines representing the sea level, which means it's flat.
It's representing the I forgot what term I used already, but it's I would say it's a level.
Sea level. Sea level.
No, it's not just it's just describing it's a level. What do you call it? Whatever it's called.
Flat and level. We know. Okay, good. Nice to have you on board.
Yeah. Okay. So this is the poem I was going to read, though, dude. It's on GISgeography.com. And it's, we begin modeling the Earth with an ellipsoid. To be clear, this is different from a geoid, which is a measure of mean sea level. Over time, blah, 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 blah. Anyways, I'm reading to you this poem that was in the description of how they determine the elevation. So that's... I
mean, we're all set for this because the flat lines representing sea level.
The line that right there, the thing that you're talking about, that's a diagram showing the level. I forget what it's called.
The thing when QE when QE was presenting this as a flat Earth model, the flat line in that's representing sea level. You said, right?
No, I'm saying that's what that is. That's a measure of the level. It's a
so
graph.
It's flat. It's measuring it flat. Okay, cool.
Well, no, it's just that the level at the sea is constant. That's all. Somewhat
and
constant.
Flat.
Well, no, you can present something that's constant as being flat, but that's not a map of the Earth. That's a graph showing the level.
Okay.
So I gotta see what it's called. I'll pull up so I can see what it's called again. Hold on.
They're representing sea level as flat. That's fine. Flat Earth model.
Yeah, I just gotta tell you, dude, you got some good arguments sometimes, dude, but QE doesn't. Okay, and QE did that whole Alice and Bob thing. That was a retarded argument. I still, even though that was a retarded argument, I think this one is a worse argument.
Well, you just said that flat lines representing sea level.
No, I'm telling you, in the thing that you're describing, which is a diagram showing level, I forget what it's called, but it's a diagram showing level, and in that diagram, something that remains constant is going to appear to be flat in that graph. It's a graph, though. It's not a map of the Earth.
Fine. We got the Google Earth showing flat as the sea level, which we're good. It's funny because you guys claim to debunk this shit, but you didn't go on Oakley's the next day and debunk it. They had some goofball. They had some goofball Globers on there getting wrecked. They went in saying they were laughing at Oakley, and they didn't sound like they were laughing when they left.
Wait, repeat that. Sorry about that. Repeat that again.
Unnecessary.
I'm trying to pull up Google Earth, but my computer's acting up.
Yeah, do an elevation profile and see what it's referencing. There's going to be a flat line underneath the elevation.
I think that's what I called it, an elevation profile. That's probably what I called it. But yeah, let me see. Yeah, that's what it says. Google Earth elevation profiles. Perfect. All right, let me see. I'm telling you, dude, I'm going to give you the opportunity to just drop this part of argument because it's pretty silly.
Yeah, it's dropped. You said it's referencing the flat lines referencing sea level. That's fine. Flat.
Yeah, but that's not a concession though. That's an explanation.
Sure, it's an explanation of how it's referencing sea level. It's flat. That's fine.
No, it's an explanation.
I can live with that.
It's an explanation on how graphs are going to present something that's constant as being flat. It's silly to think that because that's flat, that's indicating that something on Earth is flat. That's not what it's saying. It's saying that the elevation is constant if it's not going
constantly
up,
flat.
It's constantly the same value.
It's constantly flat. We know.
Take a screenshot.
Listen, I got a little loud. I hope I didn't scare that girl off.
Yeah, you probably did. You probably scared all the little girls off. You know what? This is not a joke. There was a girl, Shines. She was talking about how she couldn't talk when she was in here, and she was saying, she's like, yeah, Jeremy, he wouldn't stop talking over me. I was like,
I know. I messaged her later. I apologized. I said I wasn't. She said, "Why are you so mad at me?" or something. I told her I wasn't mad. There's a little bit of a confusion. I was very hot because Ali B and
yeah.
someone else was in here, and they
I
wouldn't
think Rumpus was in
stop
there even.
talking. Who?
Rumpus was in here, I think.
It was two people that wouldn't stop talking, so I could never get a point out, and it was obnoxious.
Yeah, it was. I remember that night too. There were so many people in here talking about different things, but there was a dude, like the communist dude, I forget what his name is, and then Rumpus, and they were like just talking about fucking World War II for a while.
Red tape.
Say what?
Communist dude is red tape. Red tape.
Yeah, you know who it is. He's obsessed with I've never seen somebody be so obsessed with communism.
Really? You never heard of Dallas Dave?
Yeah, but that's a different obsession, dude. That's an ironic hatred. This guy's like a extreme advocate.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah, but red tape. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Red tape. He would marry fucking communism if it made sense.
I think that's why his name is Red Tape. You know, the red deal.
Listen, as far as those pictures of Earth go or whatever that the lady was talking about a minute ago, I mean, we can get into that if you want to. There's not really much to it, but.
What she asked? She said, "What? How do they take the pictures from, of the weather?" She said Google Maps. That's a good question, man. How do they even take
how we got into
satellites?
this whole Google thing.
How do they take those pictures at all? I mean,
My answer to that was just high altitude planes, high altitude balloons, possibly drones.
And you could piece it all together, and you could have a 15-minute delay in a Himawari satellite, making it look like you got all the weather data coming into you live.
Wow.
From piecing together high altitude balloons and shit, or drones, or planes that never land, or whatever. They got all kinds of planes and shit these days.
That makes a lot of sense. Do they have to like hold their hands out the window with their phone and take the picture, or can they just like? That's what I don't get. I don't know.
They probably just put a camera on the bottom of the plane to take constant video, or a balloon, or whatever they got.
Okay.
Yeah. Does someone have that? Crit, do you have it? That it's basically like it's like one of those Google airplanes that has like a huge camera on the bottom of it.
And you can just get one that just flies, and it takes a snapshot of the whole Earth at, anytime it needs to. Like Himawari, for example, or you go to like your weather station and you want to see like the satellite view or whatever. You just got that one plane that goes over the whole Earth, takes that one picture and just updates it immediately, right?
How often do you guys think the pictures are updated on these Google Maps?
Well, that's the thing; those aren't updated that frequently. Like usually, like you were saying that you're in real estate, and yeah, like when I've looked at houses and different things, like usually, if you try to look at the overhead of a area, you can usually select through a couple different years. It'll say like 2015, 2012, 2008. Every couple of years, often they'll have a new image. So I wouldn't have any reason to think that those are coming from very high altitude. Really, I mean, they can stitch those together, and it seems like they only do them every couple of years. They're not updated very frequently.
Right. It's just kind of confusing sometimes because I have to do the street views too, the 360s street views.
Yeah, I think those are updated more frequently. I think they do those more frequently than the high altitude ones.
I gotta say, this might be important because I don't want to say that I know for sure because this is what I remember. But if I remember correctly, which I almost never do, I think that's actually a bad example. Just because I think Google Maps actually does get their images from airplanes. Like, admittedly, actually, Xanax here. Xanax might know, but if I remember correctly, I think they actually that model they have that they used to make Google Maps. I think that did come from airplanes.
Yeah. Like when you look at Google Earth from the zoomed out, it's all CGI. And as you zoom in, at some point, it just transitions to high altitude footage from CGI.
Well, I mean, it's a composite data set. So
Which is so weird. If this globe thing was real, you should have zoomed in, zoom out, high altitude from everywhere. We would have every angle of this Earth with every 360-degree camera, high def, up, down, left, and right. We'd have it all over the place.
Yeah, but dude, so two things. One is, if you think about it, even that would be a composite because, yeah, you would need to have multiple pictures in order to make up the whole Earth. Okay, that's and they'll zoomed in like that. And then two is the other reason they have to make it composites is they have to edit things out, like the clouds, for example, or the cars on the road. I don't know if you noticed this, but if you go to any highway,
or dead bodies, they edit a lot of that too.
like zombies,
No,
Dead
like
bodies.
yeah, I mean, probably that would be ideal, well. But
I mean,
no,
if
but
there's
I'm
like
saying,
a-
if you notice, if you look
yeah.
on the, there's no cars on any of the highways. That's because they use composites. That's one of the reasons they have to use composites. Is to edit things like that out.
So wouldn't it be hard for him to have some high altitude, even with the satellites and shit, Himawari, whatever? Wouldn't it be hard for him to have some high altitude balloons and shit up there, stitch together some photos? Now
MR is different.
Now it looks like you have a real live, viewing from space of Earth.
Right. Well, that's why I said that's a bad example. Google Maps is a bad example.
They also
But I
have
think Himawari is not a bad
Like to
example.
change the subject?
Himawari is a great example.
I'm
Yeah, it
guessing
has
they
something to do
also
with
have to edit
Himawari.
out, the military operations as well.
Oh yeah.
Hey, you were talking about the Himawari. Real quick, I just wanted to talk about. Nobody seems to talk about this much, but do you guys remember when that Tunga volcano
Tunguska,
erupted?
yeah.
Yeah.
What was it?
No, that's right. It was Tunga. That's right. Tunga. I was thinking about something else. Yeah.
What did you say though? What did you
Tunga
say?
is right. Is right.
No, I know, but what other thing did you say?
Tunguska. That's a blast from 100 years ago. I just got them mixed up. You're right. The Tunga is, I think, what it's called.
Okay, yeah. No, I knew I was right. I was just wondering what your error was. Anyway, so yeah, remember when nobody seems to talk about this a lot, but that Himawari 8 picked up the that volcano eruption?
Yeah.
Like right on time, like right on cue.
Yeah, I was right in the middle of describing how they would do this. You could have a bunch of high altitude balloons. You stitch the video together. Now you have what looks to be like a real live feed of Earth from space, and you would catch everything that's actually happening.
No, listen, dude. I remember that day actually. What he just described, I actually did that day. I went on fucking I went and looked at the report, like at what they posted, at what time they posted. They actually posted a picture before it was reported.
So they put okay.
Yeah, dude. Okay,
hold on. Can I respond to that, please? Can I respond to that? So they don't post things before they actually happen. Obviously, you can't take a picture of something before it happens. For B, that we all know there's a 15-minute delay in the Himawari, so plenty of time to stitch some video together and then pose it as real video. For B, okay.
But I said it was before it was reported. I got
Who cares? That doesn't matter.
Where? Hold on.
Why is that even relevant?
So why do you think that they're so fat that they're faster than the information even? Like they get it before anybody else, and
Because
they've
they
already
have
made the
balloons in
picture to
there and
show
they're
it.
watching. Because they have balloons in there and they're watching.
Hey, you know what? Real quick, I don't want to. I kind of want to flow with this conversation, but I have to add something. Is there location of the Himawari? Is that known all the time? And it would be good to know where the Himawari was, according to wherever they say it was, exactly at that time.
Geostationary orbit. It's geostationary.
Well,
It doesn't move.
So it just gets one side of the Earth.
It's on the Pacific Rim, basically. Australia, Japan, that side of the Earth.
So it doesn't see anything else. It doesn't see the other side.
Oh. It's doing a Pacific Rim job.
Settle down, Coach.
Disgusting.
Women here. Yeah, you're absolutely disgusting. You should be ashamed of yourself, Coach.
Really?
What's your name, ma'am? New lady that I've never heard before. Just so I know what to call you, and I don't keep calling you lady.
He called you ma'am.
That's fine, right?
Scarlet Sky.
Oh, Scarlet. All right. Oh, I think your cam was on earlier.
Was it? I was trying to log in and clean the bathroom.
Maybe it might have been somebody else. I don't know. I can't remember. A lot of people come and go. But okay, good to know. Now I won't have to keep calling you lady and ma'am.
And what is your name?
Jeremy.
Nice to meet you.
The real Jeremy. Not to be confused with the real Bob Dole or some of these fake. There's a lot of Jeremys in this arena.
Yeah, he's a Jeremy from upstate New York, or basically Canada, and I'm the Jeremy from New York City, the only New York that anybody ever talks about.
And
well, nice
and
to
Gummy
meet y'all.
Bear
I'm
is the
from
Jeremy of Norway.
Louisiana, so
Louisiana, cool. I can't hear the twang in your voice or whatever that southern thing's called.
Cajun twang.
They call it a twang.
no, I've traveled quite a bit. I was in the Army for almost 9 years, so I think it's gone now.
I heard that shit in Chronic's voice the other day. Did you know Chronic was from down south, Kojo?
I think he's from DC.
No. I just like faintly caught a little bit of that southern twang in his voice. I'm like, yo, where are you from?
And what did he say?
I don't know, like Tennessee or I forget or something.
Yeah, exactly. You asked him today and you forget. He told me he's from DC.
No, that was like weeks ago. That was weeks ago.
Dude, don't trust anything Kosho says about Chronic. Kosho earlier said that Chronic's favorite sport is curling.
Yeah,
What the fuck?
it fucking is, dude.
No, I heard that.
Fuck
I
out
heard
of
that.
here,
I was
man.
gonna say
Dude,
something.
I didn't believe it either. That's what I'm saying to you. I think it's fucking crazy, but it really is.
Why'd you say that? Why are you lying about Chronic?
Dude, how much do you want to bet?
His favorite
Let
sport.
me make the claim perfectly, okay? Let me perfectly make the claim, just so it's clear what I'm saying. His favorite Olympic event is curling.
I think he lied to you then.
Okay, and how about this? Without provoking him, you can ask him in my presence.
Oh, I'm gonna ask him
won't
like
fucking
you
say
asked
anything to him
people.
to tell him about it, and see what he says.
I thought there was only
People-
like 14 and a half people that were into curling.
No one's into that shit. And I'm gonna ask him just like you ask people questions I tell you to ask. I'm gonna fucking lead him all the way. Every time I tell you to ask somebody something, you lead the shit out of them with it.
I heard Jerry was a professional croquet player.
You know, Jerry just likes to crow.
Yeah, Kosho told everyone that. So everybody, thought it was true. Just like Chronic and his curling.
Yo, Kosho told me it was his birthday like 7 times this year already.
Right.
You've had like 6 birthdays this year, bro. What's going on?
So how old does that make him?
Like 437 years old.
He has 7 birthdays a year.
No, he uses it as
He
like
may
a
need to
distraction.
sign up for some life insurance soon.
He uses it as a distraction to try to calm the chat down because he's like, hey guys, come on, it's my birthday today. In hopes of like getting the room in order, which it never works. I mean, people don't give a fuck. A good try though, Coach. Though, good try. So what's up, Scarlett? Wait, what was your name? Sky? Damn, I'm terrible with names.
It's Scarlet Sky.
Oh, all right. What do you want to be called? Scarlett or Sky?
Scarlet Sky.
We'll do Sky. Sky's easier. less syllables. Are you a glober or a flat earther on the fence, or like, what are your thoughts? Just curious.
And what was your rank in the army? How hig'd you get?
Master Chief.
Sorry, you cut out there.
Oh, I said, are you a glober or a flat earther? Like, are you on the fence, like questioning things? Like, what's your like status as far as like Earth pertains?
Yeah, and I wanted to know what was your rank in the army? How high'd you get?
Yeah, I wanted to know. Well, I'll ask you afterward.
Kosho's going to want to know what your favorite Olympic event is.
No, and this is, I want to say this about Chronic. Just so, okay, wait, she's going to say.
That whole conversation, I didn't hear him. It was blank.
Jeremy was at. You might have muted him by accident. Did you hear anything we said, or did you not hear anyone at all?
I heard nothing.
Okay, well, they asked twice already. I guess ask the question again, guys.
All right, what is your thoughts on Earth? Like, are you a glober? Do you think it's a globe? Do you think it's flat? Like, are you questioning it and you're unsure? Like, what's your thoughts on Earth?
To be honest with you, I've been questioning a lot of things.
She's not an idiot. She doesn't think the Earth is flat. Come on.
Okay, Xanax.
No, I actually do a lot of antique shopping and follow a lot of older people, and I know a long time ago that was what it was considered. I don't know for sure. I don't have any opinions on it. I'm just learning.
That's cool. That's cool. Don't mind that guy who came in here right just now. I'm in the process of writing his obituary. It's fine. We all have questions.
Hey, Scarlett, do you believe that
we're all questioning things, and
Hey, Scarlett, do you believe that NASA, like their proof and stuff that they've presented, do you ever believe that stuff? Like NASA?
I think the government is always questionable, so I don't believe anything.
Good. Very good. Absolutely.
Especially
So
with
you were
being
in the army though, so
yeah, that's what I'm telling you right now.
right?
Especially with being in the army for 9
Yeah,
years.
right.
Yeah, there's a lot of questions that go through my head.
Yeah, I was in the Air Force, and it's very questionable the way the way they do their things there. they can get away with whatever they want.
For sure. But it's very interesting and intriguing to connect with people with open minds and learn, different ideas, and it's something I enjoy listening to.
Most of us are open-minded. You are going to come across the occasional hard-headed glober that's very rigid in their paradigm and their way of thinking and very closed-minded. But most of us are open-minded here, so good to have you.
Yeah, keep in mind that there is a book from public schooling back in the 1890s that did teach the Earth was a globe. Just keep that in mind.
Well, that's unfortunate because I never went to school. I always thought school was bullshit. I dropped out early.
How early?
Wasn't there some billionaires that dropped out of school?
A lot of software people drop out of school.
Absolutely.
Yeah, like LeBron James. People like
I never had any interest in anything in school. I always was questioning everything all the time, and I dropped out 8th grade and made my own path and still learning on my own.
Yeah, I mean, the regimented information that they teach in modern day schooling systems is pretty outdated, and a lot of it's useless information. A lot of it unverifiable when it comes to like a lot of the history, and so. Well, I mean, I went through it all and gained very little from it. Most of what I really know is stuff I've learned either on my own or through. Well, I can't say that entirely. I mean, I definitely did learn things in school to some degree. Well, I went to a graduate school, and that was probably the place where I actually did, because it was more of a specialty focus. But all of my undergrad and college and high school was like, there's a lot of useless.
I've learned more. I've learned more in this arena since I started chatting with these people in the past few years than I have my entire life.
I think it's important to actually talk to real people and, you know, listen to everyone's own experiences and knowledge instead of reading books that we don't know where they come from. Me personally, I've learned everything as well on my own, mostly, and school didn't make me who I am today, by no means.
Learned a ton of stuff since I started fucking around with these people on Discord here.
I think that's the best resources you can have is just, you know, collaborating with other people and being open-minded and discussing it openly. And you do learn a lot like that. That's how I've learned most everything in my life.
I'd say we're pretty lucky with the internet to be able, because the way I used to research things, like I had encyclopedias, but I remember like a bunch of my friends, they weren't as fortunate to have like encyclopedias. So that kind of dates me, but I was like pre-internet when you wanted to like look up something. I went to my encyclopedia. I didn't go to like Google and look up like, you know, a tree horn frog or whatever. I never. So I'd say we're pretty lucky with learning now, how fast like we can access different or learn different things.
I totally agree with that. We do have access to so much knowledge online. But just to be aware, there's some things that aren't true online. So doing extensive research is definitely beneficial. The encyclopedia was written so many years ago by who knows who, I don't. And in society, and has been in society, we are controlled by the government entity, and I think a lot of things that they do teach in school are unnecessary. They don't teach things that actually make us successful in regards to, you know, budgeting, bank accounts, credit, you know, businesses, how to buy your own business, like taxes, nothing like that.
To be honest, I did have stuff like that in school, like because I kind of paid attention to my schooling, but like I could see where people could say, "Well, I didn't have any of that in my school," or but I think they
I'm
did.
not real sure what school you went
I just
to,
think some
but
kids are
they
like
don't
lost.
they don't teach. They do not teach credit.
Mhm.
They don't teach taxes. They don't teach, you know, when you get kicked out of the house at 18 to go on your own, there's vultures with these big corporations who want you to get credit cards and all this. You know nothing about it.
Tell you what they should teach is how to be a parent and how to raise a child, because most people that go to school are going to end up being parents, and I don't think they teach enough on how to be a parent and how to raise a child and what to do. You just get thrown in.
I think it's just another source of power for the government to control us and keep us in the dark. And as a parent, you know, I'm not a parent, but they force the parents to send these kids to school unless you know, you fight them and you do homeschooling. If I had a kid, they would definitely be homeschooled. They would never be in public school or anything like that. because the things they teach you, some of it's beneficial, but to live a successful lifestyle in the economy here in the United States, they're not teaching you that in school.
I wanted to disagree with what Jeremy said, how they don't teach us to be parents. I think there's some things they can't teach you, but like in health, like health ed, they did kind of show you, like, did you ever have to carry around an egg or like carry around like a certain item for a certain period of time?
I've heard of that,
Because
and
that was more towards high school years. I didn't go to high school.
But they kind
I
of
never
did
did
show
that,
you
and they do touch
what
on.
it would be like to be a parent. But there's something you just can't teach. Like, it's only going to be experience until you experience something that you're going to be ready for it. Like, it takes going through it to actually get the knowledge to be a parent. Like, you learn as you
School
go.
shouldn't be teaching how to be a parent
No,
or how
no,
to
that
be.
is definitely true. But my only problem with school was and I didn't know then. I just had a feeling. I had no interest in anything they were talking about because I was very unfortunate growing up, and I was just trying to make money and be okay. But they don't teach you things that you really need
But
to
they
learn.
do. I think you guys are school bashing, and I think they do teach us. But I was saying yes, they do teach like taxes and credit and all that. It was in my economics class. Like, yes, they did teach about it. It's just a lot of like my friends and stuff. I would wonder like why aren't they like getting good grades, or why can't they pay attention, or why can't you simply, like, I used to draw like a lot of things, like why can't other people do the same thing, like, I mapped out a whole Ferrari Testarossa one time. It was pretty awesome, and I'm like, well, why can't other people do this?
Well,
And
you're
some
probably
people
right.
just
I didn't make
don't
it to
like.
that level possibly in school. And maybe it's the different geographic areas too. I was in Louisiana. So that could be it too.
Yeah, I think just people learn at different paces, and some people are interested in different things, and some people, yeah, to bash the schools I don't think is fair. But I do agree that they are teaching like um old outdated things as well. I do agree with that. And like false things too, like
So at
gravity and
what level in school did
unsubstantiated
you know
things.
what a credit score was?
I'm sorry, I interrupted you. What was that?
So at what grade level did you learn what a credit score was?
I don't remember learning that in school, but I'm sure they taught that.
They don't teach that.
I've never heard of them teaching that in school. And that's part of the problem with the government, and that's how they keep their power. And that's just my own personal opinion, and I am open-minded.
Yeah, the problem isn't with them not teaching a credit score. The problem is with the credit score existing. They shouldn't be teaching people what the credit score is in school.
So when you get out of school and you start getting offers from cell phone companies or, auto companies, and you know nothing about it, and then the next thing you know, you're in debt because you know nothing about it. You don't think that would be something beneficial they should teach?
No, absolutely not. Your parents should be teaching you not to go into debt. Your parents have failed you if they aren't teaching you those
The
things.
thing is,
It's not the parents' job to teach children how to live their lives. It's the parents'
I
job.
understand that, but what if your parents come from the
Should teach you
1950s?
math.
They don't understand it themselves.
What's that?
I said I understand that completely, but what if your parents come from the 1950s and they don't understand it themselves?
They don't need to understand the credit score system to teach you about going into debt or not going into debt.
The thing is, the government is running the schools, and the government wants you in debt. So they're not going to teach you how to not go in debt. They need you to be in debt. They want you spending money. They need us all spending more money than we did last year.
There is such a thing as good debt.
Exactly. I agree with that, because if we're all in debt and then we're drowning like in an ocean and we can't breathe, guess who's going to have power over us?
But we aren't. Some people are.
On an
People who aren't
individual
taught properly,
schedule.
and people who aren't
On an
considering
individual
about it.
schedule, yes, we are.
No, we aren't. We aren't all drowning in debt. Some people are drowning in debt. You could even probably argue very well that most people are drowning in debt, but we aren't all drowning in debt.
Unless you count the national debt.
But that's not a result of, the school didn't do a good enough job teaching about credit score.
Yeah, that's true.
What it is it's a failure of parents to properly teach their children, and then the children to take up their responsibility when they get old enough to make good decisions in their life.
No, I agree with that. Just to put things into perspective, I'm 39 years old. My father was raised, he was born 1953. His father raised him to pay cash for everything. He knew nothing about credit. He knew nothing about debt. So when I was growing up, he knew nothing. So when I got on my own, of course, these, companies came and they're like, hey, you can get this cell phone right now, not pay anything, and have it in your pocket. And I'm like, cool. Next thing I know, I've got all these bills. The bill collectors are calling me. I'm 18 years old. And they're like, oh, it's okay. We'll just put it on your credit. I had no idea what that meant. I'm like, so you mean I don't have to pay for it? I had no idea. And I'm like, well, just put it on my credit. Yeah. They don't teach you that.
Right, but they shouldn't teach you that. That's something that you should be like somebody who goes out into the world like that. There's two things that are the problem. One, their parents are, it seems like, abandoning them to the world, to the wolves of the world, which is a failure on the parents' side. And then on the person's own personal side, they're not thinking critically enough about the things that are happening to them or being said to them to analyze and come to logical, intelligent conclusions about what's happening. If somebody comes up and offers you something for free and says there's not going to be a problem with that, like, the first thing you should do is question what is their motive in offering me this free thing. Like, that should just be the first. But your parents should be teaching you that, as well as experiences throughout life, that's not the way things work. Generally, most of the time, human beings have something attached to the thing that they're going to give you. Even a friend most likely has something attached, even if they think about it or don't think about it and it's subconscious. The attachment, the string attached to it is you're going to continue being their friend. Okay, like that's the way that our reality works. The idea that the government-funded school system should teach you about a system that does not need to exist and is not primary or necessary to society or to you communicating in society it's a bad road to go down. The same with doing taxes. They shouldn't be teaching children how to do taxes. What that does is actually grants the government the ability to teach your children a certain opinion on something. They shouldn't be teaching things.
Let me ask you a question. So what are they teaching in school and have been teaching in school to make society successful?
That what?
What have they been teaching in school to make society successful?
aside from
I didn't say that they were
reading,
doing anything in school to make society successful.
right?
They should be teaching you how to communicate in society, reading, writing, and math. That's all they should be teaching you. They are not, the government should not be in charge of making you successful in your life. That should not be anything at all that they are involved with. All they should be teaching you is how to interact with society based on the standards we've set for communication. So you can read, so you can communicate with people. You can write, so you can communicate with people. And you can do math, so you can communicate with people. That's the only things that our schools should be teaching. Everything else is going to involve an opinion, and the government should not be in the business of giving children opinions. That should be on the parents.
If you don't mind me asking, what era did you grow up in?
What era?
Yes.
Well, I was born in '89, so I mean, I grew up in the '90s and 2000s, like before I became like an adult, 18, or like I guess legally considered an adult, whatever. So it would be like '90s and early 2000s.
Okay, I see your point for sure.
I used to also think that when I was younger that the government should be, or that the schools, that like, why aren't they teaching us how to do taxes? Why aren't they preparing us for this and that and the other thing? Why aren't they doing that? But after giving it more consideration, I don't think people recognize what exactly all that involves as far as teaching children the opinions that they have, and that they'll hold on to when they get out of school. And handing over to the government is just not a good idea in general. Like the very idea that they would be taught in school to do taxes would already be implying a moral uprightness to the concept of taxes. Now, I'm okay with paying taxes, but not every parent in the United States thinks that that's a thing that the government should be allowed to do. So why should it be okay for the government to literally teach children of these parents a thing that the parents don't think the government has the right for them to do in the first place, which is charge
No,
these
I
taxes?
agree
They
with that. I
shouldn't have that.
totally do. I just think that in school, they should make some things aware. And, you say you don't agree with the school or the government pushing opinions on people, but what do you think about everything they're teaching in school? That's somebody's or whoever's opinions already.
Exactly. I agree. And I don't think they should be doing that. Our children have never gone to a single day of public school, like at a school building. Other than, I guess I shouldn't say that. There have been summer school programs where they go to like activities or whatever, but they've never gone to a regular school, regular public school. They've always been homeschooled, all of our kids, and they will continue to be. I won't let them go to a regular school. People should be pulling their children out of regular government-run schools because of exactly what you just said. They aren't sticking to the things that don't have to do with opinion. They've gotten deep into all kinds of different matters that are very much laced with opinions, and they shouldn't have been allowed to do that, and they shouldn't be allowed to continue doing that. People should be just yanking their kids in all out of all of the public schools at every level. That's what they should be doing if they want to protect their children. I think a lot of people don't recognize the danger their children are
I
in.
definitely
And a lot of
recognize
people,
that, and I don't have children, but if I did, I worked in the United States Army for 7 years with high school dropouts, and I learned a lot about the school system, even though I didn't really care about the school system because I thought it was bullshit in the first place. I've always been really smart. But I agree with you. I do think that the parents should do that, but some parents don't have that education because it wasn't there. My parents didn't. I learned everything on my own. So, but I do agree with you that you should, if you are capable and knowledgeable enough, be homeschooling your children.
I can understand the desire to make the argument of what about the parents who don't know. However, the rules or the regulations, the decisions that we make about how much freedom somebody is going to have or how much power we are going to give to the government should not be based on some people might not do things well. It shouldn't be based on that. It's just like with the like gun debate that people have. Yes, some people are going to
The
use
government
guns.
definitely preys on people who are uneducated and don't know things.
Some people might be considered uneducated and not know certain things. I think that's accurate. I think that's a true thing that can happen. That doesn't mean that it is a good idea to grant the government more power so that you can attempt to help those people that way rather than attempting to help them yourself directly, the ones that you know of.
Definitely agreed. And I do my best to try and help everybody I know.
I agree with what you said 100% about that there's definitely there's a need in general because it's not everybody is able to homeschool properly or in a constructive way at least. So it's like it does make sense to have a safety net. That's what public school really should be, is the people who don't have the opportunity to learn in a private, more private way, whether it's private school or
Right.
homeschool. It should still exist in that way because it's definitely an aid. But I also, like I said, I got pulled out in 7th grade. But I don't know do you give your kids a curriculum, Bob?
No, so my wife handles most of it, but
Does she give them a curriculum?
She selects the curriculum that they're going to go through. And then now this year we've tried something different than the previous years. She has selected. There's this I don't know if it's an organization or group or whatever. Basically, they interact with people over the computer for some of their classes. And so they talk to a quote unquote teacher, but they're not going to a place to learn. They'll interact with a teacher on a laptop or whatever.
That's actually that's just as good as imagine if you could watch like a video online, like a YouTube video or something, learn some math thing, but you could also talk to the person while they're teaching it to you. It's like it's perfect environment. But what's funny is that's why I asked you about the curriculum. If you give your kids a curriculum, because when I got pulled out in 7th grade, there was something called homeschooling, but there's something called like unschooling, which is like, technically homeschooling. So if you don't have a curriculum at all, like it's like not going to school actually, but it's considered homeschooling. And I didn't even have a curriculum. So, but I wouldn't recommend that for everybody because if you don't have the interest to learn something, then you're just going to end up not learning about anything, right? So. Yeah, curriculum is definitely
That's exactly right. You've got to not every person mind works the same. And in public school, they put you in a classroom and they literally just force stuff down your throat. And people don't learn the same. They don't interact the same. And, you know, even Elon Musk, if you look at him, he homeschools all of his kids a certain way and according to their, you know, their personalities and how they learn.
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, it's very specific to each. That's, I mean, that's the best way. That's the best ideal way to learn. Of course, is everybody's a little bit different, and you're gonna have to convey whatever the message is and what you're teaching in a way that that person is capable of, you know, of accepting information. So everybody's a little bit different with that. Oh, I was going to say something about the I can't remember. What did you say right before that about Elon Musk? Somebody said something about the curriculum. Bob, what did you say right before she brought up the Elon Musk thing?
I didn't say anything about Elon Musk myself.
No, right before she brought up Elon Musk. I forgot what you were talking about.
I was talking about not basically giving the government more power to try and solve that problem, but instead basically trying to solve it with the people that are having it. You try to help them, not try to grant the government more power to take care of that problem.
Yeah, that was the overall thing. But yeah, okay. We'll just. I forgot what I was going to say. But no, sorry,
guys.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
But you guys know, if you have children, you're forced to send your, and you're forced, or you will go to jail if you don't follow those guidelines. So I think.
Wait, say it again. You said you if you don't do what?
So if you're a parent, you know that your kids are forced to go to school, and they're forced because the government will put penalties on the parent for, you know, not sending them to school and this and that. And that's something else that I don't believe in.
Yeah, that shouldn't happen. But
Yeah,
also, we don't have to send them to a school.
Yeah.
You are allowed to homeschool them.
Right. Yeah. You just have to. You have to like claim that basically in Texas at least. I mean, it has to be like they have to have a proof of
right
that you're doing it. Yeah.
Like that where I'm at in Wisconsin, like pretty sure there's a requirement that they get schooling, and that might be what you're referring to, but we aren't required to send them to the public school building to learn from those teachers or whatever. We can just say we're homeschooling and then do it that way. And that's the way it should be. There shouldn't be any punishment
what about
for
the
not sending your kids.
unfortunate parents that aren't able to homeschool? They've got to go to work, they got to pay bills, or they may be educated themselves, you know. So that's the thing.
That's where you get into basically the bigger problem. Why is it that parents are so limited on time due to work that they aren't able to teach their children the things that the children need
because they
live their
don't
lives?
have funds? They have to go to work, they have to pay bills. Some of them are single family households.
So right, okay, so the question I was asking wasn't directed towards you. I'm not expecting you to answer the question like on the whole. What I'm saying is that gets to the bigger problem. We shouldn't be in a scenario as a society where the parents are so busy working that they are incapable of teaching their children. That shouldn't be a thing that exists.
Absolutely not. But the problem is what I was referring to in the beginning. When those parents were in school, they weren't taught correctly how to live in society, and they got caught up, they got in debt, they're in, you know, a never-ending cycle, and now they've got children, and that's what it is.
Right. What I'm saying though is what you're trying to do is you're trying to solve the result of a problem by granting the government more power instead of just solving the source of the problem by helping the people and in the home, by helping the parents, by explaining to them, trying to get them to understand the things that actually do matter and the things that don't matter. So yeah, you like that's, I think that's the common answer is, here's this thing that we see and the result is bad. Let's fix the result by granting the government more power and more money to do more things to try and fix the result. But that's not how you actually cure problems. You don't assault the result to
That
cure.
wasn't my
You fix the cause.
My suggestion was they need to teach things in school that when they get out of school, they know about credit. They know about mortgages. They know about home loans. They know about taxes. They know how to survive on how the government has things set up. But the government doesn't teach that in school for a certain reason, because they want people not to know. They want people to be uneducated on that. I know for a fact they do. They want that because that gives them power.
So the
part of
solution
the solution as well is to try and either break the mindset of the existing people or train the next generation to be more content with less, all right? To disassociate themselves with the insatiable quest for more money, more material things, a bigger house, a better holiday, a newer car. If people can learn to be content with less, then you're going to find that will go a long way to solving a lot of these things I've been listening to you talk.
But the solution to the problem that you just described is not to have the government teach them more about the system that's broken. The solution is to fix the system.
Bob, I think she's talking about a practical. It's about the way the reality and the way the world is, and how to deal with what should be happening to deal with it. And I think she's right. I don't think that that's an option, is to change the entire system. I think right now with the current status quo, there is public school and there is people going to public school who are, let's say their parents aren't even around or whatever. And so, that's the only opportunity they have to learn really what they're going to learn before they're an adult. Regardless on if there should be as many students are in public school as there is, there are students in public school. So I think she's just saying they should teach them.
I understand that. The idea that the government teaching them more about the system is going to somehow solve the problem, that's absurd. That's what's making the problem to begin with. There's nothing that the people she's talking about, the ones who have already gone through school or they dropped out or whatever, and she's saying they're too busy, they might not be able to teach their children. Those people are, even if they went right now and learned all about that stuff, that wouldn't fix the problem. Okay? Because the problem isn't that they didn't learn about credit. The problem is that they didn't learn what was actually important in their lives and what wasn't. And so they have now prioritized going to work for hours on end every week to make ends meet, or what they might call ends meet, but involves paying a mortgage and having 2 vehicles and this and that and the other thing, rather than focusing on the things that are actually important. The government is not going to fix that problem for them.
You know that there are there are children and teenagers who actually do have parents who are responsible with money and also good role models, and also have explained how the monetary system works, how banking works, interest, how to save up, and all this stuff. They explain it to kids, their kids. I'm not saying everyone does, but there are people that do this, and those kids do grow up to be far more productive and far more successful because they have these things instilled in them. And that's all she's talking about is the government. They're going to be teaching kids anyways. They should include this in the things they're teaching, and you'd end up with more productive people.
Yeah, no, they shouldn't, because what you just said is fine. The parents taught them those things, those values, those opinions on how to bank and how to whether or not to get a loan, how much debt they should take on. Those are opinions. Those are ideas. Those are values. Those are morals. Those are all things that parents should be teaching the children. The government has no place teaching those things to children.
How compounded interest works? This is actually, I mean, I learned this.
They don't teach that. They don't teach that in school because when people are in debt, they can charge more interest and put them more in debt. Then they're powerless. These people aren't educated because they don't have.
It will never happen because of the conflict of interest that the government has. The government does not want its people to be independent, successful, and happy. That's not what makes for
I think she said that
a thriving, booming government. They want you in debt. They want you miserable.
Right. She's basically already agreed, at least on some level, that like Kosho, like you said, like you implied that what I'm saying is not a likely scenario, and what she's offering up is somehow more likely. But what he just pointed out shows that her scenario isn't any more likely than what I brought up. The government doesn't want them to be successful. So her solution of them having more power to teach them isn't going to solve the problem anyway, because they aren't going to do that.
No,
they don't want them to be successful. What I'm saying is, instead of giving them more power to not solve the problem anyway, because they won't solve the problem, why not work to fix the system so that it's not a problem outside of trying to get the government to do it for you?
Okay, so one thing that doesn't add any power to the government whatsoever. But but she's agreed with you guys that the government doesn't have an interest in doing this because for some reason. But I think it's the same reason you guys were implying, like, you know, they don't really have an interest in you knowing about how not to get screwed by the banks or, you know, mortgages or whatever. But you know,
That's exactly right.
If you take business classes and stuff like that, you know, you do learn these things. But yeah, for general students in high school and stuff, I didn't go to high school, but I'm pretty sure they don't teach like how to manage your checkbook and that kind of stuff. And yeah, I mean, I agree that would be absolutely beneficial to the students. But you know, it wouldn't give the government any more power to do that. They would just.
It would, though.
And
you're saying that it would be better, but you're like, I don't know if you're ignoring or you're losing the part that you already agreed to. You already agreed that the government doesn't want them to be more successful. So saying that if you let the government teach them about taxes and things like that they'll somehow become more successful, obviously that won't happen because the government won't do it in a way that lets them be more successful. They don't want to. So what they're going to do is they're going to do it in a way that doesn't make them more successful. So the problem won't be solved. And whatever had to happen to add that curriculum, which would involve them giving the implication that, like I said before, like paying the taxes, they have to give an opinion on paying taxes. Now, because they're going to be teaching taxes, they would have to give an opinion on taking loans, going into debt, how you deal with those things. All of those things would need to be addressed in what you're talking about. So now they've gotten deeper into more opinions on more subjects, and it's still not going to solve the problem, as you guys agreed with, because you already agree the government doesn't want to solve the problem.
No, but that's not an argument.
Can I ask one question? So what they're being taught in school right now, whose opinion is that?
Yeah, there's lots of people's opinions, and they shouldn't be taught. I agree. That's what I'm saying. The solution here is not have the school teach more stuff, because they're already getting taught a bunch of crap, and we see that the results are bad. So the solution isn't give the government more responsibility and more power and more teaching to do. The solution is take away the government teaching, because they're failing miserably all the time.
Yeah, but that's not that's what I'm saying. That's not an argument to say you know, don't teach them because making them teach something is going to give them more power. That doesn't make any sense. If you teach them about the let's say the value of the dollar,
you're assuming they'll do a good job.
And inflation, how the value of the dollar changes. You teach them about, you know, what compounded interest looks like over years, like all these types of stuff. It actually shows you. It shows you true things that aren't opinionated.
You're assuming
the government
they do a good job.
No,
Has
but
the government
there's
ever
no
run
bias in
anything?
that. You don't. You would just you teach
There
those are basic
is.
facts.
Has the
There
government
is
ever run?
bias in that.
Has the government ever ran anything successfully?
But that's not the question. So, and at this point, they
They're
are
running the
schools.
school system.
I know, but schools already exist. So the two options aren't to either we can either shut the schools down or we can teach kids about this financial stuff. That's
With
not the
my
dynamic.
suggestion,
The dynamic that we're describing is the fact that there is a school system where they already teach kids stuff, and a school system
they
where
do
they
a
teach
bad
kids
job.
stuff, including the financial stuff.
Yes, there's already a system where they fail miserably every single day to teach children properly. Yes. In
Okay.
my solution, it doesn't involve shutting down the schools. All it involves is the parents saying, hey, look, they're doing a bad job. I'll teach my own kids. That's it.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying to you is that in lieu of that, because some parents do that. That's true. And some parents do teach their kids financial stuff. That's true. But all the other kids that go to public school, right, it would definitely benefit them if the government or the public school, whoever was teaching them about the financial stuff. It doesn't
If the
give them
government
more
was
power.
good and wanted good for them and did a good job and everything was good about the government, yes, then that would probably benefit them. But it's not.
No, that's no one's saying
You're
it, that they.
assuming that
No
they
one's
did a
saying that
good
they're going to
job.
do it. Because I agree that they're not going to do it because it doesn't benefit
Does
them. I
he
agree with that.
understand? But does he understand? A lot of parents are not capable of doing that
Right.
because
false.
they've got
That's
electric bills
false.
coming in, they've got daycare bills coming in, they've got gas bills coming in, they're already in debt. Some people can't sit at the house and homeschool their children.
No, that's incorrect. That's not true.
What?
It
No,
will
that
be
is true, man.
uncomfortable. It will be inconvenient. It will be time consuming, and it will not always be what you wanted it to be whenever you were thinking about your dream board when you were 13 years old. Yes, it's true that it will not necessarily be simple or fun or convenient, but the idea that it is impossible or that they are incapable is absurd.
Dude,
How rich are your parents? Like, what type of household did you grow up in?
Did you say how rich are my parents?
yeah,
Is that what you said?
She's
No. Okay.
implying that you know
My parents
there's
are
other types of there's other families out there that don't have that opportunity, dude. That aren't
No, that's
that able to do
That's
that.
not true at all.
It is 100%
They-
true, dude. And I remember Jeremy was saying that last week or a week before he wasn't even going to see his wife until Friday because they both have opposite working schedules.
Yep, I
In which
understand
case they're both out of the house for
But
half
they
of the
could just
day.
not. They could just not have those schedules if they wanted.
No, they can't. That's not
Yes,
how life works.
Dude,
Yes, they can.
dude, you're really, I mean, honestly, you're creating with this conversation extremely bad karma for yourself
No, I'm
because
not.
you're really dishonoring the unfortunate right now.
No, I'm
And
not.
those families absolutely exist.
No, they don't. Not the ones you're describing. The ones that you're describing are incapable, somehow mentally deficient human beings, and I refuse to believe that that is in anywhere remotely close to a significant number of people on this planet
She
Earth.
didn't say, dude. She's talking about someone who has to whose work schedule doesn't allow them to do it. That's what she's talking about.
Right, exactly. Someone
Yeah, so
work
someone who has to
schedule-
work three
someone-
jobs.
So
Yeah.
someone who is living their life under the impression and continues to live under the impression that their work schedule is more important than their children.
No,
I don't
if
believe
their
that's-
work schedule is going to
Should be the
determine
case.
how
Are
they
you
make money for
fucking
their
kidding
kids.
me right now? How the hell would they feed their family
Yeah,
if
dude.
they didn't go to work? Are you fucking kidding me right now?
If they didn't go to their job in the city or whatever, would that mean that seeds stopped growing in the ground? Would that mean that fish stopped swimming in the sea?
Dude, not
Would that mean
everybody
that
has.
deer stopped running through the forest?
Not everybody has a
No.
farm or owns a home.
Like I said,
People live in an apartment building.
it's not going to be easy or fun or convenient or simple. It's not going to be the thing that you were dreaming of when you were going through high school. I understand all of that. I didn't say that it would be easy. You're saying it's impossible. I'm saying that's absurd. It's not impossible. It's inconvenient.
Yeah, I don't think it's just inconvenient, though. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm saying that it's not a likely.
You're saying
Anymore.
what you're claiming then,
Obviously,
Ocho,
someone doesn't understand how the world works.
You're claiming that they are mentally incapable of hunting, fishing, or growing food. That's what you're saying.
Dude,
You're
I don't
listen to me,
think
dude.
that's the case.
I don't know if
of
you've ever met somebody who
understanding how
doesn't.
the
I don't know
world works.
why are
I
you
don't know if you've ever met
insulting
someone
those
who's
people?
not fortunate enough to, I don't know, not own land or not buy a weapon. You know, I mean, not everyone can go buy a bow and arrow, right? So you have like there's people who have kids and live out of their car. Okay, so I mean, there's plenty. There's so many people who are more fortunate than that just don't have the opportunity because they're stuck at the job that they're at. They don't have the time. They don't have time to search for another job.
Those people that are living out of their car, you're saying that they're the ones that we are talking about who have to go to their job?
I'm saying that there's people who don't have the opportunity to decide how they're going to get their food. You know, they can't decide that they're going to not go to.
Okay.
You know, they're going to go buy a weapon. They have to eat on a day. They get paid on a day-to-day basis, and they have to go. You know, get cheap fucking ramen or something like that. And I'm not talking about people that live out of the car. I'm talking about
their problem is
let me ask one question.
They won't taught taxes in school.
Let me ask you a question. How many charities are you involved in?
Define charities.
Unfortunate
organizations
families.
that call themselves
Death
charities?
in the family. People
Zero.
can't pay
I
for
don't get
food.
involved with organizations that call themselves charities. They're scams.
Really?
Yes.
So when
scams set up to funnel
and you know,
money
I do believe on a certain. I don't try to help everybody because I know a lot of people don't help themselves, but there are unfortunate families, and I am involved in a lot of charities, and I do help a lot of people.
Unfortunate families. You're conflating what we were talking about with a new subject. We weren't talking about whether or not poor people exist. They absolutely do. I never said that they didn't.
Well, the reason I went to as poor as living in a car is because I'm trying to tell you that there's people who are much more successful than that just don't have the luxury of being able to pull their kids out of school and even spend that much time with them.
Yeah, no, that's false. That's incorrect.
No,
that's
it's not,
only if they decide that those things are more important than teaching their children. That's all.
No, there's single mothers who don't have enough money to pay. They have 3 kids. They have to pay for their food and the place for them to live every single day, every 2 weeks, every month, whatever it is, that they're gonna have to pay their rent, and so they don't have the luxury of.
Kosho, let me
going to
put
work
something
anymore.
into perspective real quick. I will give you an example. My father was in the United States Army fighting for this country, right? He broke his back. His back got broken in half. My mother left him with 3 little girls to himself with a broken back. How do you think we ate? How do you think we had a roof over our head? Do you think that man had time to worry about homeschooling us or the means to?
Great. And you think that the government teaching something extra in school would have fixed that problem and stopped her from leaving?
Absolutely, because my father probably would have never gone to the army just like me, because I wasn't taught that in school. And my last resort was to join the army. And I discovered a lot of things about how fucked up this world was. And that's what I'm saying. People do need help. And not everyone is fortunate enough to homeschool their children like you're suggesting.
If you think that your mother left your family because of a failure of the government to properly teach taxes or finances in school, you're either an ignorant or idiot or both.
Dude, Bob, I got to tell you, without even, I don't think I have to point it out. Like, you literally just missed everything she said.
No, I did not miss it.
She didn't express what you just expressed, man. And so the insults are based on your misinterpretation. She didn't say anything about the government, the government influencing that fact. She's talking about how why the situation that she was in specifically, in which case it would have definitely helped if if there was the people who were already responsible for teaching you, the government, public school, they were teaching you that as well.
Then why are children forced to go there?
Yeah, good question. I agree. Why are children forced to go there?
You better have a really big bank account for your children. I wish you the best.
Don't need one. I've never had a big bank account, and we're doing just fine. People need to reprioritize. They've been tricked, and I understand they've been tricked, and it's put them into very bad situations. And I never said that poor people or people who aren't in a good situation don't exist. But it doesn't have to do with the government failing to teach them taxes or finances or anything about their credit score. That's not why they're in a bad situation.
Yeah, but that's not really the point either. The point is
So
the
that
point
is
is just that
exactly
the
the point
no,
we've been discussing.
the point of bringing up the poor people
And no,
is
I
because
think
there is a
that is
pool. There
I
is
think that is a legitimate point
no, but
because my
hold on, Scar.
father would
Hold on,
never
Scar.
have joined the army in the first place if he knew better.
Yeah, right, but Scarlett. But
You
what I'm saying
that's a
is,
story you can tell yourself.
You can't say that.
hold
That's
hold
like
on.
you can't make that
We're
claim.
listening
You
to
don't
now.
know what your dad would have done. Really, you don't.
Exactly. That you can tell yourself a story about how his life would have been so different if he would have learned that in school. You don't know that. You can only assume that. You're telling yourself a story about how it would have been better if this, that, and the other thing that the government did.
Okay. Well, the point of bringing up the poor people, as I was trying to say, was just to describe to you that there is a pool. There's automatically, and it's a large portion of people. There's a large portion of people that don't have the opportunity outside of school, and so it's not to say that I'm not saying whatever the poor people exist for that reason. I am saying though that because they're not going to have the opportunity to learn that stuff outside of school. I think since they're already in the business of teaching kids and getting them ready for an adult, that should be on the required teaching and
Right. I understand that you're saying that they should. I'm saying that they shouldn't. I'm saying that they shouldn't be in that business at all of teaching that.
I know, but that's why I
about.
was clearing up the actual point of the argument though, because I'm not. I'm telling you why it should be, and you're saying so. I just told you again, like all those people are not going to have the opportunity otherwise. So why are you saying it's a bad idea for the government or for public schools to teach them if they're not going to have the opportunity
Because
otherwise?
they'll do a bad job and they don't need to be taught that by the government. They don't need to be taught that at all, really, but especially by the government. I don't want the government to teach them more stuff in a bad way like they already do. That seems like a bad way to try and solve that problem.
You don't think the government should teach about finances and
Absolutely not.
I think this argument is irrelevant in my own opinion, and I'm very open-minded. But honestly, you've lived a lifestyle outside of majority of society.
If you want, here's my 2 cents.
What
If you want
lifestyle is that?
children
Please.
to be educated, if you want children to be educated on the commercial realities of life, the last people in the world who should be doing it are school teachers. They're school teachers because they are not commercially minded. They are not in the business world. They're not in the real financial world. They go to work. They work 30 hours a week and they get
They
paid
toe
a
the
salary.
line. They hit the easy way out. It's now what's best for the kids. You're right.
No, but Zanik, hold on, because
Can I finish my thought? Can I finish my thoughts? I'll be out of the car in a minute, just quickly. What you need to do is get people, for example, not me, but like me, who have been in business for 30 years and who feel like they would like to contribute back to the younger generation and teach them some entrepreneurial ideas, some financial advice, things that they've learned over 30 years of real-world experience that will actually benefit the children going forward in their life. Not bloody school teachers who, have to spread their time between ancient Damascus history, English, and 10 other different things. That's my 2 bob.
No, but that's what I'm saying. That argument though.
Yeah, but
Hold on for a second. Hold on,
how does bloody English benefit
Sky.
people in a lifestyle that we're forced into living in this country? How does bloody English or history,
Scarlett? I don't think maybe you didn't hear me before. Oh yeah, right. The school teacher thing. You said that the school teachers shouldn't be teaching about this because they're kind of dumb or whatever. They're not the most knowledgeable people on the subject. But that's not an option. That's not an option. Is to replace you for them because the case is in this scenario. There's either teachers to teach them stuff or no one to teach them stuff. The teachers are the ones that are the teachers are the ones that are doing it because they're the ones that that are doing it. If they weren't doing it, it's not like somebody else would do it. You know what I mean? So we don't have the option.
They would. I'm telling you, they would. If I was approached, if I was given the opportunity to 2 hours a week go to a school and address a group of students on my commercial life experience, I would do it. There are people like me who would do it because we give a shit.
No, but that's what I'm saying. But you're not a teacher, right? So you decided not to become a teacher is what I'm saying to you. So you have the opportunity today. Okay. However, that's what I'm saying is the people everyone has the opportunity to do it and they're not doing it. So the people who are doing it are the teachers. They're the only options we have because they're the only ones doing it. This is the point. So just to say that, they shouldn't be the ones doing it. It should be, whoever. Yeah, cool. It should be maybe somebody more qualified. But they're the only ones there teaching them. So for that reason, they should be teaching them this as well.
If those are the only people teaching them, then that's a failure of the parents, not a failure of the school system.
The only thing the school needs to do, Kosho, is make a slight gap.
It's definitely a failure of the school system, and not necessarily the teacher's fault. It's how the government structures how schools should teach.
If the only people in those children's lives that are teaching them is school teachers from the public school system, the parents are failing their children.
Yeah, that goes without saying.
Totally understandable. That is totally understandable. But these kids are being sent to school and they have to go to work.
The solution is not to encourage the parents to keep failing by trying to prop the government into the position of teaching the children. That's not how you solve that problem.
Listen, guy, the point is right now, what you're saying is already available. Okay. So you don't have to, this stuff is not taught at schools and it's available for people outside of schools to teach children and teenagers about this kind of stuff. But the problem is it's not happening. This is what's being described. This is what is being urged is that but the people who are already have a responsibility to teach them something, it wouldn't hurt to teach them this thing. It would actually be beneficial for them before they become an adult. Of course, it'd be better for them to learn it from someone else.
The government teaches
but
things
there's no one else doing it.
And it would be bad to add more. Yes, it would. All of the opinion things should be removed.
I think the approach here or the point that Bob is trying to make is that solve a problem that it created. Like it all starts at home.
Yeah, but it's not about teaching them how to solve a problem. It's about teaching them how to balance your checkbook. That's it. How interest works, how bank loans work, how
based on the assumption that you should have a checkbook,
currencies
or that
work.
you should have a loan, or that you should be interacting with the bank. Those are all opinions that are going to have to be absolute whenever they go to teach. When they go to teach, they're going to have one curriculum that they teach all of the children in the room, and they're going to have to make a decision. Do we teach them that having a checkbook is a good thing or a bad thing for them in their life?
You don't have to do
having a loan is a good thing or a bad thing.
Can I ask everybody one question?
Oh yeah, ask the question.
Who all pays taxes?
Hold on, Scarlett.
No. Let me say something. Who all pays taxes in this group? I'm sure everyone does. And you know what? I do well for myself now. And so when I pay taxes, I'm paying for all of the people who cannot afford. And some of them don't put in the effort, and some of them are uneducated. So here's the point I'm making. If the school systems or whatever would just put in a little effort to teach people how to survive when they get on their own, maybe, all of the taxes that all of us are paying already would be, lessened. Like it wouldn't be as much because other people would understand how to balance a checkbook or how credit works or how the government's coming after their ass. The government don't give a shit. They don't. They want everyone in this situation. They want people to be poor. So they should absolutely be teaching this in school.
So just to be clear, government bad, they're terrible, they're bad at their job. Let's give them more things to teach to our children. That's your argument. Do you understand the insanity of that argument? You already agree the government is terrible, bad, awful at their job. Yes, let's go ahead and give them more things to teach our children.
Okay, I was trying to say something. I was trying to say something before, and this is exactly my point, is that the government, okay, so when you're teaching something, it's not, there's no requirement, and actually there's probably, I would voice against this, for them to, express their opinion on whether you should or should not take a loan. Because that's not at all how teaching how loans works. It does. They're not trying to sell one to you. They're showing you how taking a loan, how interest, how compound interest, and different currency markets and investing. They're just showing you how these things work and how to calculate, your checkbook, how to calculate interest, and
who's going to teach this stuff, Coach? Who is going to teach this stuff? The people you're wanting to teach it, they don't understand it themselves. They don't understand it themselves.
Yes, they do. What are you talking
No, they
about?
don't.
When I learned how compound
you think
interest
school
worked, it was
teachers
from
have
a
all got their
teacher.
financial affairs in order, and they're all, doing swimmingly well financially, and they all know how to invest money and how to balance a checkbook. You really think that's the case?
Yeah. So what you wouldn't do at a public school is you wouldn't begin to teach something that you don't have any clue about, right? So that's why I don't know why that's even a question. They don't teach
Okay, I'll tell you
languages
why.
that they
If
don't
you
know how
listen,
to
I'll
speak.
tell you why it's a question. So who is going to teach it? Somebody who's been taught what to teach? Is that your next step backwards in the
Do
equation?
you think compound interest works differently if you are a Democrat or Republican or an
It's
anarchist?
not political. There's nothing to do with politics.
Exactly.
So who is going to put together the curriculum as to what is good financial advice to give to these kids?
That's not what's being described as financial advice, like what to invest. No one's saying financial advice. We're saying how
okay, whether it's good to take a loan or not. Who's going to be the arbiter of what?
That's not a
What's a good
thing.
Who's going to be Kosho? Please just listen for a second. I know what I'm talking about here. Who is going to be the arbiter in the educational system to put together a lesson on whether taking a loan is a good idea or a bad idea? Who in the
Now I want you to
educational
listen
system
to
is
the
going to put
answer,
that together?
okay? Because you're not listening, all right? Because I've stated to you, it's actually the first thing I said was that no one says there's any necessity to teach whether it's a good idea to do it or whether it's good to take one or bad to take one. That's not what's being described. That's not what's being taught. We're talking about teaching how they work, how compound interest works, how to calculate interest over a year, how investments work, and how to balance your budget.
How investments work. Well, that's financial advice straight away.
It's not financial advice.
Kosho, let me just ask you this.
You throw this broad brush on how investments work. What does that even mean?
Listen to what Eggshells.
What sort of investment are you talking about? What sort of investment?
Investment advice is telling you like which stocks or which kind of risk profile to go for. Telling somebody that like generally speaking, blue chip shares will yield a smaller return but be stable over time. That's not financial advice. That's just good financial literacy.
Yeah, that's fine. But Kosho, would you agree then just to make sure that there's no opinions given whatsoever as far as the financial scenarios are concerned, that we have like an armed guard in every classroom, making sure the teacher never gives an opinion?
What are you talking about? You change the arguments. I'm going to let Writing, because Writing sound he's expressing what I've been stating. Hold on, dude. He's expressing it, but he's expressing it in a way that it sounds better hearing it from him. But no, dude, I don't know what you're asking an armed guard. No one's saying that they should give their opinions. I'm not saying that anyone stop them. You can't stop.
No one's trying to send the school kids through the Wolf of Wall Street. Okay, all I'm saying is they should do the bare fundamentals on how credit works.
Can I say something?
Like, you don't know how the government works.
Exactly, because the government has been taking advantage, and they don't teach you. They teach a lot of things in school, and I'm not going to disagree with some things are right or wrong, but these things should be fundamental. Like they should. Like it's not rocket science. These kids, including myself, when they get out of school, are released into this world, and they don't know shit about it. Then they get drowned in debt
then they're drowning, and then they have kids and a family, and then someone's like, oh, it's the parents' responsibility. The parents were never taught this either. So that's all I'm saying.
This is just a good way to like reduce things like, you know, entrenched debt and like debt slavery essentially within your population. It's just a good way to not have to pay later in life for these people who end up living off the system or going to prison or something like that.
Exactly.
So you think that
my point
that's
is,
a good way to get
my
rid of
point
debt?
is. That's exactly what my point is.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you.
So,
guys,
you
can I say
a
something
better
here?
idea for getting rid of debt is for the government to teach children about debt instead of just the parents teaching the children about what debt is and how to handle it. You think the government is going to do a good job and help the people get out of debt by teaching them about it?
Again, man,
the government
you're
terrible at teaching things.
You're making the wrong comparison, dude. Nobody in here is.
I think
You're making the wrong
teaching
dichotomy,
them
dude.
for the apparent reason. They're not teaching them for the apparent reason because when people get in debt and they can't pay bills and they have to rely on the government and then charge everyone else taxes, it's a reoccurring cycle. If you guys don't understand that, I don't know what's wrong with you.
So the government that you already agree is dishonest and bad and wants people to be poor, you want them to teach people about debt. And you think they'll do a good job of that. That's
what we're just responding to. This is what we're just saying to you a second ago. That you're making the wrong comparison. You're hold on, Bob, because if you don't get this because you're not listening. If you have two scenarios, one where the government is either going to teach people how finances work, or the public schools are going to teach them how finances work, or the parent at home is going to teach the kids how finances work. Obviously, in the situation where the parents are more qualified or know more, it makes more sense that they would do that. If those are the two scenarios, that's not the two scenarios that we're talking about. We're talking about a scenario where the government either teaches it because some people don't get taught that at home, or the government doesn't teach it. These are the two scenarios.
Yeah, that's the only reason those are scenarios is because you've decided you don't like the other ones enough to include them. You're saying that they're too hard, or they're too inconvenient, or the parents don't want to, or whatever.
They're not available. That's the problem.
You decided to remove them yourself.
They're not available. That's the problem.
Yes, they are. That's what I'm saying. They are available. You're wrong.
Yeah, this is why we brought up why there's people who don't have the opportunity. There's people who do not have the opportunity. There's people who are not going to be taught that at home.
What you're saying is inaccurate.
Because that's the case, because there's not people who are going to be taught that at home, no matter how hard you wish it to be true, they're not going to be taught it at home. So for that reason, it's not available. It's not available that if they don't get taught at school, they're going to be taught it somewhere else. That's not an available scenario.
One of the important things here is this not instead of parents teaching them, you can still teach these civics lessons to your kids if the government's doing it if the schools are doing it as well. Right?
That's not the point.
What that means is you then have kids who come from families where mum and dad just don't get this. They buy 2 packets of smokes each week and then go, why don't I have enough money for food for my kids? But then you stand a chance that those kids go to a school where they are taught it and that they might have a better future.
Where they are taught it by the people that we already all agree don't want them to be successful in that area.
I want them to be independent and successful.
Just to be clear, that's
they don't. Actually, they don't.
People who don't want them to do a good job
teaching
them this stuff, right?
Kids to be successful.
It's the system.
Yeah,
it's not the teacher.
exactly.
It's the system.
So if they go to school,
what are you talking about? There is a system in place.
Okay. Very simple terms. In very simple terms.
You're not in the United States.
Where's your evidence?
They will put part of the curriculum towards teaching an 11-year-old or a 13-year-old about ancient Macedonian history, but they won't put any of the curriculum towards teaching someone how to balance a checkbook or how to conduct themselves in a job interview or the things that matter in life. So that is not a system which has been geared to the overall exit of that child into the real world as a functioning, successful part of society. The system is not designed to make kids successful when they leave school. It's designed to put them into the next phase of the system.
Exactly. So who gives a fuck about ancient history? ancient history doesn't pay the bills. It
That's right.
doesn't teach you. Like, I don't understand. That's why I dropped out of school. I never made sense of it. It does not put you how the government has things set up. They do not set you up for success. They feed you a lot of history and science and math. And, you know, some of that's good, but how is that setting you up for success?
Exactly. So the
But I
system that has
what
failed for years and years and years and years, you want to go ahead and expand that system to include some more stuff.
I don't think it's failed for years and years and years. I mean, in America, certainly the stats
I'm
on
not
things like
saying that it
literacy
has
in
based on
America.
me. She just
Oh,
said it
fucking
has.
hell,
They
Jesus! I guess I'm not going to
disagreed.
speak today. All right, I'll come back tomorrow.
There's a lot of over talking, and yeah, it'd be nice if
I don't think that there are any schools or any teachers who are deliberately ruining kids' lives, deliberately trying to set them up. Now, if they're teaching the wrong things, then what you're talking about is changing the curriculum. It's great. Change the curriculum. That's a good idea.
Great. You're an idiot or ignorant or both. Fantastic.
Right, and you're a fuckwit. Great. Now we're insulting one another. Is this what you learned in your homeschooling? How to have a reasonable conversation by calling somebody an
I
idiot?
wasn't homeschooled.
Okay.
I mean, I guess I was for like a few months or something, but mostly it was just public school and
Right.
stuff.
Where did you learn the idiot thing? Where was that? Was that a part of the schooling?
No, I
Yeah,
figured
well,
that out
well,
myself. That people are sometimes idiots or ignorant
if
or
you
sometimes
disagree
wrong.
with them, they're obviously an idiot. It's not
No,
that they
it's not
might have
because
a
I
valid
disagree
point
with
that
you.
you
It's
haven't
because you're
understood
wrong
fully yet.
and you're
It's that they're an
insisting on
idiot.
being wrong.
Okay.
Rather than thinking about it intelligently and logically, you're insisting on being wrong instead when you don't have to be.
What?
Right, but you
Wait a
don't.
minute. Wait. Intelligent, logically, hey, Bob, do you think the Earth is flat? Yes or no?
Hold on, Zach. With the
No. Because it's a very important question for Bob right now. After all this, I've been listening to you the whole time, by the way. So,
yeah, I know. It's just gonna take it to this room.
Bob, do you think the Earth is flat?
No.
Okay, good.
To me, the goal of an education, having an education system rather than letting parents do it themselves is multifaceted. One is obviously it frees the parents up to work more. But one of them is a goal that I think every parent should have. I'm not a parent, so take this with a grain of salt. Is they should be smarter than their kids, than their parents. Each kid should be cleverer and get stuff better than their parents. There's stuff that my parents just don't get, just because I don't know. The education system was different back then. They got taught different things. It was a lot of it. Yeah, sure, was like ancient history and stuff that I don't see as that useful. Well, I do actually. I think that the skill of learning things is useful, but I don't think that we should just be like trying to create our own little carbon copies with the same biases and the same prejudices and call that effective for society. I get why parents want it, but I think it's a bad, selfish aim.
Love.
I think it's mostly parents don't want their kids to question them or challenge them.
You know, I think the one point that you said, eggshells, and I think that this is the main point that really needs to be driven home is public schools teaching this, right? If public schools were to teach people about finances and interest rates and all this, I mean, all the above, whatever, just how they work and what it does to your, how much money you can have after 10 years if you take a loan or invest in this or whatever the case is. So the schools teach this, the public schools teaching this doesn't make it unavailable to be taught at home. It doesn't take away parents at home or, other private, classes or whatever to teach these things as well. So I don't see why it would be detrimental for the government to teach this, to kids who go to school, just in case the many people who don't get the opportunity outside of school, just in case they have at least an outlet for learning the same thing.
You've got an option
Well,
for
Kosho, if you look
to
at the
still have a
big
strong
picture,
society, even if you've got
Kosho, if you look at the big picture, there's a reason they're not teaching them.
Scarlett, I think you were talking over eggshells, but
I'm so sorry. There's a reason that this is not taught in schools, and this is my point. Because they do not want people to be successful.
I agree, maybe possibly, but eggshells.
I don't think there's anybody that wants kids to be unsuccessful. I mean, one of
Well,
the most reliable ways to get voted in is talk about the kids. Right. Well, sorry, second most reliable. First most reliable is make them scared of someone. But I think it's a very effective strategy for good reason. People want kids to be better, but I think that the challenge comes because I think a lot of the concern, it sounds like from your side, Bob, is that they'll be indoctrinated into thinking the Earth's a globe and that evolution is real and that kind of stuff. Is that part of it?
Nope, that has nothing to do with it.
Nothing to do with it? Okay.
No.
Yeah, well,
certainly for many of the people I've talked to who do homeschooling, that's maybe not very first, but it is.
It has nothing to do with our discussion
in their reasoning.
She just said it again, that they do a bad job, that they try to make them unsuccessful.
Bob, you're interrupting this guy now.
What's that?
You're interrupting Jace.
Go ahead, Jace.
No, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
She just said it again, that the government wants them to not be successful. She agrees. Now, whether or not I agree with that doesn't matter, eggshells. She has said it herself. She thinks that the government doesn't want them to be successful. And the argument is, this government that has done a bad job and doesn't want them to be successful, she's arguing we should let them teach the things that she thinks are key to their success, even though they already don't want them to be successful. We should let them teach those things that she thinks are key to the success.
I get that. I don't.
I
agree
think
with
that
that.
if I'm sending my child to a public school, they should be educated on how to be successful.
Scarlett, can you hear other
it's
people?
mandatory.
Even though you know that the government
hold on,
doesn't
Bob.
want
I think
them to be successful, you want the government to teach them those things anyway.
I think you should let eggshells reply because I don't think she
Not
heard him.
necessarily. It's just because it's mandatory for them to go to school. So if I had a child and someone said, if you don't send your child to school, you're going to go to jail, I'd like my child to be educated on things that would make them successful.
So, okay, but that's the thing. The people that you already understand don't want them to be successful. What you're saying is, if they have to go to school, go ahead and let those same people teach them the thing that you think is key to their success. You think that the people who want them to fail, want them to not do well, are going to do a good job in teaching the right things about those important items?
Absolutely not. And that's what they've been failing at this entire time.
So why do you want them to teach it? Why are you arguing?
Because they don't have it. They don't have it available otherwise. That's the whole point.
Why are you arguing for a bad job instead of no job?
Why? Because that's a better choice. That's a better choice, dude. Is it better to almost save? Is it better to do a bad job at saving someone's life or not save their life? Is it better to do a bad job at trying to save your money or not saving money at all? Right? Doesn't really make sense to go for the one that just neglects it completely.
It's a kind of it seems like an all or nothing approach, but I also don't agree with the fundamental principle that the government doesn't want the best for us. I mean, I'm not sure that they do, but I don't think it is the case that they are going out of their way to fuck over people's lives.
Right. You've established
I totally disagree with that. I did 9 years active duty Army, and I totally disagree with that statement.
Yep. I've been alive for 39 years, and I do agree with me.
The things that you mentioned, Kosho, are physical things. Okay? They're very direct things. They have nothing to do with the mental state. They're two completely different subjects. Teaching somebody incorrectly can cause way more damage than them not learning it at all to begin with, until someone who knows what they're doing teaches them how to do it.
Yeah, but that can happen regardless. So them learning outside of, like, if you learn it incorrectly, or you learn something, like if you learn how to do compound interest wrong in school, which is not going to happen, then somebody else teaches you how to do it correctly. That's not going to hurt you that you learned how to do it. Like, they taught me this in school. If you don't learn it at all and you never get the opportunity outside afterward, because if you get the opportunity to learn it from somebody who actually knows it outside of school, in either case, you're going to be in the same situation. However, if you don't learn it in the first place and you don't know how to do it, then there's no benefit at all to that. That doesn't put you.
You're not in any worse position, and you're in the position where you don't learn it. You're not in a worse position. In the position where you learn it badly, you could be in a far worse position. Take an electrician, you want to learn about electricity, and you go to a guy who's going to teach you poorly, you could end up getting in a way worse situation than if you just didn't mess with it at all.
Yeah, but they don't have the opportunity to not mess with
So
bouncing
what's
their
the
budget.
point of sending the kids to school at all then?
Hold on, sir.
Yeah, good question, Scarlett. I agree.
Your example about the electrician is quite good. Do you have any examples of people you know who've been taught these kind of things, civics or sex ed, particularly like practical life skills, who were taught them at school, who are worse off than if they hadn't been taught them by the school?
Yeah, like 90% or more of our society. Yes.
So 90% or more of our society. Could you pick out some examples then? People who were taught civics and are in a worse place for having been taught civics by the school.
Are you saying pick out examples of people who are specifically themselves in a worse position?
No, just would have been taught incorrectly.
Story or example, anecdote. I'm just trying to understand your position because at least for me, the advantage or whatever you might call it is that you're going to have some good parents who will teach this to their kids and some shit parents who don't. You'll have some good schools who teach this well and some shit schools who don't.
I will
Thankfully, the curriculum
interrupt
means
real
that the
quick.
floor on the bottom.
It's not shit parents sometimes. It's just life happens and they
What has been taught incorrectly? Is there an example?
No, but you gotta let Eggshells finish, Danik, real quick.
No, but he was asking a question that wasn't answered.
He got cut off.
I'm just
He was asking a question, but it didn't get answered. What was being taught incorrectly?
Is what's the advantage in not teaching it? Where is the disadvantage in teaching it?
So the whole conversation was based on the underlying premise that it's not being taught. So no, I don't have any examples for you of them being taught it and it resulting poorly right now because the underlying premise is that it's not being taught. My argument is that it should be taught.
It is in Australia. Sex ed and civics both get taught in Australia. You get the gist of how to do a tax form. You get taught about balancing your books for business if you do business studies. Simple things like that.
There's home economics as well. If you have that class, it's
they're usually elective, so they're usually ones you do, and they're quite often viewed as a bit of a bludge subject. But they, as a bludge subject, I sometimes think they're better in that position because you give them to kids who are otherwise like lazy and underperforming, and then at least they're out.
But and math too. Math has been taught compounding interest, how compounding interest, future values. There's a little bit of that taught in math.
The premise of this conversation was all based on the premise of it's not being taught now, and she thinks it should be taught because it not being taught has led to people failing.
Okay, so
I tend to agree with you there. I think there should be a required class that really doesn't just spend time like math does with here's how compounding interest works. Let's really spend a whole quarter or a semester talking about how you investing, what stocks are, what your interest rates are, how that really applies to day-to-day life. Credit cards, checking, investing in a bond, investing in a stock, all that should be done. It wouldn't be that hard to do at a high level. And I think everyone would be a lot better off if they were taught it at a young age, because most people I speak to are clueless. And I think you're right. It's because it hasn't been taught in school. These people are ill prepared for a lot of things in life.
Yeah, but he's arguing that it shouldn't be taught. The public schools
should be teaching this question. So are they? You think they're teaching the right things that they're not? Are they teaching them? Is the globe round, or is the flat Earth?
Of course, the globe is round, and of course, they're teaching the globe is round. They're teaching briefly about interest rates.
Exactly. So that's what I'm saying. There's so many things that they're not teaching these children.
Now they can challenge it later. They're equipped by going to class, learning trigonometry, learning math to be able to. They're equipped to actually challenge that later on. But right now, we're teaching them all the right things. We're not teaching some things enough, I think. How to really reason and think and use logic to be able to figure things out like that even at a younger age. But that's okay. It's not that they shouldn't be taught these things. They should be taught even more. They should not be taught less of these certain things. And they should be taught about finances because you can't if you teach at a high level, there's no bias or any wrongness in doing so because you're just teaching about here's how money works. Here's how interest rates work, how credit cards work, here's how buying stocks are, that kind of thing. Here's how at the end of the year, this is why you pay taxes, this is how the tax system works, here's how deductions work. That has no bias. That's just education, and they should be doing more of that. So not less, but more. Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if we lived in pretend land where nobody ever gave their subjective opinions or biases at all whatsoever during their class, then maybe that would be reasonable. Except
Now,
we understand that we live in reality and that they are going to decide on something. If they're going to make the curriculum, they are going to make decisions on these things, and they are going to teach it because that's the way it works.
Right. I don't believe that they are. I agree with you to a certain extent that certain things, like debatable subjects, like that aren't hardened sciences that are done, but they're evidence based, and the evidence can go either way. Those kind of ideals and science should have the ability for the kids to challenge. In fact, they should divide the room up in two sections and say, here's the people that feel one way and versus the other versus what we've taught. And they should have debates, live debates, rather than force, this is the way it is, this is fact, that whole liberal type of attitude. Like, no, this is already established facts. There's no questioning the science. The science is settled. And you know where I'm going with this. That's not science. Science is not settled just because the consensus believes it is.
I'm wondering if this is just an issue with the way the education systems are in different countries. Because in Australia, a lot of what you're describing is very similar to how it actually is. It's most of what you're taught is like, well, you get taught facts, but like history is a good example where you when studying history, are more likely to be studying like the weight of sources and how to decide who might be biased. Or he was writing for the other guy, so he might have been, basically shilling for his patriarch or the person who was paying him to write the history, and weigh your sources. And you weren't just asked to learn things and regurgitate them in exams. That was a long dead thing. It was very much about how do you make a decision.
Yeah,
that's why I wanted to ask you.
What they described was not my experience with the education system, be it public or college education system in America.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, Charles, because I talked to an Australian kid, and this was a couple years ago, and he was just telling me that one thing he's noticed. It was right when I got into this community, and he was talking to people in this community as well. And he was saying one thing he noticed is that in Australia, they actually teach you one thing that's fundamental to the teaching is actually how to reason, not just what to think or what the facts are, but kind of how to come to reason, like how to reason through things. And I think that's kind of what you were expressing. I was going to ask you if that's kind of if that's basically if that's taught, because that's not taught like that here at all.
Yeah, it's it was like if you just give the facts of World War II, particularly in history and English and subjects that lean more towards that, but even in maths, like you can get 100% the wrong final answer in maths. But if you show that you're using the right formula and you can understand what the question's asking, and you're trying to work towards it, but you sort of move a decimal or something, you can still get full marks for a question. Same thing goes in history. If you correctly say, well, the war started because Archduke Franz Ferdinand was shot, you're not going to get very good points. But if you analyze it and go, well, these people might think this, but there's also a good case for that, and this is why I think this, and weigh your sources or balance it or show your reasoning for something, that's how you get marks. It's not a favored system in many parts of the world because the more poorly paid your people are. Also, I think the more students you have, just in raw number of exams you've got to mark, it becomes incredibly complex to mark in that way. Whereas, like, did they say Archduke Franz Ferdinand tick cross is a much easier way to mark. You can get computers to mark 1 million exams for you rather than have teachers sit down who, Bob said, they might have biases, they might disagree with you, but they might not like your handwriting or something.
Okay, right. No. That's interesting, and I don't want to take away from what Jay said though too, because he's saying that he had a different experience. I don't know if you're speaking to some. I don't know if Jay's, because I didn't go to high school, by the way, at all. I didn't go to high school, so I'm saying that they don't teach them this reasoning thing. But I've just heard that it's not taught like that here, like the reasoning kind of way that eggshells.
Probably not. I would say probably not to the extent. I mean, I don't know what the extent of it is in Australia, but you are taught. It's like a mixture of just kind of being able to take what's taught to you and kind of repeat through it, but also, be able to deduce conclusions from it, be it your own conclusions or what the obvious conclusion is. It's like a mixture of those from that's my personal experience, especially once I got to college, because I was doing a science degree. You were never just taught facts to repeat. That all stopped after high school, but even through high school it was a mixture, I'd say.
Yeah, and I just wanted to just put an end or bookend on the conversation. I think that's kind of what we're talking about being taught is not something that is really opinion is going to influence, because we're talking about how compound interest works, how interest rates work, how how the currencies, and banking, all that stuff works, and how to balance your checkbook. And these are just just showing you how to calculate them, what the outcome is, how to determine variables, like if you make this much or invest this much or whatever. I mean, those sorts of things aren't subjective. That's not entirely, or not. Maybe if in some context, but just describing how the math works and what the numbers outcome are is not going to be subjective. So
yeah, it's. I think there's
how is it different than math?
It makes the studies more interesting. Like I remember with calculus, just being like, "The fuck do I use this for? This is so pointless." Being so annoyed because I wasn't very mathematical. But then when they could explain, like, here's how you might do it, or like when we're doing trig and they're going, "You want to know the height of a building?" I'll be like, "When do I want to know the height of a building?" And then I'm like, "Oh yeah, arguing with flat earthers, I need to know trig." But yeah, they're more useful skills.
yeah, it was true. Actually, I do like math, so I can't agree with. But I like the practical questions, like they'll be like, like in calculus, like how do you determine the volume of a vase or something like that, like a odd shape and a weird vase or something. And sometimes it might come. I mean, it might come up in reality, right? So.
And I even think there's advantage in, like, like somebody was saying before, the ancient Mesopotamians. Why do we need to know about that? I think is like some of it, yes, but I mean, indeed, when I travel around, or even when like Ukraine kicks off, is anybody else like this? Some new conflict kicks off in some part, and you're like, where the fuck is Ukraine? I know it's somewhere near Russia. And why are they arguing with one another? And what's the history of that? And whether, like, I do think that's useful, but I think even in a broader sense, it's about learning how to learn things. If you're good at learning about the Mesopotamians, then you'll go to your new job and you'll be pretty good at picking up how the accounts department runs things.
Although I agree with how you expressed that and what you said, I do see a different value, and it's kind of like a TV show. I don't know if you ever seen like a long fucking series like Game of Thrones, or I don't know, some fucking long series that has a lot of fucking intricate parts. Obviously, if you understand, like, you're gonna understand the context of whatever's happening in the world at some later point, because you understand all the intricate parts that happened in the past. You understand, and there's history repeats itself, and characters and archetypes reemerge. That you see how they've behaved and how other people responded and how that resulted. And so I think there's value in having a catalog of these sorts of things, but that's just general knowledge and general wisdom or whatever.
Yeah, the main point for me is I see many advantages, but I don't see any disadvantages.
Right.
That's why I was asking you, Bob. Has Bob gone? I was trying to understand what's the disadvantage of teaching them.
I think at first that's why I said that it's not opinionated, because I think they were implying that they're going to teach you, because they were saying, they were using the words is it is it good? Is it good to get a loan or bad to get a loan, basically, like putting their opinions into it, like, urging you to get one versus avoiding you. Yeah, but that's ultimately not. Yeah.
What is a loan? How do they work? How is interest calculated? What can be the
No,
advantages
no,
or
Bob
disadvantages?
was suggesting that it's the parent's responsibility all the time, even though he doesn't understand some parents have to work. That was his suggestion.
Right. Okay. You know, it's true though. I probably would, and it's a luxury, to be honest with you. It's not a thing that everyone can do. But when I do have kids, and I'll have many, probably hundreds, I will. I would prefer to have a sort of like a private. 'Cause I would hope I had the opportunity to educate them, or lead them through an education as long as I can. Obviously, it's going to get to a point where they're going to learn things that I can't teach them, right? But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think the richness and variety is the key. Like, people put too much in schools, whereas I think that the if you've got kids who are like interested in figuring stuff out, so they go, well, you know, I'll go and learn from this person or that person, or you know, go and like, particularly if you've got the opportunity to like go and hang out with somebody. I got to go oyster farming for a bit. Not sure that oyster farming is a super useful skill, but it's like I did learn a bunch of other stuff while I was doing that for a couple of months.
Well, if you're ever in a Lord of the Flies situation, you're gonna be a pretty fucking cool dude.
I'll be able to eat the rocks.
Like oyster
only need to be
farming.
told one phrase when it comes to debt. What is it? Loan denied.
Well, anyways, I think we're beating a dead horse at the end of the day because to me it's kind of obvious that I think maybe we're getting our argument a little bit it was misinterpreted, because it certainly should be beneficial to anybody that in lieu of them not teaching it at all and no one ever teaching it to them, at least having the opportunity there to someone who's inadequate maybe in some people's opinion, but at least it's at least they're getting somewhat of a groundwork.
I mean, I think that I don't think that they should be taught that debt's bad. Debt can be super useful.
Right. Yeah.
It can be a great way to run most big businesses run off significant amounts of debt. Education system runs off debt, although I think that's a bit of a piece of shit. I think I prefer the Nordic model of just give it away for free.
Yeah, but even then, though, I mean, I'm sure you take classes on that. You know, I guess in the college or something like that. But I don't think.
No, Kosha,
hold on for a second, because I'm saying that I don't think that that the public schools should put their opinions in it, and whether or not it's a good thing or a bad thing. They should just show you the benefits of doing it versus not doing it. Like, show you how compounded interest or investments and that kind of stuff work, and show you how like loans and stuff like that. Like models, how to make models.
I don't think it should be at that extent. By no means. That's not what I'm saying. And I do agree with you. There is debt, and that's how rich get richer, by debt. I do agree with that. But what I'm saying, when you're first starting off in life and you're being hounded by creditors and you don't know what to do, that should be touched upon in school. Because I'm in real estate and I understand that you can make money being in debt. But when these young kids know nothing about it, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, and that's the thing. That like, if you get that mixed information, I think good, dead, bad is too simple. It's too. It's not helpful enough. And then when somebody goes, "Crap, my rent's due, and I'm going to get kicked out because it's the third time I'm late on rent. Should I get a payday loan? I have to now. I don't
Exactly.
Let me address something just quickly that you said. When you're talking about teaching kids about compound interest or loans or whatever, What you're saying, it stops a step short, because unless in teaching that you give it some context of application, all you are doing is teaching basic mathematics. Teach compound interest simply teaches mathematics. You need to, this is where you run into a problem. You then have to say to the child, how does this affect you in life?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you're giving them. You're not telling them that they should do it. You're showing them how it's done and how to calculate what it looks like in either case. That's usually what. So when it comes to hold on for a second. Hold on for a second so I can respond to what you're saying, dude. Hold on, dude. Because you asked the question. You're making me forget what I was in the middle of saying to you. So you're not telling them that they should do it, but you're saying, okay, if you get loans, if you're offered a loan, this is how you calculate what that actually is going to cost you and how it builds and that kind of stuff. It's not telling you to do it or not to do it. It's just showing you how to calculate and model it, and what.
Yeah, they do that in mathematics. That's just mathematics. It's irrelevant to life. Unless
it's irrelevant to life.
Why is it irrelevant
to life?
life?
Unless you give it context.
Yeah, but that's you're giving it. That's what you're doing. You're showing them examples of debt and
muddy water.
Let me tell you something. You're talking about teenagers here. I worked at a Army boot camp as a drill sergeant with teenagers for almost 7 years. I'm simplifying it. The only thing I'm saying is they need to be aware when they are in school that if they take out a credit card and they don't pay it back, there's something called credit. They don't know about that. They don't know about that. And if you don't pay it back, then they're in debt. And then they will rack up this debt. And then the next thing you know, their credit scores at a 400 and they don't even know what the hell hit them. And now
a life skill is to teach them to identify that there are predators in the world who will offer you easy money that seems wonderfully simple to get, but it often has a high interest rate attached to it. And where you buy a car for $2,000, you'll eventually pay $10,000 once you've paid that car off. That's the kind of thing that needs to be explained to these kids. There is no easy money in life.
And Kosho, he's right, but he's getting really far into it. These kids don't even know what credit means. When I was 18 and I got these cards and cell phones and stuff, I had no idea. And there's so many out there, and it's still going on. They're vultures, and they don't teach you this in school. That's the only thing I'm saying. I'm not trying to teach these kids, like I said before, Wolf of Wall Street, how to become a millionaire, flipping stocks and shit.
No, but in order to explain to them what you guys are saying, you should express to them. The thing that you're saying you should express to them is how to calculate compound interest, because you're talking about how a loan that you take today. Hold on. They're just showing them how they take a loan that they're taking.
They're not understanding.
Hold on for a second. Hold on.
That comes down the line, though.
Scarlett, I'm gonna lose track of what I'm saying. Yeah, those kids. Fuck.
You're talking about calculating compound interest, Coach. That's what they're talking about.
Yeah, exactly.
What you're talking about is the interest when you take out a loan to buy a car or for a credit card, what you're eventually going to pay in total to pay that amount back. That's compound interest. It can be calculated with a simple formula.
Right.
That's what Kosho is talking about. Not everyone has had this experience that they weren't taught about people trying to take advantage of them in credit, because I was starting in middle school. I was taught about these things. So trying to make these blanket statements is just not applicable to everyone. And I'm not 30 yet, so I'm still within the younger generation. And I can tell you we were taught about that.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. It's not complex. Like you said, to calculate compound interest is just a simple equation. And when you get given a loan, when you're offered a loan, they're going to tell you, how much is the loan and how what the interest rate is. And once you have the information, you can calculate what that's going to look like over time. And you need to understand this in order to know what it means when someone offers you, $500 loan, at 25%, weekly or whatever. You don't know what that actually means. It's one thing to tell somebody that be careful, this is going to happen, but you got to show them how to see it.
That makes perfect sense. Let me ask a question to you guys. When you guys got dropped off and kicked out of the house and out of school, did any of you did you know about credit?
Yeah, I got the gist of it.
Who taught you?
Mixture of my parents and learning this in stuff like business studies and maths and stuff at school in exactly the way that we're describing.
You have to understand,
And what country are you from?
He's in Australia, so.
Well, that makes a difference, probably.
Well, I learned the same things in America. I learned about compound interest. I learned about predatory loans and people trying to take advantage of you with credit. Starting in middle school, I learned about these things.
Yeah, see, that's good. I think
I'm really confused because I know, and I worked with teenagers I'm from the South, like Louisiana region. This isn't taught down here.
Oh, well, I'm in the New York City region, so maybe that's why.
Yeah, I think
that's a big possibility.
I think this is a conservative liberal divide as well, because liberals are more likely to instill power in the government that it's able to do these things and be trusting of the government when it does those things, and also is more likely to be okay with their kids having different worldviews to them. Whereas the more conservative you go, the more the idea that I don't care if they're learning about compound interest, if they're learning about evolution, then that's bad. So I wouldn't surprise me if sort of virtually red versus blue or city versus country.
That's what I'm thinking right now, and it's breaking my heart. Do you think that?
I think conservative people try to do the best for their kids and end up doing the opposite, because they end up with kids that just believe and think the same things they are, which in my view is a failure as a parent. If your kid grows up too similar to you, you fucked up somewhere, in my view.
Hey man, one of my kids is going to be a clone, so.
So you guys think, like more of the red states or the blue states or whatever were just taught completely differently?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, each state has its own board of education, doesn't it? You don't have nationally set syllabuses.
So we don't have nationally set syllabuses, but we do have we have things that are that reach into all the federal mandates and things like that. But yeah, there's some liberties, for teaching this or teaching that in different states and stuff like that. So it would make sense that would be one of the things that could be taught in some states and not taught in others. Yeah.
I'm listening to you guys, and this is breaking my heart because I had no idea that it was such a divide on education.
You want to hear what someone told me the other day? I was doing a Lyft ride, and I had a guy in my car, and he told me that he recently found out that he was actually left-handed his whole life. But he went to schools in Texas, in like a small town, and the teacher, and I think he honestly said it was a private school too. But regardless, the teacher basically would. I think he said he would basically get reprimanded for using his left hand when he's being taught how to write. So he's like basically forced or punished, to write with his right hand, basically.
There's old stories of Catholic schools in Australia like that too. It's where the word sinister comes from, isn't it? Which is something to do with left-handed.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, there's that That's actually a sin in certain last Thursdayism. That's for some reason last Thursdayism. That's one of the rules. Is left-handedness is forbidden.
Yeah, they'd go around. Apparently, go around with rulers and.
You know, when I was deployed to Iraq, they would only wipe their asses with their left
Well,
hand.
that's Muslims. That's what Muslims do. But you were talking over eggshells again. I don't know if you heard him.
It's interesting. That's.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, good.
Were you saying eggshells? You said it's interesting.
What was I saying?
It's
Oh
interesting.
yeah, India as well. They've got
Yeah.
this idea if you wipe with your left and do everything else with your right.
You know what's funny is there was a dude in Discord. I can't remember who it was, but he actually made an argument for that, and it made sense. I was like, "Well, what the hell?" But because Muslims, and I have a funny story too. But because but it's Muslims and other cultures also, they don't use toilet paper. They use, that's why bidets are there, because they clean it off and that kind of thing.
So much better. Yeah, people who wipe their ass with a bit of tissue and then go, "Oh, my butt's clean. I'm going to go about my day."
Yeah, well, someone compared it to
That's what I'm telling you. You got to wash it with water.
someone compared it to a bird pooping on them.
Yeah, but not everyone has that
Yeah, I
luxury,
think it was
like a
me.
bidet, you know.
When you get shat on by a bird, you don't just get out a tissue and wipe off your arm and go, "That's good." What do? You get out a tissue, wipe off the main gunk, and then go to a bathroom, wash off
Wait a
your
minute.
butt.
How long have I known? How long have you been in this community? How long have you been? When were you in this community?
We had
Like,
this conversation like a month ago.
no, but I know I had this conversation like 3 years ago or something.
right.
I can't remember who it was with, but there was a couple of people who were saying that, but somebody who wasn't a Muslim was saying something. It might have been you, but yeah, they made a similar argument about like a bird pooping on them, and then would you take out a tissue or would you actually wash it off? And which one would you feel cleaner doing? And I was like, actually, it kind of makes sense, but it still doesn't change my intuition. So.
All you got to do is get yourself one of those hoses. You can buy them at the hardware store for like $5, and then you don't even need tools to install them on your cistern. Hangs on a little hook beside the thing. Just squirt your butt with that for a day, and you'll never go back. Like, how everybody's like, "I only poop at home." My reason for pooping at home is like, I got to be able to wash my butt.
Yeah, well,
dry and then have a totally clean tissue that I'm like, "Oh, it's dry. It's just mopped up some water, but no more poop," and I chuck it away, and then I never have an itchy butt.
Well, it makes sense if you have a good setup. Because I remember in Bahrain, even that's where all the bathrooms had hoses next to them and stuff. And I think they even sell a like portable bidet thing. Like I forget what it's called. It's like called God, I gotta remember what it's called. But it's like you put it over your toilet seat, and it's like a
sort of snaps on the back of the bowl.
Yeah, something like that.
You just have to synchronize the time you used to take a shit and the time you used to take a shower. Just do one, then the other.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
that's another good strategy. If I'm staying elsewhere, I'm just like, well, I only poop right before I shower.
Yep.
That's
right.
But yeah, so I mean, this all came from, because we're talking about right-handedness, left-handedness. But and I can't remember why I brought that up, but
Sorry, so I was being a little immature there.
You were talking about the origin of sinister, how it came from religious people saying that left-handed people were sinister.
Well, no. I mean, that's why we talked about that. But I'm saying I don't remember what inspired me to bring up that the guy who was forced by his teachers to do it the wrong way or whatever. It doesn't matter. Oh, I think it's because we were talking about different schoolings in different states.
Yeah, that's what
that's
we're
right.
talking about. I'm so sorry.
No, yeah, no, that's fine. I was just trying to remember why I brought that up. So yeah, my point of bringing that up though is, yeah, like he lived in a conservative small town place where like they were strict on things that they probably shouldn't have been strict on, and he kind of suffered his whole life because of it. Basically, he only just recently learned he was left-handed.
Just so bizarre to me. People, the only way to get people to be assholes to one another, I reckon, is to convince them that they're right. short of psychopaths, the only way to get somebody to do something horrible to their kid is make them think, oh, this is the only way to do it right. You don't teach kids that, you know, every sperm is sacred and they might end up being nice to gay people. We couldn't have that now.
I think though there's a tough balance because the delicate balance, because the younger a child is, the more impressionable they are, and the less they understand. You actually, you do kind of have to only explain things in a simple, almost rigid way, unless you're just skilled at. And there's people who are skilled at doing it, and that's why they end up. Like Richard Feynman talks about how his dad used to teach him stuff when he was a kid, when he used to ask questions, and I think that's exactly how you end up with really smart people. Is having a parent who knows how to deal with that kind of stuff. But otherwise, you have to kind of be rigid.
I think honestly, with a child, and I've dealt with children, you have to coordinate it where they come up with their own solutions and make them realize that they are capable of making solutions.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I just mean when they ask questions like why do things fall down and stuff like that. Why do things fall down, or what happens when people die, stuff like that. It's like you almost have to if you're lazy. Now you don't have to, because like I said, there is a way to communicate with them that ultimately gives them a more insightful. But often, if you don't have the time and they're asking 1,001 questions, and you want to explain it to them, your only option is to kind of be rigid about it.
No, you ask them, in a very childlike way, with them, what their solution, what do they think, what their solution is, how would they handle this situation.
Yeah, but you're talking about situational stuff. I'm talking about like questions about like reality or something, like I said, like how gravity, like how things fall down, for example. Like a kid asks, how do things fall down? You might not have the opportunity to give them the full understanding of Einstein relativity and all that kind of stuff. So you kind of have to give them a simplistic, as simplistic. I mean, as complex as they can comprehend. Unless, like I said, unless you're just a very adept and clever parent who can, like you said, you're right. You can word things, ask them questions in a way, and get them to think about it in a way in which they start to understand it themselves. But it really just depends on how capable that child is and how clever the parent is.
Very true.
I think that's the one thing that I've learned from watching other people and other families and just other parenting models is the parents who, when kids ask questions, the parents who answer it in a way that get the kids to understand it, and not by telling them what's happening, but get them to think about it in whatever way, like teaches them how to answer questions, like teaches them how to ask questions and come to an answer rather than just giving them answers. I think they end up being, like I said, some of those intelligent people.
Yeah.
Right. You've got to let them mold their own mind. They're their own person.
You don't have kids, right? Eggshells. I think you don't, right?
None that I know of.
That was my answer, man. You're stealing my lines, man.
I was brought up. Dad always told me to say that.
Yeah, right.
A woman always knows how many kids she's had. A man can only guess.
I like that. That's such an Aussie thing to say. But yeah, I don't have any either, obviously. Well, none that I know of, and I've had baby fever for like 5 years, maybe 10 years. I'd like to have a bunch of kids.
Got baby fever? Are you gonna have it with one of your crazy ladies?
Yeah, maybe.
Which one?
I don't know. There's many to choose from. I'm just playing.
Well, for me personally, being in the Army, I worked as a drill instructor with very troubled teenagers at a boot camp. Crazy story. I went through the same boot camp when I was a teenager, and I learned very unique ways to get people to, my teenagers, to see things and be creative and look at things in different perspectives, and reach into themselves and become the person that they wanted to be all that time. And I graduated over 2,000 teenagers.
That's definitely powerful, a valuable. That's something I hope to accomplish or come into. Like I said, I heard like how Richard Feynman talks about how his dad explains stuff to him when he asks certain questions or whatever. And I hope that I have the capability. I'm capable of accomplishing that as well. What's funny is I have the opportunity to kind of learn, because we all try to explain stuff to each other in here, and the thing is, I do such a bad job at it. I almost fail every time.
I think Hosho, though, you kind of put like some mediation in that last conversation.
What do you mean? Oh, right. Yeah, trying to like just bring it back to organize that, like make sure that we're actually that it's on track, right? Like, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah, because it was kind of getting like it was getting like it's when two people are having an argument or conversation and they're describing two different things. Like they're
But
I'm
where's
describing the
Bob?
argument
I want
differently
to
than
talk
you're
to
describing the
Bob,
argument.
though.
He left. You'll know when he's back because he's like me, vocal, I guess.
Well, I apologize to the thread here. I did get a little emotional and it's totally off subject. I'm sorry.
No, he wasn't off subject. I think you told some pretty some insightful. You gave some interesting insights when you were describing your specific situation, and that was good. It's funny because you started out. You were asking about Google Maps and satellites and that kind of stuff. I wonder if how did we get there from here? That's kind of funny.
Well, that's because my mind works 100 miles per hour, and I apologize.
Oh, no need to apologize. That's how it usually works in here. And Jim Panda's server, the other server that I'm in, I one time sat there and I literally every time the conversation switched or when it started to turn or whatever, I wrote down like when that happened because I wanted to see the progression after I think it was only 20 minutes or something, and we went from like 8 to 10 to 12 different extremely different conversations in that span of time. It can be fun sometimes. Just depends on what the goal is. Sometimes the goal is just to have a conversation.
No, I love it. There's not a lot of times that you can connect with people, and this platform is absolutely a good way to kind of, address certain life things going on, or, talk about, schooling, or, flat earth or round earth, or it's intriguing, and it is intense sometimes, but I'm still completely open-minded.
Interesting. I was going to say this earlier, eggshells, but I didn't want to interrupt. But I forget what you were arguing about. But I was going to say, like eggshells just being eggshells, or eggshells doing eggshells.
What, being argumentative?
No, I forget what it was that we were talking. Something got brought up earlier, and I was gonna try to get that in there, but
I
just to
kind of
call
like
back.
eggshells.
Yeah, so it's cool. Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
I
call
kind of
back.
like them.
He's a cool dude. But I know, but I'm saying a callback to earlier. Remember the you do you?
Yes.
Yeah. Wait. I was tired earlier, but okay. Damn, dude. Kind of all that financial talk. A lot of people left.
I'm sorry.
No, it's not. I don't think it's your fault at all. I don't even think that.
It definitely is. I get very aggressive.
No, but I don't think that we were talking about one thing and then you changed the subject to that. I think it was like, that's what we started talking about. I just don't remember how it got there, but I think it was a natural progression. So, but that's why I brought it back to your question about the Google Maps thing. Maybe Eggshells knows the answer or Zanuck knows the answer, because I did say this earlier and I forget. Bacon might know. I forget if I said it correctly or not, but doesn't Google Maps gets its aerial views from planes? Isn't that correct? I don't know if you guys
It
know.
gets one amount of resolution from satellites and another from planes.
Oh, okay.
Depends how much you zoom.
Right. Okay. So I guess, but maybe that final zoom is from satellites, and then well, no. Okay. I see. It's probably somewhere in between. Okay. And Bacon, what you were describing about elevation. Yeah, I looked it up, and there's exactly they use WGS84, which exactly has to use.
I found on the opposite actually.
Oh, you did?
Well,
Oh shit, man!
didn't look up that deep, but
Hey, how
apparently
come
there's
there isn't any WGS 2022, bro? Like, why is it 1984 and that's all you get?
they did a great job, and that's it.
They did a great job, so they don't need to update it anymore. Sure.
I mean, actually,
They are newer models, man.
It is. There are more updated versions, but they don't change by much. But they take a lot more computational power because they need more
1984,
precision
94,
ways of.
04, 14, 24. 38 years.
You know, since when you have computers?
38 years, bro.
Yeah. So why do you want to
WGS
complicate
84.
things
That's all
when
I'm going to
it's not
stick with,
necessary?
bro.
That's just like asking, like how we didn't update Newtonian mechanics yet. We did, but it's not useful for most situations. It's just unnecessarily complicated.
Yeah, and it's generally unnecessary. Like if the Earth shifts by much, like if mountains or shit like that is continents are moving around, it makes sense to have another one. But it was the first time we were able to have something so precise, and it's precise enough to continue to use it. So.
And by the way, there are in many contexts in which you don't use WGS84, you use older versions. Like you can, sometimes we even treat Earth as just like a sphere with a fixed radius. Like in celestial navigation, for example, you don't treat the Earth as an oblate spheroid. Just treat it as a sphere. Because the precision of your measurement is already bigger than the difference between the sphere and the ellipsoid. So no point in going more precise than this here.
Well, I'm seeing here it says that the error of WGS84, the error is believed to be less than 2 centimeters to the center of mass.
That's the error of the center of mass.
Yeah, so that's. I mean, I think that's fine to still use. But there are newer models, but that one is integrated in many things. So it's like it would make it complicated if you start integrating different, multiple models all over the place, which is done in some cases, but the general one is the WGS84.
Right. Like when you're measuring altitude, there's more than one way to calculate elevation from giving there's more than one way to get from an XYZ coordinates to latitude, longitude, and elevation. Because elevation can be defined in a lot of different ways. You can define using, let's say, the normal vector of the surface. You can define that based on the force of gravity. You can use force of local gravity that includes centrifugal force, for example. You can use the center of the Earth. That's another definition for. And I don't know which one, let's say, apps that use GPS are going to use. I don't know which of those GPS is going to be using. Does that make sense?
Makes sense to me. Yeah. I know you're asking him.
Yeah, I was asking you.
You asking me?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it makes sense. Yeah.
I think there are some regions in which the difference between like the ellipsoid and sea level gets like up to 20 meters, for example. So just referencing the ellipsoid doesn't give you sea level.
Right. Yeah. That's why I said local. I said local sea level. He kept saying mean sea level, but that would be foolish to use mean sea level.
Right. But it raised a very interesting question, which is like, how do you get elevation? How to calculate it? And I mean this is why I come to the servers. Even though I heard the most stupid arguments ever, sometimes I hear very good questions. You can learn a lot just by trying to answer them.
Exactly.
Jeremy brought a very good one today. Although he was doing it in a very dumb way, it's a good question.
No. I agree. It's a good question. But yeah, you're exactly right, because it's like, even though I think we both had like a simple understanding of it or whatever, but when you're asked, when you're like demanded, by someone who's arguing like exactly, the opposite, like forces you to actually look exactly how it's calculated, in detail, and the issues and the issues that would come up. Because I was thinking about that too. How if it's the center of mass, and the center of mass is going to have a different distance, different directions, right? So there'll be a different distance from the center to the center of mass from the sea level at different parts of the Earth, right? So if you do that elevation, and you don't include a local sea level, like a local, sea level, then yeah, it's going to give you vastly different answers.
Yeah, but one way you can try to solve that is just use the ellipsoid as where sea level would be.
Well, yeah.
But that doesn't work very well. Like that's way better than not doing it. If you don't do it, it's just a sphere.
Wait, why does it?
You're gonna have.
Oh, you're saying use the ellipsoid instead of using the geoid model, or you using the ellipsoid instead of using the WGS, like the lumpy model. Like you're talking about just using an ellipsoid, a general ellipsoid.
Yeah, if you're just using an ellipsoid, using the polar and the equatorial radius, that doesn't work.
Yeah, because there's places where it's not exactly.
It's still better than just like treating Earth as a sphere. But it already makes it better.
Yeah.
But I don't know how GPS do it. Does it? I mean,
Well,
GPS doesn't care about sea level.
Yeah. Hey, how interesting? Yeah, sorry.
Just the calculation that your phone, for example, does to get your elevation, because you can get that from GPS.
Yeah, right. That's what I was going to ask you is how interested you are in GPS, because I took a deep dive, dude, because I was really interested in collecting raw data and using what's it called, RTK and other differential readings. So it's like if you have a base station and you have a receiver like your cell phone or whatever, and you're collecting data from positions from both places, you can actually make your position more accurate by making corrections for it. And so in doing that, I was wanting to learn. I had to learn how to read the raw data as your phone receives it, for instance, or whatever's interpreting the raw data, and what's it called, Rhinex files that have all the stuff in there. So it's kind of interesting. It's interesting to dive deep into it and and learn how it interprets, like how it spits out your location based on what it gives you. You know. If I actually I put it on a back burner because I needed a phone to do. I needed a device to do it, and now I have people who have that cell phone like eggshells, and I just have to because it takes a lot of energy to fucking go through those fucking Rhinex files and yeah, I gotta get back into it.
Have you ever realized that if you try to make a pile of something, always putting something higher than the previous one, and if you do that just based on, let's say, a plumb line, you're going to end up with a curved line going up.
Wait,
unless
so
you're
if you stack things up, and you stack them up, so say it again.
Yeah, so let's say you're at the ground, level, and then you use a plumb line to place your first object. So you have a position on the ground, and you want to position the second object above that same position on the ground using plumb. And now you use plumb again to set your next object that is, let's say, the same distance from the first one. The first one is to the ground. And to go up, you use plumb line again. As you do that, the plumb line is actually gonna change direction. That line should curve at some point. If you're not at the equator or at the poles, because the higher you go, the centrifugal forces are changing direction. Respect to the ground.
Hold on.
That shouldn't be a straight line all the way.
Draw it out real quick.
Yeah, of course you have to go a lot very high for that to be significant. I don't know how much high, but in principle, at some point, if you just start stacking things up, that should become a curve.
You're saying because, hold on, I'm trying to, because if the centrifugal force is going, they're just the opposite direction. They're always going to be opposite directions, right?
Yeah, but they are opposite to the axis of rotation, while the weight points to Earth. Those aren't opposites.
Oh, I get what you're saying. Okay,
Centrifugal force tilts plumb, and it tilts differently if you go higher.
Let me see. Hold on.
Higher
Right. So they're not exactly opposing each other, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Right. They're only exactly opposing each other if you're on the equator. Otherwise, you have a downward force, and you have some other angle, which is why it's actually gravity is only or your weight is only decreased by less and less as you move further north. And it's not because, all right, that makes sense. It's just because the vectors are pointed in directions such that the downward direction is not going to be subtracted by as much. That makes sense.
Yeah. And you can, for example, I'm not sure if you have seen the debate between Dave.
No, I haven't seen it yet. It doesn't sound interesting to me, but was it?
No, I didn't like that much.
Okay, those are two boring dudes, in my opinion.
Dave was acting exactly like people act on 24/7. You know.
David, Professor Dave, or
yeah, Professor Dave.
Yeah, okay, yeah. You know what? He has a vendetta against 24/7 and flat earthers in general. I think I forget who else it was exactly. That's the wrong way to go about it. But yeah, he has like a malicious, vengeful kind of thing with it. Yeah.
Yeah, he really wanted to make him sound stupid. That was pretty obvious. And his rebuttals was mostly correct, but some of them weren't. It was just going for the first thing that came to his mind, and I think one of his rebuttals were incorrect. But at some point, the guy mentioned that the Earth isn't supposed to be a sphere, but put in like a spheroid, an ellipsoid, right? And if gravity points to the center of the Earth, as you go from the pole to the center, the surface of the Earth should be tilted for you. It's not going to be perpendicular to plumb. That's actually true. It shouldn't be perpendicular to plumb. If plumb pointed to the center of the Earth, right? But it doesn't. Because of the centrifugal force, it tilts plumb towards the equator, which makes it again now perpendicular to the surface again. So that should be the answer. And he
Hold
just
on.
didn't get the question, I think.
Try to draw this vector real quick.
All
Draw
right.
gravity vector, and then this vector. Yeah, it's just slightly tilted. Yeah, that's right. I mean, just the fact that it's not aligned with it is going to make the line after you add them together. Yeah, it's going to be tilted by a small degree, though. But
It matches the surface of water, for example. It's still going to be perpendicular to water.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's going to be perpendicular to whatever it comes into contact with, right? Is that what you're saying?
No, more or less.
So,
Okay, let me-
like whatever surface it's whatever surface, like if it's water, or any portion of the air, it's going to be perpendicular there, right? Or no?
I don't know what you're saying, actually.
Okay, so what do you mean by it's going to match the water?
I'm drawing. I don't know how to explain it very well. Let me draw it.
Because I mean, you're right. And actually, I didn't even realize that until you brought that up. That because I always, I mean, actually, I know how the centrifugal force works and which direction it points. But when I think about centrifugal force and gravity, I guess because it's in the context of in these conversations, I always think of them as opposing directions. But yeah, it's not exactly. It's only a portion of that of the centrifugal force is in the same direction. But ultimately,
That's why you use one easy way to try to calculate centrifugal force is to get the cosine of your latitude.
Yeah, the cosine of your latitude is right.
That actually it's not the way to go. The way to go is just to get the vector of centrifugal force, the vector of gravity, add them both, and then you solve for that vector, because it tilts your downward force. It doesn't keep pointing towards the center, right? So you just add the vectors and get the new magnitude.
Yeah, but that tilt is minute, though, right?
It is. Let me send a picture. This is of course a exaggeration. I draw this green line that goes to the center, right? Can you see that?
Yeah, I see it, yeah.
All right, so the blue one is tangent to the surface. And as you can see, the green line will not be perpendicular to the surface, right?
Yeah, well, yeah.
So, but the gray line is perpendicular to the surface, and that's actually a more accurate representation of the direction of plumb. So you still have plumb vertical to the surface, even though it's tilted.
Okay, but if that was a circle, would you still have that problem?
No.
Okay.
On a circle, the gray line and if the circle wasn't rotating.
I see what you're saying now. Okay.
Yeah. So because what the question of the guy during the debate was like, if my gravity vector is on the green line and the surface is the blue line, why isn't plumb tilted? And the answer is like plumb isn't the green line; it's actually the gray line, so it's still perpendicular. If you try
wait. Where's the
measure
center? Okay, so hold on. I just want to make it clear. The center of mass in your example is.
I don't know where the center of mass.
Well, it would be if it's what I'm thinking is correct, then it would be in line with if you extended that gray line, the brown line, out into infinity. Wherever I guess where it intersects the center or somewhere like that, it would the center of mass would be along that line basically.
No, because the ball is rotating.
Right. My bad.
So the gray line would be like the net force.
Right.
It points to, let's say, the center of mass in the inertial frame of reference, the non-inertial frame of reference, right? Where you feel like the center of mass is. So if it stopped rotating, that would move.
Right. Okay, I see what you're saying. What was the claim that was made on the debate?
Yeah, he said like, why doesn't the it doesn't a plumb
Why don't they
line.
tilt? Right. Why don't plumb lines tilt? Since
yeah, since there's
I
a
wonder if he was.
bulge.
I wonder if he was asking it for the reason that you're expressing though. Like was it in the same vein of what you're describing now? Like that was the reason he was asking.
I let a comment on the video with the exact timestamp of his question. Let me get there.
Okay, cool. Because David Weiss is, he's I don't know. I don't want to give him credit. So, by the way, because I'm kind of Jewish. Okay, so I'm Jewish. Okay, 49% according to 23andMe. And I thought there were no flat Earth Jews, but David Weiss is a flat Earth Jewish person. It celebrates Christmas, of course. So, but anyways, I want to like this guy, but I just don't think he's I've never really seen him make good arguments ever. He was flat smacking an old lady and, told her the moon landing was fake and convinced her and everything. She was like 102 years old. But regardless, I would be impressed if he was making the argument that you're making, or brought it up for the reason that you're bringing it up. I wonder if he thought it would be tilting for a different reason.
Right. Let me put at the timestamp, then and then send you the link. One second.
Cool. Yeah. Did he bring up the vectors and all that kind of stuff? Like he was arguing it for that reason?
No. He put the question in a very simple way, very layman way, but I understood it, and I don't think Dave didn't. He just took the most, the most obvious response every time someone is complaining about Earth being an ellipsoid, but it didn't actually address the point.
Chronic's here. Actually, it's perfect timing then. And I'll check it out. Yeah, I'll check it out when you send it. I'll check it out when you send it and when you post it. But okay, yeah, I'll go click it. I just wanted to I told people about this earlier. I used to do trivia on in Gem server, and I was thinking about it because I'm going to do this 2v2 show where there's like two people debating about different subjects on two sides. So like two Globers, two Flat Earthers. I think this is the first show we're going to do is about the history of the Flat Earth. We're going to discuss it with two people on each side, and then one sort of person navigating it. And Gio's offered to do like a hosting thing in here, and so if he allowed something like that to happen in here, it could be done in here and Gems. Doesn't matter where it's done, but I just want to let people know that anybody's invited to participate in it, whether they're on either side of the issue. And the first one is, like I said, about the history of the flat Earth. I think Gem Panda is going to be one of the Globers, and Jeremy has said he might be one of the flat Earthers, but and XL said he might be one of the Globers. I'm not sure. So there's if anyone's interested in doing it, just let me know. And then also I was going to say I'm also doing a trivia show, but that's separate. That's not really important. I'm checking this out now, Bacon. I didn't forget.
What?
And he actually puts in a similar way that I did, I think.
We got chronic piping up from the wherever he fucking dragged in from. I'm just kidding. What's up, Chronic? What'd you say?
I thought you said my name or something.
Wow, dude, that's pretty egocentric.
Egocentric.
No, I did say your name though. You just joined. I was just saying what's up and saying because you joined, I was gonna invite everybody to that show that I'm doing. You're invited to participate in it too, but I was thinking that for someone like you, I would wait until I was doing one that was about something that you're more because you have a specific focus, which is cool. This would be like more valuable to have you talk about things like about astronomy. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And you wouldn't be interested in having a discussion about the history of the flat Earth, would you?
Not particularly.
Yeah, I see. But you're great.
Astronomy for sure.
Yeah. You know what? We might do one like about dark matter and dark energy because we were talking about that this morning. Actually, you know what? We could talk about it now, dude, because we were talking about it this morning, and somebody even said Chronic would be a great person to talk about this with. But yeah, I guess I don't know. We were talking about like what we understand as dark matter, like what are the observations and that we're even discussing it, like how we understand it and all that kind of stuff. We were kind of just discussing that.
I mean, you sure, but it's well known and discussed in a lot of detail, right? Already, no?
Well, I mean, I was going to ask you because I don't think I was correct even. I was saying that there's not a lot known about it, but I do know that there are more things that we know about it now that we've confirmed about it. I don't know.
No, you're correct. We don't know much, but what we do know, we've discussed at length in many different servers. No, pretty sure we have.
Well, maybe
not that it doesn't need to be discussed again, but I'm just saying we have.
Well, the people who were here this morning, we were. You always do this, man. Every time I'm gonna ask you something, you're like, we discuss. So you just always Google it. Just go into Google.
I don't always only talk to you that way. I talk. That's
for
a lot of things.
That's true. Exactly. You say it for a lot of things, I mean.
Hey, Kosho, I get it. Are you going to sleep soon?
Am I going to sleep soon? Chronic, don't laugh at that shit, dude. What does that mean, though, Sky?
Kosho doesn't sleep.
That's real. Anyways,
he sounds like he really like is trying to coordinate, and everybody's kind of pushing him to the back burner.
Is that what it sounds like?
No, Kosho's a front burner guy. He's definitely on the front burner.
Jesus Christ, Chronic.
If you know what I mean.
Well, I don't know what that means. Like, so when I cook and I'm cooking on a front burner.
Yeah, you only put the most important stuff on the front burners, right?
Okay.
Like the stuff that you're stirring, you need to constantly stir. You need to give constant attention to.
I put my rice or I put my rice or noodles on the back burner.
Exactly. You can leave them be for a while. Yeah. So Kosher is a front burner guy.
All right. I like that, Chronic. You know, Chronic.
So I need to put like my jambalaya sausages on the front burner.
Exactly.
You can actually call me that from now on. Jambalaya sausage. I like that. But yeah, Chronic. Yo, Chronic. My
guy's argument.
What argument? Yeah, I'm about to clip. I'm about to listen to it. I just Chronic showed up and I get starred. So I apologize, man. Fuck was it? What was I saying? Chronic and
You're saying nothing, basically.
Oh, listen to me, dude. That's what I'm about to say to you. Is every time I pick on guys. I pick on the people that I actually revere the most. Like my friends, because I realized with my girlfriends, because sometimes I'll make jokes and stuff, but just because I actually feel closer with them, but I think it comes across the wrong way. So I just want to let you know, Chronic, I mess around with you sometimes, but it's out of what's the word? Reverence and endearment. Okay.
Appreciate that. Appreciate.
Same goes for anybody else that I pick on.
Make sure you say no homo after that.
But Jerry, you're another dude. I was picking on you, or I picked on New Jersey earlier, and how they're lower than Philadelphia people, and both of them are lower than New Yorkers. And
I feel like I should be in the oven now. Why are you picking?
Wow, is that a reference to when I said I was 49% Jewish?
Okay,
that's messed up. Oh, it's the front burner, back burner thing. Okay.
I actually owe Bandy an apology. Maybe he'll be in soon.
Yeah, we all do.
I corrected him on something that was wrong.
Oh, what was that?
Nothing major. It was what was it? We were briefly talking about Bayes' theorem, some probability theory, and I think
Oh,
a
yeah,
little later in the conversation he referred to it as a theory, and I like corrected him saying it's not, but I mean it is it definitionally is a probability theory. So yeah.
That's amazing.
I always thought the problem with Bayes was which variables are you including all the correct variables?
Well, that's that's one of the beauties of it. You don't. It's you don't know if you are including every possible piece of datum in the in your analysis using Bayes' theorem. So it's self updating though. So you can update your a priori knowledge with new data. Well, with including any sort of new data, new, whatever, new observation, stuff like that.
I'm excited to redo the presentation with the codex thing, man, because I totally fucked it. I didn't even know how to use it when I was showing it to you. Like I hadn't even used it once when I was showing it to you, right? Oh man.
Well, why'd you lie about it then?
I didn't fucking lie. What are you talking about?
I think you lied and said you were an expert at it or something.
No, I did not say that. But I said to you, I think I even said I hadn't used it successfully yet. You fucking guy, dude. That's why you were you come up with examples of what to do, and one of the examples was based on Bayes' theorem.
Yeah. You use Bayes' theorem to estimate the value of pi. That's exercise that I did as a physics student.
Well, I studied mathematics, computer science, and computer engineering, and some of my favorite classes were the math classes where I was doing discrete math. I don't know if you ever did discrete math, but yeah, it deals with probabilities and logical statements and stuff like that, right? So that's fun for me. So what exactly was it? Come up with a close approximation to pi using Bayes' theorem?
Basically, yeah.
I'm asking you right now.
And it's probably not going to work.
Wait. All right, I'm supposed to be watching something for bacon too, so I don't want to put that on the back burner.
I'm watching it right now.
Just real quick, what the hell? Why are you trying to beat me too? Anyways, real quick, I'm having a problem with my cursor, and I don't know what the problem is, or how to fix it. I mean, I don't know if anyone has had this problem before, but my cursor just turned into a fucking tall line. It's like 3 times the size of the cursor, and I can't see it. Anyways, I don't know what I pressed by accident, but it's making things difficult right now.
Sounds like the old DOS cursor.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it's like a long line.
You're talking about when you're typing something, right?
No, it's a longer line. It's like 5 times as big as that line, or 3 times as big. Yeah, made out of dots.
But it moves. It moves when you move your mouse. You mean?
Yeah, in some places. In some places, I can't see it though.
Press the insert key on your keyboard.
Let's see.
Or just restart your computer.
I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. The insert didn't work. What were you gonna say? That we said DOS? I don't know what I fucking pressed.
Yeah, you could Google it.
Yeah, if I could see my cursor.
What yeah, so I'm watching this. I guess Bacon time stamped or something in the link he sent.
Yeah, we were talking about the Go ahead.
I was mentioning this video that yeah, we were talking about like how do you get an elevation from XYZ coordinates, like something like GPS do, because you can get your elevation from GPS in such a way that you always get 0 when you're at sea level. That's actually tricky. You can just get like you just use the geographical center of the Earth, or maybe you can. I'm not sure how. But I think I'm diverging from the timestamp. The timestamp is just a question that a guy asked Professor Dave during the debate, and I think he made a very good question that should be addressed, and Dave didn't address it. So he was asking, you can watch the video and see what he's asking, but he was basically saying, well, the Earth is an oblate spheroid. Why don't plumes diverge like as you go towards the equator? If there's a bulge, and if the gravity points to the center of the Earth, that should actually happen. But it doesn't actually point to the center of the Earth. That should be the response from Dave. Make sense?
Sorry, these Daves were yapping at each other in this video.
Hmm?
I didn't catch what you said, Bacon. I'm sorry.
Right. Professor Dave was debating a guy. The
Yeah,
guy made a question
that
about
flat
plumb
Earth
lines.
Dave, right? Dave on Dave violence. Sorry, go ahead, Bacon. About plumb lines, right?
Yeah, he was asking a question about plumb lines being perpendicular to the ground, even if you're like not at the poles or at the equator or in between.
Mm-hmm.
And he's saying, well, if gravity points to the center of the Earth, and Earth is like an spheroid, then it shouldn't be perpendicular to the ground; it should be tilted. And he's right. If Earth is a spheroid, is an ellipsoid, and gravity points to the center, it's not going to be perpendicular unless you're at the poles or at the equator.
Mm-hmm.
And then Dave didn't respond to that properly.
Well, you know,
which Dave though? Aren't there multiple Daves?
Yeah, I know, they're both named Dave, man.
Yeah.
Okay, whenever I say Dave, I mean Professor Dave. I didn't know the guy's name was Dave.
Yeah, David Weiss is the other dude.
Okay.
David Weiss, yeah.
No, but
No, sorry. I like how David Weiss is he like, I don't know. He's funny to me.
David
Sorry,
Weiss, yeah, he's extremely funny. Have you seen the video where he's fucking at that old people home, telling the 103-year-old lady that now believe the moon landing is fake? It's fake. And she's like, "Oh, what?
Yeah.
Really?"
In her wheelchair or some shit. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, dude, it's not that she believed the moon landings was fake. You just told her it wasn't. She believed you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway,
and she's like 90% of the way to dementia too, like full blown dementia.
Sadly, she's already gone.
Yeah.
In that regard, I mean, maybe she might have. I don't know if she's still alive. Hopefully, she is, but she could have passed away. Thinking that, whatever that's worth, that might not be. Who knows what that's that harmful? But it's just kind of.
That's the bit that pushes her over the edge. She's like, I just was clinging on to this last thread of sanity of my memories of the moon landing.
I have no reason to live anymore.
Sometimes people will tell you stuff like, dude, you know that we found out that that's not real or something like that. And depending on how much you know or how capable you are to research that, that's going to change your world. It's going to change what you think about that now, because you're going to be like, oh, what? I didn't realize that I didn't realize everyone knows that that was faked.
Mm-hmm.
Like wrestling or something. Like if you didn't know wrestling was faked, and somebody just told you, you'd be correct and be like, oh shit, wow, everyone else knew wrestling was fake. I'm just now finding out.
Well, I would go as far as to say is that when we die, we instantly know moon landing fake, Earth not a globe. So I don't know if she's passed away or what, but she'll know soon enough. Nobody's in the spirit world like, the Earth's a globe. Like, that's just not a thing. There's not one soul in the spirit world that thinks the Earth's a globe.
How did you determine
Okay, you don't know that. But
come on, guys.
Before we get there,
do
you know what's crazy about wrestling being fake?
Just let it be. Yeah. What is that, Lise?
these dudes cut their own foreheads to make themselves bleed, bro.
Damn.
When I found out, like it was just like The Rock literally wears a prosthetic forehead
That's
because his
gnarly.
forehead is so fucked up from all the cutting. Yeah.
So you guys
Like
think
apparently
that
what happens
you
is
think there's a human spirit world?
Oh god.
Let's not go there, Joe.
Why?
But basically what
No,
happens
you
is
more or
when
less insulted me and then started talking about people's heads being cut open and wrestling.
Yeah.
Pretty awesome.
What?
Random.
all right,
Dude,
you want to talk about the spirit
disregard
world?
the
Yeah,
point,
sure.
sure.
All right, let's talk about the spirit world. What about it, man?
I was going to ask you, Gio. This is not entirely towards one argument, one way or the other. This is just an interesting thing. But I don't know if you've read this poem called "The Power of Words." It's kind of a short story poem. I don't know, by Edgar Allan Poe. "Power of Words" is actually my favorite poem by him, or short story, and it looks like it's describing to people who are like new angels in the afterlife. Like I guess they're new souls, or they've just died, and it like those angels, like basically they express that like their thoughts create these worlds, and like they're flying through space, looking at different planets and stuff like that. I mean, that would be cool if when you die, you kind of just see the universe as a whole. I mean, you might see balls and planets, right? Like, wouldn't that be wouldn't that be true if that were the case? If the spirit world is real, A, and B, if the Earth is a globe.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm not quite knowing what you're. I'm not quite.
And I said 5 different points there. Yeah, just focus on don't focus on anything.
Well, from that perspective, on a globe idea, where, like with the universe and all the balls in space, where's the spirit world?
Well, I mean, like I said, me personally, this is my own personal belief. I believe in the universe being a singular entity, and this singular entity that is the single souled entity that encompasses the entire universe. When it's not fractured, it exists everywhere in the universe, and not in some other realm or something like that. And I think that we're fragments of that same spirit in these egotistical bodies, or perspective bodies. But when we die, we ultimately just recombine, or we sever that disconnection, or we bridge back with the soul. Like we're now no longer fragments or whatever. So I don't think that exists in a different realm. I think that it only exists, like its existence is only here in this universe. Like this universe is its existence. I think our human bodies is the only separate iteration of that experience as well. So when we're not in these human bodies, we're only just collectively part of this universal soul or whatever, but it doesn't have the ability to experience and see and that kind of stuff.
Okay,
so you have like a pantheistic outlook.
Yeah, you can describe it however you'd like. But I mean, the closest one is kind of like Spinoza's. His description is just pretty close, but it's just like the universe being
Pantheism. Yeah, it's a living God that we're all a part of. Like we're all one living soul or whatever. Like the universal collective consciousness.
Yeah,
Spinoza's God. Yeah,
I don't want to attach like other things. That's why I'm saying. That's why I'm not saying any specific model of it, because I don't want to attach like other kind of things that are maybe attached to pantheism entirely to Livestream. But then again, I don't even know what's really happening. So that's just my interpretation of what's happening. I believe.
Well, what were you originally saying a minute ago about? You were saying that something about, I don't know. You were talking about a poem, and
I was like I said, it's not towards the argument one way or another though. I was just gonna share with you something interesting. See if you've read that poem, "Power of Words." It's really good. If you haven't, maybe check it out. But it's an interesting. It looks like kind of an interesting maybe description of what you were asking, like angels. Like when you die, do you think your soul, like, where does it go? And do you think your soul can see the earth as a globe or whatever?
So in that poem, you're saying that these souls are flying around in the galaxy,
Yeah.
type of thing?
And all different planets flying through space, yeah.
While Gio's thinking about that, Coach, do you see that definition I tagged you with?
Yeah, I didn't mean to shut you down about the blading, but it just seemed like you guys kind of shut me down on what I said, and you just instantly started talking about bleeding heads.
Yeah, that's why I was empathetic towards.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't have to talk about blading. I just tagged him with the definition of pantheism.
Yeah. Conversely, that there is no God, but the combined substance forces laws manifested. But see, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's stuff that's written there that I wouldn't want included in what I think of as like where it says there is no God. There is no God, but the combined substance forces laws are manifested in the existing universe.
They're saying God is the universe and God is the laws of physics. God isn't a separate being from the universe.
Yeah, but I don't know that, and so that's why I'm saying like that's not really my that's not my
but
belief.
It sounded like that's okay. So you think God is separate from?
No. I don't think I'm not claiming one way or the other. I'm saying that he is a collection of everything. So it's like one example that would be in line with what I believe is God could be something, some entity that exists outside of this universe completely, and this universe is the experience that this entity is having, which is completely. It is still all one thing. It's all the universe is still God, but it's also an entity that exists outside of this universe. But I'm not claiming one way or the other that it's that or not that. I don't know, but I'm only making the claim about this realm. If that makes sense.
But that's an interesting idea that God is outside of the universe looking in.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not unreasonable. I mean, if you think about the laws of nature, the four fundamental forces, the constants, and these things, these are a small set of rules and instructions that can basically create everything in the universe, all the rules of everything in the universe. The way I was thinking, like, what if this entity outside of this universe kind of created this program, let's call it a program or a simulation, whatever you want to call it, created this and turned the dials or set the dials in this way, and then gave it the initial energy. Said, okay, let's go. Let's see what happens. I'm going to set these rules and these values, and let's go. Let's see what happens. And it's just it through this universe, all of this God's experiences are taking place, basically.
Yeah, I mean that would explain a lot of things, like local realism, quantum coherence and decoherence. It would explain a lot of that if there was an outside observer watching everything.
Oh, right, yeah. I think the weird thing about quantum coherence and coherence, this kind of thing, and quantum entanglements, and what we talk about with the late choice double slit and the Bell's theorem, all that kind of stuff, hidden variables debate or whatever. I think that I think the weirdest thing about that is if you were to make a simulation or universe that behaved in this way, it would kind of, the reason why you would do it would kind of be for energy efficiency, because the less information you have to actually render completely, the better, right? Like as long as if you didn't need to render every detail if it wasn't interacting with something else and creating the universe, right? You know what I mean? So it's like while it's not interacting with stuff, it's like saving energy by or it's more efficient by not having defined properties. You know what I'm saying? That's why you would do that in a computer simulation. So it's kind of like I wonder if there's a similar reason of why that exists in reality that way. You know what I mean? Like what I'm saying about wave function collapse and all that kind of stuff?
I know what you mean. That basically you only have decoherence when we're looking at it. It can be coherence. Things can be in superposition, and that kind of saves energy because it's not being rendered. We're not looking at it. We're not interacting with it, so we don't need to put energy into it. Yeah.
No, but it's not. We don't have to put energy to it. That's what I'm saying. It's like
The simulation.
In the simulation, you wouldn't have to put
Yeah,
energy.
the simulation don't have to.
Right. That's what I meant. It's like I'm not saying it is a simulation, but I am saying that this is something we are observing. And the only example I have that for this to be a reason would be something like that, like saving energy in that way. So that it's kind of makes me curious that is a that is an aspect of our universe.
It's not about being observed, right?
Right.
It's about interaction. It collapses not just when it hits a human eye or something.
Right.
Yeah.
As long if its properties are having consequences regarding other properties, aka it's interacting with the rest of the universe in some kind of way, this is going to instantly it's going to be more likely that it's going to have to find properties.
I think I have a stronger argument in the other direction. If you're going to simulate a universe and you want to save energy, just make a Newtonian one.
No, but the problem with that is that you can only get to approximations doing that. That's not going to so for instance for Grand Theft Auto, like in a regular video game, to save even more energy, don't even make a real sun and moon and shit like that in the sky. Just make the picture of it and stuff like that. But the thing is, we don't have the luxury of being that lazy, or the universe doesn't have the luxury of being that lazy because things do interact in such a way that it's more than just giving us the experience that it's happening. It's like they're actually interacting as if it's actually happening. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but it still saves more energy to have a Newtonian. Even if you're doing if you're running it numerically, it's still easier to compute than computing Newtonian mechanics. Like many of the models of Newtonian, many of the models of quantum mechanics can't even be tested because of the amount of computational power we need to be used just to test them.
Right. Well, right. No, I agree with you, but that's what I'm saying is like, it makes sense in a video game or in a simulation that we would be making for us. But what I think in reality, what sets reality different than those situations is it doesn't have the luxury. It's not just about us observing. It's not trying to fool the player or some of the players or whatever. It's literally trying every single thing that it interacts with, or that is interacting anywhere has to be influenced by the relationship between it. You know what I mean? So it's like you can't just give it the appearance of doing something because it's not ultimately just us that the simulation is trying to fool. It's every other part of the simulation. You know what I mean? If that makes sense.
Well, I'm not sure if that's a response to what I said. Is it?
I mean, I thought that you were describing on you're right. It would save more energy to just do Newtonian mechanics and get the approximation because it's all that's required to fool us. But that's what I'm saying. In reality, the approximations wouldn't be
Sure,
enough.
yeah. I mean, given the reality we already experience, having a Newtonian one wouldn't account for it. If that's what you're saying, I completely agree. But my point is that, like, why would the reality that we experience have to be so complicated? If you're trying to simulate a reality like ours, it doesn't have to be that complicated. You can just use Newtonian mechanics, and you can still have humans and all the stuff we already have. It's just gonna be a little bit different when you look to the very tiny things.
No, but that's why I responded the way I was responding because, like I said, you're describing a simulation that is meant for people to be experiencing, right? And you're right. Like you don't need to make it that complex as complicated as quantum mechanics or general relativity. But what I'm saying is, I'm not talking about a simulation that is only experienced by a person. I'm talking about a simulation that is experienced by every other aspect of the simulation. You know what I mean? So it's like two particles anywhere in the universe.
Yeah,
Yeah.
good, good. Yeah, I got that. But yeah, okay. So if the intent is not about the players, it's just to see how particles would interact as a
I think it's being misinterpreted still because the players. It is about the players in this game, in this simulation, is everything. Every particle, everything in the universe, all the energy, all the material is like imagine I'm going to tell you just a quick story of this is not my exact idea of what happened, but let's just pretend God was this programmer and he made this program that all he had to do was write these simple rules and instructions, and then he would have to put his entire life, his energy is now only exist as this program and what it's iterating. So he doesn't even have the ability to see or do anything, but he because of the forces he invented, he can eventually form into a star, which still is powerful but can't see or hear anything. But like chemically, biology can come about, and life can come, and they can have experiences and observations with smell and sense. And this entity who created it is now able to see and smell the universe for the first time. And so but it's only by virtue that it is actually a part of every single thing. Like it's every molecule and a piece of energy experiencing that simulation. I don't know if that cleared it up or made it more confusing, but
I think option B. Sorry.
okay, I'm sorry, man.
No, that's fine. I mean, it's 3 a.m. here. Maybe that's me. That's on me, not on you.
No, it's it could be me. I'm the worst at explaining even my own. You know what's cool about that open AI?
Xanax in you, Kosher.
Say what?
You do have a bit of the Xanax in you.
First of all, Xanax is a. I would be honored if I had what he had. That's what I'm saying. Very intelligent.
Yeah, I mean, you guys don't have the ability to really dumb things down, like complicated subjects, to simplify them for other people.
At times I can. If I've thought about it elsewhere and I've had a way to think about it, I can share that. But yeah, in real time, yeah, it's hard for me to like in real time try to make my conversation more concise.
Cool, man.
But you know who can? I was going to tell you, Bacon, is Codex. That's actually one of the really that's one of the great applications that you can do with it. Like you can take a book.
Yeah, if it doesn't start to repeat yourself over and over.
No, dude. You can take a book and you can say dumb down each paragraph in the book to as few words as possible, so that a fifth grader could understand it, and it would do that. And then you could take those and say, now summarize each page into a simple, short sentence, right? And so you take a large idea and really summarize it using this. And I've seen plenty of people do it. It's actually a really, really useful application, right? Like taking a paper and just saying, "Hey, do me a favor and summarize this paper so that a fifth grader could understand it." And we'll actually, let's do that right now. Let's find a paper.
You can use Codex to do that for a book, right?
Yeah. Let's test that out.
Summarize every page. Summarize every page of Hawking's A Brief History of Time in one sentence per page.
Should I do one sentence per? I'm going to say one sentence per chapter.
It's okay. However you want to modify it. I'm asking you to do it literally exactly what you just explained that Codex can do. So here's the test.
Yeah, what I just explained is a strenuous. And I think if I said each chapter, I think that's a little bit less.
Sure. A brief history of time by Stephen Hawking.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen and we'll try to test this out now. I'm not adept.
You're backpedaling already.
No, I'm not backpedaling. I just want to let you know that I made a commitment to you, Chronic. That I made a commitment to you, dude. That I would actually the next presentation will be the fucking good one. Okay,
here it is.
This is not the good one though. This is me being put on a spot and going with my fucking ego and gut and saying it's gonna work. So, but having said that, let's see what happens.
Okay.
Let me see. And this is not Codex, by the way. This is just the Open AI, because Codex is specifically for coding. It doesn't need coding to do this. So let's see what happens.
Okay. So you're going to summarize all 22 chapters of A Brief History of Time, 1 sentence per chapter.
Does he have access to Brief History of Time?
We're going to find out.
It's open. I'm pretty sure it's been open access, freely available for quite a while. Pretty sure.
Nice.
I mean, I can find it if you can't find it.
I haven't tried to. Yeah, I wanted. There's something I need to know from you, Chronic. You know those star sites?
Yeah,
you
me
gave
too.
Sorry, go ahead.
Remember that those star sites you gave me?
Mm-hmm.
Were those from the largest island in Hawaii?
Yes.
Okay, that's better.
The
'Cause
big
I was
island.
figuring I could be on the wrong island, and that would be considerable margin of error.
No, they were on the big island.
All right, that's fine. That's better.
The north side.
Oh, north side.
Yeah.
I was at more of the west side, I guess. I think.
I mean, you can Google. You can go on the Google
No,
Maps.
I meant
and
my translation went to the.
Yeah, but
west
if you want
side.
to compare to what truth was, I can just tell you they were.
Oh, all right. That's great.
Yeah, the Keck telescopes in Hawaii.
How do you spell that?
KECK. They're on the big island, the top of a mountain. But I think I recall I gave you 2 of the stars I gave you were almost overlapping
Almost
on
the
the
same, right? Yeah.
trilateration.
Yeah, but the thing is, with 2, I'm already getting very close. Only 2 sides.
Mm-hmm.
So those sort of count as 1. I mean, you gave me their right ascension and declination with arcsecond precision.
Yeah,
That
didn't
should
we
be the
already? I
best
think
of
when
my
you did
sides.
it, yeah, when you did it the first time, I'm pretty sure your solution was on the big island. No.
Yeah, but I don't know how much it was off. Like that's what I'm doing now. I'm recording also how much I'm off of the translations. I did one in my backyard, and it was just like 3 miles off.
Oh wow, nice.
2 sites. It wasn't even 3. It was just two sites.
Okay, here we go. Sorry, I don't want to interrupt you guys. Sorry, wrap it up. I mean,
No, I just loaded into a league game, so I'm gonna be deafened in a second.
Listen, you doofus! You just told me to do this.
And you okay? So run it and let me know.
So I just ran it, man. Oh my god! You're playing League of Legends. Okay, listen to me, dude. Here's what it says. Chapter 1, Origins. It all started with the Big Bang. 2, Matter. All matter in the universe comes from the Big Bang. I'm not going to read all of them. 13, the Uncertainty Principle. The Uncertainty Principle is a fundamental principle of quantum theory. These are fairly. I mean, I don't know if these might actually be the actual chapter titles. For all I know, but they may not be. I think it's the chapter. Is that first?
That's a good way. That's a very clever way to summarize chapters in 1 sentence.
Well, see, it says our place in the universe, : and I think the part after the colon is the summarization.
Yeah. So our place in the universe is the title of chapter 1. So what does it say after the colon?
What? It says that?
What do you mean it says that?
What's chapter 2?
Chapter 2, the title of chapter 2 is Space and Time.
Oh, here it says matter.
Are you sure you have the right book?
Okay.
I'm gonna say in order.
All right, sure, in order, sure. I'll be. You can Google the chapters of the book to compare.
Dude.
All right. I'll be back after this game.
What's he playing? I hope he's playing a real game. I hope he's playing something cool, like NBA 2K or.
But this is
Metal Gear
even
Solid.
better. Sorry, my man. I'm sorry, dude. That was really rude. I was acting like Jeremy in that moment, and I really apologize. I just murdered you.
What are you apologizing?
Okay, that's what I like to hear, dude. Check this out. Well, it's only got 14 so far, but either way, I think this is a better iteration. It actually has like decent summaries, but it looks like there's an issue. Let me see. But maybe there's not. This is pretty good. Are you looking at this, Bacon?
Yeah.
What do you think, my man?
What did it change?
I mean, I said enlist them in order, and it fucking gave me totally different summaries. But these are actually decent summaries. The other ones were kind of succinct, whereas these are
It's
really
weird that
they're
they changed
clear.
the summarization.
Yeah, it learns, dude. It's a neural network. There's because it's an API, so you can put it in a thing that you can type and edit shit. Like you can, and it has a playground in there like that, like the what's it called, JavaScript playground. You can type, you can up like each line that you type, it will add to the code, continuously. So it's not like you just have to write one prompt and then it'll do that. You can keep adding shit, and it'll keep adding to it and make changes and that kind of stuff. But anyways, this is pretty good. I mean, this is cool, dude. It's like I wonder if we can do this with like a scientific paper and see if we can say summarize this in a way that you can explain it to a 7th grader.
Right. Chronic sights from the telescope suck.
Say what?
Chronic sent some star sights he got from a telescope a while back, and they suck. They suck. They're the worst. They were the worst sight I ever used.
He sent them to you privately?
No, he sent them here during in live stream.
And they suck.
I mean, all the stars are sort of close to each other, which creates which sort of makes it very hard to tolerate properly. Maybe that's why. But I don't know. It's the worst sight I've ever done. It's like 40 kilometers off.
Oh, he just gave you angles and shit.
Yeah, angles, rotation, declinations, and
the problem were the times exact, because the problem can change abruptly.
No, if it was the time, it would be shifted. The longitude would be shifted. That's not.
Well, no. If it's the time, the entire no. If I'm saying if the time is not, so if the time's wrong, but it's wrong for all three in the same way, then yeah, I agree with you. But if it's wrong because each observation was taken, yeah,
they all more or less intersect around the correct position. I think I know why this is so wrong. I mean, the stars are too close to each other, so.
How close are they?
Let me see.
Let me see that. Can you mind sending? Where did he post it?
I'm gonna share my screen. Okay, I'll post on Livestream check as well. In the middle of Gio's discussion with Powerpuff Girl. By the way, Powerpuff Girl was like one of my favorite cartoons.
In the same way Sailor Moon was one of mine. It's the reason why I like girls today, actually. Sailor Moon.
Who was your favorite character in the Powerpuff Girls?
Mine? I don't know their
Buttercup
names in English, but I guess it would be the monkey.
Oh yeah, Mojo
Jojo.
How is it? How is it called in
English?
Is that his name?
Mojo Jojo.
Yeah.
In Portuguese, in Portuguese is like literally mad monkey.
Oh my god.
Mad Monkey.
It's funny
Oh, and
because
the demon. No, the demon is my favorite character.
oh yeah,
Him?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, we call him as well.
No,
That's
he's
just a
creepy,
weird
man.
character. But no,
Mm.
Mojo Jojo's great, dude. I got bars about Mojo Jojo because it obviously rhymes with Kosho Choco, which is my full name. Kosho Choco.
What? Kosho Choco?
It's not like
Nice.
I shortened
So
it to
was
Kosho.
Charlie.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
Why
but
didn't you
yeah,
just go
that's
with
my
Kosho though? You should go
What?
with the whole thing. You should go with the whole thing, not just Kosho.
Well, it's Kosher Chocolate, and that was Kosho Choco, and then just Kosho, yeah.
Kosho Choco.
Mojo Jojo, Kosho Choco. I forgot the bars I wrote. Oh, I remember it. Anyway, I like Powerpuff
Yo,
Girls.
Hawking radiation. Do you guys understand much about it? I wanted to ask Chronic questions on it.
You mean the thing that makes
That
black
makes
holes evaporate?
them evaporate.
Yeah.
The reason why they're
I
finite.
want to understand.
Oh,
say what, Kosho?
There's a reason why their existence is finite. They're going to die over some length of time. I think that the mystery though is that it that comes along with it is if this is true. So black holes evaporate because of this. Then truly there's information because there's information that it's being radiated like the particle pair that wasn't sucked up by the black hole or whatever. But when it evaporates completely, all the mass that it existed there, like it's been. I mean, you have the mystery is where did it go? You know what I mean? Where does the information actually go?
Yeah, because from what I understand, it's basically it's like this quantum mechanical interaction that takes place in the presence of strong gravitational fields. So it's like you said, you have your matter antimatter pair, one falls into the black hole, the other escapes, and as this matter escapes, it takes energy with it from the black hole, which causes the black hole to shrink. But I want to understand now, how does the curvature of space-time cause this to happen? You know,
Think about
because it seems
the argument's fairly simple as far as I know. It has to do with the random the vacuum energy, and if a particle pair randomly comes about, right, and then they the matter antimatter they fucking what do they call collide, and then both disappear. This happens, and then there's no consequence to that. But if those two, if the matter and antimatter appear, and it's such a perfect place that one of them is in the event horizon and one of them is not, then one of them will escape, and then it will not annihilate with the other one. That's the argument as far as I understand it.
Yeah, that's what I literally just said. But my question is, how? Yeah, I said one falls into the black hole, one escapes. But I want to understand. Yeah, how does the warping of space-time cause this to happen? Because it seems the more warping there is, the more energy loss the black hole experiences, and the less warping there is, the less energy loss. So, the analogy I was given in school is that imagine a footprint. Imagine a foot walking on the beach, right? So as the foot takes a step and raises it, it's going to leave behind a footprint. So this is like a cause and effect, like a causal relationship. The foot needs to leave the footprint. It's not the footprint creating the foot. So in this analogy, the black hole would be the foot, and the curvature of space-time and this Hawking radiation would be the footprint. But what's happening here, it seems that as space-time curvature decreases, as Hawking radiation increases, as the black hole loses more energy, that is the footprint starts to shrink. But if the footprint is shrinking, that means the foot that made it, or the black hole, should also be shrinking. So it seems there's a reversal going on here. It seems the effect is having an effect on the cause.
I'm misunderstanding something then, because I thought I thought that it's just the random fluctuations in the vacuum that causes the virtual particles to, you know, anti-particles to collide and stuff like that. I thought that is separate to space-time. The only reason why space-time would be involved is because it's space-time that allows for the black hole, right? So it's or, you know, general relativity explaining that, you know, the black hole is created because of the warping of space-time. But I guess maybe I'm missing something about how those virtual particles actually are created. Those vacuum fluctuations come about.
Yeah, because Hawking radiation is kind of a hack to unite quantum mechanics and general relativity at the event horizons of black holes. So all of this radiation, this Hawking radiation, is being caused by the curvature of spacetime.
Yeah,
so
but I thought
Mhm.
that's the part I don't understand, is why you're expressing like that. Because the way I understand it is it's being caused by the fact that quantum mechanics says that these things appear and disappear, and that, you know, particle pairs will randomly appear, and the only thing that general relativity, the only part, that's what I'm saying. I'm missing the other connection to space-time, other than the fact that there's a black hole involved, and the black hole is going to allow the warping such that one particle is, you know, condemned forever, and the other particle wasn't. It was far away enough that it wasn't in that same, you know, whatever you call it, the event horizon.
We're saying the exact same thing, Kosha.
Yeah, no, but that's what I'm saying. I don't understand I don't understand how else space-time is creating Hawking radiation.
It's the curvature of space-time that causes this radiation.
Yeah,
If
but
a black hole didn't curve space-time, it wouldn't radiate anything away.
Right. But is that only true by virtue of the fact that it's the black holes there?
Yes, it's a black hole. A black hole is just an extreme curvature of a region of space and time. That's all a black hole is.
Right.
It's not an actual thing. It's just space-time is being curved so much by this collapsed star that light can't escape from it.
No, but right.
That's all it is.
No, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So that's why I don't understand why. I guess I don't understand why there's a question then, because isn't the question answered in that's how it's curving space time, and that's why it's happening. I guess maybe I just don't understand what you're asking.
Afternoon, boys.
Yo, what's up, Banshel?
Hey, Benson.
How was your morning walk on the beach?
Actually, this morning it was magnificent. Magnificent. We found a poor little washed up cuttlefish that's seen better days.
Damn. Aren't cuttlefish like ugly and whatnot? They're like squids almost, right?
Yeah, well, it depends. If you're a cuttlefish, you might not think that.
Yeah, but they look weird as fuck.
Well, they probably look at us going, "What the fuck?"
Yeah. But they all like squids, right? Like they can change colors and do all that weird shit. Yeah, they can fit into any little small hole. Yeah. That's pretty cool, man.
That's where you get that what's that stuff that you put in bird cages? Comes from cuttlefish. Like the bone inside them. What's that called?
What? They have bones?
Well, it's not necessarily a bone. Oh,
Like a beak or
What are you going on about, Bandy?
the bone in the cuttlefish, Terry.
Yeah, they got an exterior bone, not an interior bone.
Yeah.
Don't they have like a beak?
That's what you hang in your bird cages for them to
Yeah, your
roar
birds.
on.
Yeah, your budgies or your whatever.
I
Yeah.
thought cuttlefish had a beak. Maybe I'm
Yeah, that's
thinking
what I thought as well.
I don't know. Somebody Google a cuttlefish and then we'll see what its anatomy is.
Oh, it does look like a squid.
Have bones.
They're mollusks.
And no, it's inside, they're not
Yep.
outside.
Cephalopods. So they are like the squid and the octopuses.
Okay, they have like a foamy, hard yet brittle internal structure, which is it's like a buoyancy aid. Okay, I see what you're talking about there. So.
Yeah, it does have a beak. I was right. Beak.
Yeah, but we're not.
I'm gonna post a picture. Is this what you're talking about, Bass?
Oh, you're going to do it, eh? I was about to do the same thing. Yeah, that's the bit that you throw in a bird cage.
Yeah.
Oh,
Exactly. What's that video you posted?
Yeah, what do they look like without that though? With that when they're alive?
Yeah, it seems that like if it's like a sack they have inside that gives them buoyancy and whatnot, helps them float. Sorry, but Ben, so what were you asking?
Wrestling,
What is what I?
blading,
Yeah, WWF is so messed up, bro. Like whenever they get the hit with the chairs and whatnot, they start bleeding. It turns out sometimes the referee or the wrestlers will have like a blade tucked in their shorts, and while they're on the floor, they pull out the blade and cut their foreheads. So like The Rock, Dwayne Johnson. Yeah, I found that out when I was younger, but when I found it out, like it turned me off of wrestling. So like The Rock, for example, because we were talking about how how when we find out things are fake, like it's hard for us to believe it and whatnot. Like finding out wrestling is fake. Yeah, and basically The Rock, Dwayne Johnson, wears a prosthetic forehead because his forehead is so fucked up from blading. He has like a fake forehead on when he's doing movies or when he's out in public. Yeah. A lot of wrestlers do it, actually. Yeah.
Damn. That doesn't surprise me. People will do anything for money, that is for sure. That is for sure.
Like work 40 hours a week for someone else. Definitely. Hi, Hannah.
Hey. I came over to spy on Kocho.
Yeah, I don't usually see you over here, Hannah.
No. Yeah, the flat Earth.
I mean, I don't usually come here either.
Yeah, I was wondering what you were doing over here. Straighten out Bandy.
Yeah, I got to keep Bandy on his toes.
He is a double agent.
I think so.
So what? What was that? What was that, Mr. Banstar?
Mr. Double Agent.
Someone's here to spy on you, Kosha.
He's friends
we're
with
here to spy
Roz,
on
so
you,
he has to
Kosha.
be a double agent.
I get paid by NASA to come over here and spy on you.
I'm a universal agent.
But you know Australia's fake, don't you?
You guys aren't doing a very good job of spying. I'm just going to put that.
Oh, okay.
I got caught.
I'll have to try a different disguise.
How does being spied on work when we're streaming on YouTube?
I know. I was thinking exactly the same.
Like, oh, the CIA is listening.
Quiet, all quiet, like that's how.
Yeah, but
it's like, oh, the CIA is listening. It's like, oh, wait, we're on YouTube. Yeah.
You got to be agent provocateurs. You know what I mean? Like we have to influence the arena somewhat. Huh?
Yeah, keep people fighting and a lot. Yeah, There's various tactics at play for some individuals.
Yeah, we're just waiting for the key word to pop up, and then we'll all be arguing and talking one and over each other any minute now.
Gio, be honest. The behavior you just described, I most recently saw a flat earther, aka Jeremy. I think he was pitting with who was it? Bob against. He was doing a pretty handy job of doing it too. Bob against Zanuck yesterday. Oh
Yeah, that was hilarious.
I thought
Wait, wasn't it the day before yesterday?
Yeah, whatever day it was. Yeah, I think it was yesterday though. But yeah, he was. It was pretty funny because that's why I didn't want anybody to, because people were trying to get in, and I was like, "Did I see what Jeremy's trying to do? Just let him. Let's see if we can." Because he kept trying to. He didn't want anybody else to jump in because he just wanted to make sure that they understood they disagree with each other.
Well, on one hand,
but he lost.
Zanuck?
Yeah, Zanuck and Bob.
Side?
They all, but Jeremy had a question, and I think they answered it differently initially. So Jeremy, now that he had them together in the VC at the same time, he wanted them to disagree on the question, like, in front of each other. But it turns out they agreed, and Jeremy lost his shit.
But they didn't really agree because Zanuck backtracked and he changed his thing, and it was all twisted up because they didn't really agree. Like, Zanuck had to damage control and make sure that he didn't agree with Dr. Bob because I guess they have some hierarchy or whatever's going on in their little system. So he couldn't do that. So then he had to somehow started kind of lying and changing his viewpoint. And then Jeremy lost his top.
Nothing is better than Rumpus getting mad at another Glober. That is entertainment.
Or like when Rumpus, we bring up Sean G, and he's like, "Oh, Sean G's not a globe earther."
Sean G did that the other day on Blues live stream. It was so funny. I was laughing so hard.
I mean, I jumped in there between the Zanuck and Dr. Bob thing because I was like, hey, well, I'm not trying to roast anyone. I'm not trying, because Jeremy was trying to roast him more, but I was like, I'm not trying to roast. I just wanted to try to see what their perspective was on it.
I was the same. I was agreeing with you. I was like, I seemed like even though they were saying the same thing, it didn't seem like they were saying the same thing. It seemed like there was the one distinction that is very important that they definitely never resolved, at least from my perspective. So I think that they continue to not be saying the same thing.
Yeah, it is still continued because the way that Zanuck kind of talked out of it is he was saying, but I don't know if we want to get all into it, but essentially, if you have a stationary football field, just it's not moving, and then you have a merry-go-round in the middle of it, and then you have two people on the merry-go-round, they're spinning around. Then you have two people on either side of the merry-go-round, and they're throwing a football. Do the people on the merry-go-round experience Coriolis? So Dr. Bob, and actually I'm actually with Dr. Bob on this because originally when this first came up, I actually came in and said my point, and Bob was like, yep, I agree with Gio and everything. Because what we were saying is that the ball has to be thrown from the rotating reference frame in order to then have the Coriolis effect. But then there's this other idea is, if it's just being seen from the rotating reference frame, even though it's being thrown from, an inertial reference frame, a non-rotating frame, then it's not Coriolis.
Yeah, and that's why me and Zanuck, until Zanuck, he's trying to change his. I'm not sure where he stands anymore, but initially, as I understand it, it's not talking about something that's happening to the object. But when you talk about these things like position, velocity or movement, it's always relevant. It's always relative to something else. You can't really describe it without describing a reference frame. And so if you're describing the path of, let's say they're throwing the football on somewhere to the side of the merry-go-round, not even directly over it. The path of that ball, as described from either frame, is going to be doing two different things. And it's going to be, two different lengths. It's going to be two different, there's going to be acceleration in one and not in the other, things like that. And I think just by virtue of it being described in the rotating frame, as long as it's being described from that frame, that's Coriolis is going to be enacting that description.
Right, but then that's where we got into it, where, is retrograde motion Coriolis? Is an asteroid flying by the globe Earth Coriolis? I mean, all of a sudden now all those things end up being Coriolis.
Well, no, but that's exactly my point. That's why I brought up retrograde motion. Even though it's not the best example, it's not the best example because of it has more to do with the orbit, and so But you can imagine what's it called, field rotation of the moon in any given night, something like that, where if you describe if you're describing the path the moon's taking from the reference frame, like outside of the Earth, not rotating with the Earth, and you're just describing the path the moon is taking around the Earth, that's a different reference frame than describing the path it's taking as observed from Earth. And that difference is that force, that acceleration, it's not a real acceleration, but that's what's going to be experienced from that reference frame. Otherwise, you have no way of explaining how it's changing directions and stuff like this.
Right. And you could get wild and say, like, the sun moving through the sky, like on a globe Earth model, is Coriolis. So
the sun, I am saying it.
Like, you could call that Coriolis. It just gets kind of wild. But that's why, I mean, the only reason I agreed with Bob, as it were, it's not that I agreed with him. It's just that him and I had the same, like, my understanding is that, the Coriolis effect, as it applies to the Earth, is when you launch a bullet or a ball or something on the rotating Earth, and then it does what it does, and then that is the Coriolis effect. But I think, like, that's why I think there need to be slightly different names. Like, maybe that one should be called Earth-based Coriolis, and then the other one you're talking about would just be like, Coriolis mathematics or Coriolis dynamics, or some other word that would.
But it's the same thing though, because mine is a general, because the general description is stating the deviation of a path of an object that's moving as observed from the rotating frame, and so that covers all these different forms of Coriolis, and any sort of deviation caused by the observation being made from this reference frame of some object moving with respect to that rotating frame. Right. And so for that reason, that's why it could come from it could have started on the frame, or it could just be being observed on the frame. But when you take the path of that football, for instance, if it had paint on it, like I was saying before, if it had paint on that football and it was thrown over the thing, and that paint dropped and it landed on the merry-go-round, and then you later looked and you were describing the path the football took over the merry-go-round in respect to that frame, it would be this curved path, and that effect that would be caused by Coriolis.
Right, and I'm like fine with that. I'm not like hard on either side. I mean, you have to admit though, Dr. Bob is kind of hard on the side that the ball has to be thrown from the rotating reference frame. Like which I understand why he is, because that's kind of the classical. That's why I thought it is too. Like in all my understandings of all this stuff, Coriolis and whatnot, that's why I said that too, because I mean that. Generally, that's the Coriolis effect. It's you shoot a bullet on the Earth, and So I mean, I think Bob has that more kind of classical viewpoint on it, or common, whatever the term is. So, but you have to admit that is how Bob sees it, even through today.
I honestly think though that some of it is due. It could be due to that. I think a lot of it is also due to like there's certain people in here who disagree with other people that just don't want to agree with that other person. And so it's like I think they're just kind of, they might be being stubborn in a way. I'm not 100% sure, but regardless,
yeah, it seems like Dr. Bob could have loosened up a little, and because that's kind of my perspective on it. Like, however you guys want to describe it, it doesn't really matter to me. Like, if you see, because what I was saying about it is that, well, anyways, I was just trying to say that Dr. Bob was being a little, like, was not willing to kind of just be like, okay, yeah, that could be Coriolis too. Yeah, it's just a different way of, but he kind of stuck to his guns, I guess. But because what I was saying about it is that this, Coriolis is named after a guy who like won a Nobel Prize. But I mean, he came up. I mean, this effect is connected to his work because he was working with these like mechanical systems, like small scale mechanical systems, and so that's why he had used that in his own calculations within these mechanics. And then at some point, it got associated with the globe Earth. And so I don't think there is any like absolute dead set definition. So the way that Dr. Bob's saying it, or the way I'm saying it, that is kind of the way it's associated with the globe Earth. Obviously the ball or the bullet is being shot from the actual spinning globe. So it's like Earth-based Coriolis. But then if you just kind of go back to the roots of like Coriolis itself and that actual effect, then yeah, you could, the definition could be slightly different, and then what you're saying could be the case.
What's interesting is if you think of a simple case, like a simpler case of a simple, like a parallel sort of question of like, let's say like how fast, let's say you're just describing you're not on a rotating frame anymore. You are on a moving frame. Let's say you're on a scooter, a motorized scooter on a cruise ship, and whatever, the cruise ship's going fucking 50 knots. Something crazy. Okay. Anyways, if you're on a scooter and somebody on, I don't know, the surface on the near the shore on the dock has just like fired like a baseball out of a fucking cannon. Okay, this is a very weird scenario. But if you were tasked with describing the path that ball's taken, or speed, or anything, any of these things, you're gonna have different answers depending on if you're talking about where the observation is being made. And so I think it's the same way with what we're talking about. Anytime you're on the rotating frame, when you're describing the path of this object, the name for that deviation that you're going to have to now include is the Coriolis. I mean, because that's why I asked yesterday if anyone could think of any other pseudo forces, because it's obviously a pseudo force that's causing this difference. And I can think of three pseudo forces. I can't think of any others. So
I mean, I think it might be a good idea to come up with a new name for it. I mean, this, named after this guy who used to work with these mechanical things, and I don't know. I mean, I would think it'd be beneficial just to maybe trash that word and this guy's last name or whatever, and come up with some new thing for it, a new name, a new concept. Something that isn't, because I mean, there is no set definition when it comes to this. This guy and his work. So. But yeah, I hear what you're saying.
What do you have in mind then, Gio? What's your give us a
Geo's ether drift deviation.
Geo ether drift deviation. This is too many words though. It's nice, but it's just a lot of words.
Let's call it GED.
GED, okay, that's not bad.
Yeah, good.
GED.
The GED effect.
What I was going to say before, the thing that Zanuck did, though, is like he kind of started saying that the entire football field is rotating, in Jeremy's kind of idea, that the entire football field is moving because we're on a globe Earth and the whole Earth is moving. So
yeah, I know, and that's when it started getting. When I started, I don't. That's what I'm saying. I'm not sure why that's, because I think Bob was saying something like that, but I don't know that. And Zanuck even said that there's relative inertial frames and absolute ones or whatever. But I think every time you're describing a rotating your Coriolis and you're describing the rotating frame, the other frame, if you're describing it from the rotating frame, then you're using whatever frame it's rotating in as the inertial plane, the frame, even if it's not really, even if it too is spinning. Just because you're only describing it from, and there would be deviation because of the other rotating frame too, but yeah, I don't know. I guess it gets kind of complicated. It's like double Coriolis or something.
Yeah, that would be like a double.
Chronic.
Double dipping.
Yeah, what's up?
Your star sites from that observatory suck.
I won my league match, by the way. Thanks for asking. And
You
also,
play
that's
League?
that's incorrect. They don't suck.
They do suck. They're the worst. They're the worst sites I ever had.
Yeah,
They're like
okay.
40 kilometers off.
Okay.
I think that they would have satisfied me or anyone else.
You know what I just thought of during that game is I could have trolled you and given you like actually wait, I'm curious now. I could look at like Hubble data, like imaging data, and give you those coordinates, and then you wouldn't be able to, you couldn't triangulate that or trilaterate that or whatever.
What?
Did someone give? I missed it. Did you get given some coordinates to find?
Yeah, I got I got these ones from Chronic.
A long time ago. Yeah, I gave him.
Yeah, a long time ago.
Mystery, star coordinates, and he.
I thought it was wrong because it's like in the middle of nowhere. But if you go to the 3D version, you can see that it's actually somewhere, and it's somewhere that has observatories.
Yeah, it's on an island in the Pacific Ocean. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's why which lies the telescope that Cronin got the data from. But the problem is
I don't know why it's 40 kilometers off though.
Yeah. That's your problem.
Happens in this order.
What can that be? Just like you said, the time was just a little bit off.
Well, someone saying something?
Lise has background noise.
What are you watching?
Oh, sorry. Huh?
My bad.
Bandy's here. Bandy, I have to formally issue you an apology. The other day we talked about Bayes' theorem, and you referred to it as a theory, and I incorrectly corrected you, saying it's not a theory. It is indeed a probability theory. So I sincerely apologize for that, good sir.
Oh, look at that! Look at that!
Thank you. I did know you were wrong.
Okay. You just didn't correct me in the moment. Ah, I see.
You fucked up now, man. You
Yeah.
should never concede to Banside.
Mhm.
I was gonna ask you a question very quickly, Chronic, because please give it the amount of energy it requires, because I'm honestly curious, dude. But based on what you were telling to Bacon just now about, because I know how celestial navigation works, and I know how the celestial sphere is viewed from Earth. I also know that astronauts use they use the stars when they're traveling in space. They can use the coordinates to navigate. And so I'm just kind of I'm wondering how they set up that coordinate system in astronomy, like in astronomy, even off the planet. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So you can use a WCS system, which I guess in some ways is analogous to what's the one, the WGGS or whatever.
Yeah.
In some ways it's analogous to that, but it's for the celestial sphere. Instead of coordinates on a spherical globe, it's coordinates on a spherical.
Just write a station declination.
Basically, yeah. But there's more technical systems. It's not just RA and DEC. Like if you have the timestamp for some orbiting observatory or something, then you can. So that's actually I might actually look at that to see. Look at the information on the images from something like Hubble to see. So obviously the coordinates are going to be consistent.
What kind of?
But I'm curious if they're because there's like metadata on, there's like they save all types of data with the images. What was the roll angle? What was the for a telescope on the ground, the elevation angle during that observation, etc. All that stuff. I'm curious to know if there's what that detailed information is.
That's kind of what I'm asking though, is about because in celestial navigation or in the celestial sphere that we use, it's you can validly use the declination and right ascension. You can validly use that, and it makes sense to use that on Earth. But declination, for example, how do you use it in space? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, you do use it in a similar way, especially if you consider stars at infinity. But the system I use is either the WCS system, World Coordinate System, or ICRS, which is a newer system. Like, I think we talked about this before. You know how they, I think even with eggshells, I've talked about this. Every like 50 years, there's an international sort of an update globally of the positions of stars, millions of stars in these databases, and they update them every 50 years because they each have their own proper motion.
Right.
So like the system used in the 20th century was B1950. That's what it's called. So if you were looking up positions of stars like very accurately, or you wanted to know a very as precise as possible a position of a star, you would give that position, and then right after that position you would need to give what epoch that position was measured in. Epoch, EPOCH, epoch.
Epoch. Yeah, like
so
Unix
you would
timestamp, right?
exactly, yeah. So you would reference that exact star position in B1950, and then when 2000, when it ticked over 2000, actually even before 2000, the sort of international community transitioned over to what we call J2000 system, like reference.
Is it possible that your observatory is like 1 minute late on the clock? 1 minute
Oh,
late
it's
on the
very
clock?
very, very possible. It could be definitely.
Because it's like the latitude is pretty much like dead on, but the longitude is like off for 40 kilometers, which
it
be explained
could
by just
be
the time.
exactly. Yeah, it could be a timing, an offset. A minute off in the timing, or I was reading it wrong and just literally told you
I don't
slightly
think so
different.
because they overlap, they intersect very close to each other, and I think. Go on.
You given seconds?
I
Yeah,
forgot what I gave him.
Yeah, he gave tenths of seconds.
Tenths of seconds, damn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you see where the circles intersect, it's pretty close to each other. But they're all shifted west for 40 kilometers. So if you adjust just the time, they shift back to east, and they would match exactly where the observatory was. Or so
Yeah,
I
something
think,
could have been off on the time, I'm sure.
yeah, well, but it's just like a 1 minute. It's less than 2 minutes.
What do you need again? What do you need for your program again? You need RA and deck, and then time.
And the elevation angle.
Elevation angle, yeah, that's
Oh,
what
but
I wouldn't be able to give you with Hubble. If I looked at Hubble images, there's a roll angle, but that's not synonymous. That's not the same as elevation angle on the surface of Earth. So it wouldn't work basically. Yeah.
Hey, real quick, kind of just to wrap up the question before, because I just need to make sure the axes of the coordinate system. So I guess the reason why you could use it in space too is because they basically extend the north and south pole out to infinity also, so that you could be anywhere in this near the Earth or whatever, and that's why you could use declination for that reason.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
So a really simple example that we can see visually is there's a few of those images that were taken simultaneously from Earth, from a telescope on Earth, and from the New Horizons probe, that satellite that they launched all the way to Pluto and beyond. I believe it was New Horizons, wasn't it? Yeah, I could be. Yeah. So that's a really good example of the baseline of that. So the distance is large enough to see a very, very obvious visual parallax. And so, so if you were putting in the coordinates of that star that they both looked at simultaneously from the New Horizons probe, and you were using the standard, WCS system or, RA and DEC, it would be slightly off because of that spatial baseline, that distance baseline between the two.
Right.
That makes sense?
No, yeah, absolutely.
You could think of a celestial sphere around the satellite itself is slightly different than the celestial sphere around the globe Earth at the origin.
What happens, like, the celestial sphere is set by Earth's rotation, right? But the axis of rotation, it precesses, it wobbles.
Mm-hmm.
Does that also translates into how you?
Yeah, exactly. That's one of the reasons why the system updates that's why there's different epochs. Every 50 years or so they update, like a lot of the databases. Not all of the databases actually. There's a newer system, that ICRS system, International Coordinate something like that system, that apparently does not or is updated very free, like on a yearly basis or something. So they don't wait every 50 years to do it. They do it very, very frequently or something.
Yeah,
but yeah, it's because of the axial tilt. Yeah, the precession of the tilt, and also the stars on the celestial sphere are not fixed. Even if the Earth is precessing, all the stars themselves have their own intrinsic proper motion.
Yeah.
I mean, some stars have pretty high proper motion, but
already.
Yeah.
But I think like if you see how fast the realization and declination changes, and how homogeneous that looks like, I think that the motion of the stars cannot be the major factor. But
it depends, but yeah.
Right.
Like I think Kosho shows a bunch of. I've seen him show a bunch of times. Barnard Star is a very high proper motion star.
Oh yeah, yeah. I got to my
the positions for that, yeah. So the
Are they visible to the naked eye?
in the south.
Over time, yeah. It needs to be a time, series, right?
Yeah, but are they visible to the naked eye?
Barnard Star.
I think I forget if actually I forget. It's the second. Isn't the second closest star? Something like that.
I don't think it's the second. No, it's not. Definitely not the second closest, but it's in the neighborhood. It's like in the top 10 or something.
All right, dude.
Its apparent magnitude is a V of 9.5. I think that maybe with binoculars you can see that in a dark sky.
Holy shit! 9.5.
Yeah.
That sucks. Never mind. Binoculars.
That sounds very high. I mean, which is very low, right?
Which is faint.
very,
yeah.
very
Yeah. No, but yeah. So with high powered binoculars, I'm pretty sure you could see a 9.5.
Yeah, but that's of course, yeah. I mean that's a decent tool, high powered binoculars. I got shaky hands though, so.
Hey, I'm not trying to derail what you guys are on. You can definitely continue on it, but I just real quickly, since you're talking about that, Chronic, have you ever seen like Uranus, Neptune, or Pluto yourself? Yeah. Someone was saying the other day that they question if they're even real and trying to say that they might be, not actually up there, kind of thing. And I was telling them, no, they're definitely there. They're just not very bright. So
100%. Yep.
You have to you can't see them with the naked eye. You definitely have to have a telescope, but you can see them with like a telescope with just lenses, without any digital or nothing funky.
100%. Yes, you can see it with your eyeball looking through the eyepiece. Yeah, 100%.
You seen Neptune, dude? That's cool, dude.
Yeah. It was a pretty high powered. It was a pretty high powered telescope, almost a meter in diameter, but
oh shit,
large telescope.
I'm gonna see Neptune.
Who was the person, Gio? I am curious if you remember.
Don't tell.
Oh, unless you don't want to say.
Dude, actually, I'm curious too.
Gio?
He moves away from his mic, so it takes him a second to get back.
Well, I mean, he said it on the live stream yesterday, so it's like public. It's not like it was a secret.
Okay.
Who was it?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Was it Bandy?
Who was it?
Fundamental.
Yeah. Well, I thought it was a Fundamental. I thought New Perspective said something similar to that.
And I also don't want to just claim that Fundamental completely said he thinks they're fake. What he was just saying is that like they claim to be discovered sort of recently, and then he was kind of saying how they're linked to like these like the sort of Greek pantheon and some of that stuff. So I'm not going to claim that he said that they absolutely aren't there, but he definitely sounded. I mean, it was on the live stream from yesterday, so anyone can go listen to it. But he was kind of seemed to be saying that he wasn't convinced that they're actually up there and that they might be fabricated.
Well, I'm 100,000% sure that I've seen with my own eyes an object with a blue hue that is very, very highly likely Uranus and Neptune. But it is all lights in the it's all lights in the sky at the end of the day, obviously. But
well, see, I was actually buy a telescope or go to a local observatory and look at it for himself.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I was telling him. I mean, I was telling him that they're definitely up there. I mean, because the thing I was actually on the side that yes, they're absolutely real luminaries, because I was talking about. I mean, the research I've done at the graduate school I went to, and also for years, really more than 2 decades at this point, of looking at the historical cycles astrologically, looking at, let's say, like Uranus and Pluto, which were in a conjunction in the 1960s, and all of the phenomenon that are correlated with that. And you look at previous Uranus-Pluto periods. The French Revolution was a Uranus-Pluto period, for example, and of course all the revolutionary energy, things that happened in the 1960s. So what I was telling him is I was like. I definitely think they are actual luminaries that you can see with your telescope. I mean, I have seen some. I've seen Saturn, but anyways, so I was telling him that like my knowledge of them existing has to also do. I mean, not only are that they are luminaries up there, but also with their actual very real astrological alignments and the effects. So it's like they're definitely part of the time clock.
Well, what about all the conjunctions, all the countless conjunctions in history that don't coincide with any spiritual events?
A
lot of them.
What are you?
They're quite a lot.
Well, hold on. What are you listing as spiritual events? I mean,
well, whatever the terminology you used to connect conjunctions of solar system planets to divine events that happened. What about all the conjunctions that didn't correspond with a divine event?
Well, I wouldn't say they are necessarily divine events. They're just events. Like the archetypal dynamics of, let's say, Uranus, it has its own entire archetypal component, like its archetypal structure. It's the quintessence and essence of, like, Uranus is the principle of revolution, rebellion, breakthroughs, like sudden, unexpected breakthroughs. Like lightning, for example, is a Uranian. Like boom, there's that sudden. It has to do with like being quirky and different, going against the status quo. I mean, these archetypes are multi-leveled, but it is that principle essentially of that rebellion, that instant spark of sometimes like genius insight or very quick thinking and technology. It's connected to technology because of the way that there's fast moving electronics and sort of the breakthroughs and revolutions that occur within the tech world. So I mean the principle of Uranus is like multi-level, but it's correlated with that. Whereas the principle of Pluto, for example, is connected to like intensity, decay, and transformation, like breakdown and decay. It has to do with like the cathartic, sort of primordial, sort of Dionysian. It's hard to just summarize these quickly. I mean, if I had a little more time, but I'm trying not to just monologue or whatever. I'm trying. But anyway, so when those two principles come together in a conjunction, for example, like there was the only conjunction in the entire 20th century was from 1960 to 1972. The peak of it was in 65, of course, in the middle of it. And in 1965, there were more riots and revolutions in cities across the world than any other time in the 20th century. So
I don't know if that's true. Sorry to cut you off. I don't know if that's the only conjunction that happened in the 20th century, but
it's the only conjunction of Uranus and Pluto.
Okay. Of those two specific planets. Yeah, sure.
Just understand, sorry, go ahead, Gio, because you're going to explain yourself better than me. But I was going to say with that, because I like when Gio talks about this stuff because he's got a pretty good understanding of. But each of the luminaries or each of the stars or planets, I mean, when they have conjunctions, it'll be their conjunction.
I gotcha.
The combination of them two is going to be different.
Yeah, it's like I get it. They each have their own essence, and then when you combine the two different essences, you get yin yang, and that gives you
like chemistry.
Like sure, yeah. I got a question. Did anyone here today wake up feeling a little grumpy and out of sorts? Yes. You could aspire to nothing more strenuous than spending a day without any distractions other than a good book. However, by the middle of the day, a warm and loving letter or phone call is likely to snap you out of your reclusive mood. You could spend the evening strolling through your community, visiting shops or restaurants.
It's an
Are you reading a horoscope or something?
There's your daily horoscope, boys.
Right. So it's important to decipher what I would
he studies astrology.
Right. So that's funny, I guess, but it's important to decipher between what I would call pop astrology or fake astrology. That would be fake. So the actual archetypal essence, like we were just discussing, the actual archetype, as those combine and come through in various ways in our personal charts and in the larger system, there's no, they do express themselves in concrete ways. But so what those people are doing is they're making up a possible concrete way in which those archetypes could come through, and they're applying a whole bunch of random stuff to them. And those are also only based on sun signs. So that's it's a very deceptive, surface level, incomplete kind of concept that's really just based on someone else's, interpretation and just making.
Yeah, I have a question.
Yeah,
just quickly. So the energy that results from the conjunction, like the Pluto Uranus one, or the one of the 1960s with the rebellion, that kind of spirit roaming around the place. Is it possible, or is it considered that people who have knowledge of these things actually reverse the equation where they confect the revolution to manifest at that time, rather than the conjunction being a causative thing, but rather people like Geo and like-minded people who know that that is theoretically the prime time to have a revolution. You know what I'm saying? Is it causative, or is it just something where, is it universally causative, or is it just that people decide to coincide events with certain conjunctions?
It's self-fulfilling prophecy, right?
Those are all good points, and in a way, both. I mean, well, first of all, I don't think they're necessarily causative. Like when Uranus comes in conjunction with Pluto, it's not necessarily that. I mean, it could be something like this that we don't know, but it's not necessarily that they're beaming from space or from the sky or whatever and like causing it in that way. It's more like a synchronistic system. It's sort of like when the clock turns 12, the clock is not making it 12 o'clock. It's just showing us that it's 12 o'clock. It's just reflecting that. So the position of Uranus and Pluto are indicating the dynamics of that moment and the potentials of that moment, but isn't necessarily causing it. To me, I see it more as like a acausal synchronicity. So it's sort of like they're synchronistically timed with the dynamics of the human psyche. And when we're talking about something like that would be called a world transit. So a world transit is when it happens for everybody. So Uranus and Pluto actually up in the sky or in a conjunction, and then that happens for like a whole decade. So the whole decade is colored by that dynamic. So that's a world transit, which means it's, in that way, versus like somebody who has an individual, because you also have your birth chart and you get personal transits as well. So you could have a personal transit of, Pluto on your moon or Pluto on your sun, which would be personal, but the world transits are occurring for everyone. So I guess, but kind of to try to answer, so I would not say it's necessarily causal. It's more synchronistic. And then the other thing is, I definitely think that these people in control, they know about this. They want to convince us that astrology is pseudoscience, it's bullshit, and laugh at these horoscopes in the newspaper. But they absolutely know what these alignments are, and they specifically do plan events to coincide with these alignments, because at the end of the day, like when Uranus and Pluto come together, there's a potential of things that could happen. And since a lot of us don't know about it, we don't know. So we're kind of at the mercy of other influence. So when these controller people come in and they do 9/11 or they do whatever, they're trying to activate our psyches and get us to express these energies in a way that they want to express it. So I think you mentioned that too. So I was just trying to address that part of it too.
So they're kind of like surfers who jump onto a wave that's happening in the natural world that most people aren't aware of the wave's even there, and they ride it.
Exactly. Like the wave is there, the wave field, the function, it's all there ready to occur. And a lot of people that aren't aware of it can kind of just be a little bit blind to the energies in one way or another. But yeah, the people who are aware of it may use that wave to try to
take advantage of it. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, that was an interesting talk between you and Fundamental yesterday. Hearing about your graduate work and all that was really cool, really deep. Kosho, did I hear you mention my name as like who you thought was saying that those planets didn't exist? I don't remember.
I misheard Geo because the other day you were describing Saturn, like you were describing how is that Saturn's viewed through a telescope.
No,
I know, but he was describing something different. He was describing that
I wasn't talking about Saturn.
We did. We were talking about how it's viewed from a telescope. How you can't tell if it's like it looks egg shaped or something. Can you say something like that?
Nope, not me. Just want to make sure you're confusing.
All right, that's fair. I could have sworn.
I think I sound like a couple people on here. I've been told.
Well, no, it's not that. Maybe I just it was somebody else.
Mixed up conversations. Yeah, no big deal.
Yeah.
But you believe that Uranus and Neptune are real?
I know Uranus is real.
Huh. Yeah. No, but did you? So you didn't talk about you didn't talk about viewing them because we were talking with that guy. Who's the guy in here? Trader Q, and he was saying that you shouldn't take observations of the night sky. Oh no, I think it was you're right. It was Brian. It was Brian who was saying this stuff. My bad, bro.
No worries. Yeah, interesting though. Yeah, the pop horoscope, pop astrology stuff really is like a perfect example of how they've, just completely taken something that might have, real benefits for people and just cheapened it to, make it kind of consumerish. It is interesting to think about, especially if you realize that the Earth is most likely not a spinning ball, or you're sure of it. Then you start thinking about the localized stars and how they might physically have a real effect, and if that's even possible. Like most people, I kind of wrote it off as a possibility of affecting you until I realized that maybe they're like actually right here, like focused on us closer. And the time and place that you're born on the Earth then would be a big deal, because you could think about it almost like if there's a frequency with the rotation of the stars, then there could be like, how could it actually affect your life, is what I was trying to get to. And if you're born at a certain time, or even if you're in the womb during a time before you're born, that the stars are having like a direct effect on your early development, that might explain how it could possibly affect the rest of your life, or your personality traits or something. I'm just trying to connect to the actual physical connection rather than the metaphysical, even though it would be metaphysical. But
matter affecting matter, you think?
no, like the frequency could affect your personality in some way at the early development. A certain type of frequency at a certain time might have like a certain effect on your personality. That, think about what it took to figure that out. If there's accuracy to it for a reason. Think about how many like notes they'd have to take about different people's, characteristics with, in regard to where they're born and how they have that in common with other people born at the same time and all that. What a study. Come on, really.
Yeah, Charlie
Crazy.
Chaplin and Adolf Hitler were born on the same day. They had virtually the same chart. So
Wow.
yeah, see, it's like each chart. It's sort of like an archetype. It's sort of like chocolate cake, for example. Like we all know what chocolate cake is, but there's a lot of different types of chocolate cakes. Same with like mother is an archetype. Like there's definitely something to the mother archetype. Once a woman gives birth, that caring, loving, supportive. There's a lot of things that mothers are. At the same time, there's millions of different mothers, and they're all unique. So in the same way, these archetypal dynamics, like you can look at Charlie Chaplin's chart, you can look at Hitler's chart. They have a lot of the same, alignments, the same similar charts, but they express them differently. And they express them uniquely, because just like every mother expresses her motherhood differently, everybody who has a Sun-Pluto conjunction or a Moon-Pluto, whatever it may be, they express that. It's still within the archetypal range of like every Sun-Pluto expresses their Sun-Pluto in a way that is correlative to the archetypes of the Sun and Pluto. However, they may do them in different ways. Like some people with like a Mars-Pluto conjunction. Mars is like aggression, Pluto intensifies it. So that can be somebody that's like very, very aggressive, or something like that. But then that energy can also come through in a different way, where like the power component of Pluto and the assertiveness of Mars can come through as somebody that's like a leader, that has like a very strong, assertive, leadership quality. So it's like one person's like, aggressive, the other person's, but it's still correlative with the actual, the essence of those archetypes, if that makes sense.
Are you potentially, you could be mixing up Charlie or Adolf? Charlie Chaplin was born on April 16th. Adolf Hitler born April 20th. Not the same day. Maybe you have a different person.
Okay, then they're 4 days apart.
Yes, sir.
Okay, then their charts are 98% the same. If it's only 4 days different, the only thing that moves much is the Moon and Mercury, which are pretty minor. But they would have that's. Yeah, so I was wrong, or not wrong, but I just didn't remember whether it was the same day or a couple days apart. I just know that their charts are virtually the same. So yeah, if it's 4 days apart, the only thing that would be different is Mercury, and the Moon would change a little bit.
So is it important they were born on the same day or not? In all seriousness, where's the threshold between being significant or important and not being important?
Didn't he just explain that it was like with 4 days, the conjunctions didn't change enough to make a lot of difference or something?
Well, I don't.
Like,
I mean, he's just talking at me. I don't quite know. I'm just asking questions. Like,
it kind of seems like you're being a little bit snide about it.
I'm genuinely like if they were born 10 days apart instead of 4, is that far enough apart to sort of be disconnected with the essence of the planets for them? Or?
No, so I mean, it's another example. Like, let's say twins that are born at the 5 minutes apart, they have virtually the same chart. It's 5 minutes different. If somebody that's born, I mean, like, the movement of these luminaries are pretty slow to where 4 days, like I said, the only thing that will move, like Mercury will have moved a couple degrees, the sun will have moved a couple degrees, the moon will have moved the most. But like, if I had to make an estimate of 4 days, it's like, 96% of the chart is identical. You know what I mean? So it's like the core alignments are all the same in terms of like, what you guys call the outer planets, those are all going to be the same. And so, yeah, their charts are very, very similar. If they're not born on the exact same day, yeah, I may have been mistaken on that. It's 4 days apart. I just remembered them because I've looked into their two charts and how similar they are, and then their lifetimes, and have looked into how they express their charts. And
do the charts that you look in, I mean, do you have like a certain reason for the ones you've chosen, or are there ones that include like the actual place that they're born to? Because I've heard that actually has a big effect on some charts readings or whatever outcome.
Yeah, the position, the location, that will change the rising and the setting, the rising and meaning the point at which the luminaries are rising and setting. So yeah, the position on Earth. I mean, if somebody has only the date, you can get most of their chart. If you get the time, like 90, if you want to call it 98% or whatever. If you have the time, then you can really get the position of the moon, because the moon will change. If somebody doesn't know the time, you can take like a 12 noon, because that's in the middle, so it's the closest you're going to get. And then, yeah, the position is important as well if you want to get the actual rising setting, and you actually want to get the houses and the full positions of everything.
Is there anyone here that would say that they've never had a time where they've heard someone's sign and then looked up the characteristics for that sign and thought, that's pretty crazy how close that is to some of these things about this person? Has anyone ever had?
Literally
like,
never.
You've never.
Yeah.
Have you ever looked it up? Like tried to
vague.
match somebody with their sign at all? Have you ever done that, Chronic?
The point of that is to be vague enough that you can make loose connections.
Right.
So when it comes to that,
that could be for pop horoscope stuff. But I'm saying, have you ever tried it? Are you saying that because you've never tried it, or are you saying that because you just never would try it?
I'm sure I did try it in my younger years, my more gullible years with horoscopes and all that stuff.
So and at the time, even though it might have been
literally nothing ever was accurate.
Nothing was ever accurate.
Even the mainstream ones were just like.
All right, so there's definitely subtlety to understanding all the layers going on, and if you just read someone else's description, then yeah, it may or may not be a quality type of description. I just posted. I won't go on like a super long thing, because I mean this is good if like to do a whole like a show on this where and this is an open panel, so I don't want to just totally take it all into this unless others want to. But I just posted a basic chart. I mean, essentially, that would be like the whole circle of the sky. It's a geocentric chart. And so each of on the outer rim, those are the signs, Cancer, Gemini, etc. So 12 signs, 30 degrees each. So when we look up at the sky and we see the fixed constellations, it's just splitting the sky into 12 sections. So you have those signs. The signs, generally, it's like they color the luminary or the planet that it's within. So if your sun is in Virgo, or in this one, it's Leo. So in this chart, which is a Great American Eclipse from 2017. So if your sun is in Leo, that means that your sun is like colored by the Leo energy, meaning like the sun, which is like your identity. It's like your core, sort of your shining identity self. It's
your chakra. I think most people understand how the system is set up, I think.
Well, so I guess what I'm saying, yeah, exactly. So, but what I'm saying is that like if your sun is in Leo, that means your sun is just color. It's kind of like having sunglasses that have Leo lenses in them. So it's sort of like your sun is like colored by Leo in that sense. However, that's actually a fairly minor thing. Like the signs, as they're called, Leo, Capricorn, etc. Those are actually fairly minor, because they really just kind of color in subtle ways the actual expression of the energies. But in this chart, see all those lines in the middle? Those are all the actual geometric relationships between the luminaries. So the actual, like in this one, they have let's say a sun conjunct Mercury, sun opposite Neptune, sun and a trine, which is 120 degrees to Uranus. Like I could go through all, but like the fact that your sun is actually in the foundational, like geometric relationships with, these other bodies, that is really what's significant. That's the most significant. Like that's the real, meat and bones, if you will, of the actual reflection of it. The sign is just more the coloring of how it colors through. So when someone is trying to say, here's a description for a sun in Leo, they're basically just taking, just the sun, because you have your moon and your Mars and you have all these other things that are in their signs. They're just taking just the sun sign. And then, obviously there's only 12 signs. So it's taking one of those 12 and just the sun and trying to make an entire thing. Now, there are some people that can do a really good job at actually putting it into words and describing a sun Leo. And if you look into it and research it a lot, many of us that have done that, you can actually see that layer. But somebody who is just like new to it and just reads something, you may not be able to, get the full kind of download of it by just reading someone's generalized, kind of description of it, which I agree is often generalized and non-targeted and unspecific.
Can I just quickly say, if you look up your star sign, if you look up the day you were born, you'll see that the sun is not in the star sign that you are or think that you're in. And also for the horoscopes, they do use declination of the planets in relation to horoscopes and monitoring astrology.
Yeah, well, there's a couple components to that. If you're talking about like tropical versus sidereal, because we have the precession of the equinoxes. So yeah, there's a lot of subtlety when it comes to that. Like if you look at your chart on sidereal versus tropical, which incorporates the precession of the equinoxes, it will be different. Yeah.
And we've also got the 13th zodiac had been added in, kind of making possibly one think that the universe is expanding. So the actual zodiac track has got a 12th bigger or slightly bigger. Sorry, I just joined the conversation, so sorry if I don't know what you guys would be talking about before that. But if we've got another zodiac sign in there, then would you agree to some extent this movement shows there's a movement or an expansion or possibly something else?
Well, in terms of that, the 13th sign thing, my understanding is that it's not about movement. The sky is not growing. It's just that you can split the sky into 13 sections instead of 12, and you can make a 13th constellation, or you can associate the positions of the fixed stars with a 13th constellation. So in my understanding, it's not that the sky is actually growing or expanding. It's just that you can split the sky into 12 sections or 13, which is just different conceptual ways of doing it.
Yeah, I just wonder, sorry if I've interrupted, I just wonder why all of a sudden we've just added another star sign in, and have we done this in our past, or we've just got another element to describing it. If you look at the star signs, they're not all equal, maybe length is the right. You haven't divided a circle into 12 equal parts. It's divided different to that because some parts are very small and some parts are very large. So I agree with you. Yes, it is a segmentation of what we observe. I'm just wonder why all of a sudden, NASA released the information, astrology from NASA, and what the importance is of adding the 13th sign in.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was a bit of a psyop when they did that. They kind of like they did all this mainstream, like, oh, there's 13 signs and your sign was wrong all this time. Like that's just another one of their attacks. They want to discredit astrology as much as possible. They attack it extremely. They want to make it almost as much as flat Earth because again, they use it for their benefit. Like that old statement, billionaires use, millionaires don't use astrology, billionaires do. But anyways, these wealthy people that are in power, yeah, they use it profoundly to their advantage. And so they want us to be as in the dark about it as possible. So they do all kinds of like propaganda to try to discredit it. So yeah, that 13th sign, like I said, you can split this. I mean, in terms of astrology, no one uses that 13 sign system that I'm aware of. Like in terms of like actual, splitting the sky and doing it that way. As far as I know, now there could be some ancient systems that do, but yeah. So it's a 12 sign system that is always used. So yeah, I think that 13th sign thing was officious, I think is what.
Geo, if you oh, one sec, dang it. If you so sorry, yeah, if it's only used by the global elites. If someone, just a random old, civilian could embrace it and utilize it to its, to its fullest capacity, can they gain a lot of power that way, or?
Well, I mean, the way I understand it is it's sort of like knowing the weather. Like if you're going to go out sailing and you know that the wind's going to be coming east to west, and you know that it's going to, there's going to be a storm or whatever, you can prepare for it. You can kind of have an awareness of it. You can perhaps, avoid the storm or something like that. So in the same way, like astrology is not concretely predictive, meaning just because like in 1952, the fact that astrologers knew that there was going to be Uranus-Pluto conjunction in the 60s, unless they're psychic or something, they just knowing that, they could not have predicted what was going to happen in the 60s. Now, they could have said, well, the themes that are possible are X, Y, Z. We can look at previous Uranus-Pluto time periods and see what happened in those periods. You can do that, but you can't concretely predict and say, oh, you're going to get married on this day, or you're going to, get in a car accident. Like you can't use it for that unless, like I said, you add in some kind of psychic ability. So all we can really know is what the weather is going to be, what the archetypal weather, the dynamics. So I mean, we can look at 2030 or 2025, and we can see what, like for example, we've had a Saturn-Pluto conjunction during the entire pandemic. Now Saturn and Pluto are completely connected to the concept of lockdown and isolation, and I could explain why. But I mean, Pluto, like I said, intensifies and impels things, and Saturn is the principle of isolation, of separation.
Can I ask you a quick thing before I forget? Sorry.
But it's like, I was just going to say, but I mean, the fact that Saturn and Pluto is going to be in alignment, from 2019, 20, et cetera, we couldn't have necessarily predicted that it was going to be a corona pandemic thing, but the themes, could have been, thought about. And then when it happened, it was pretty clear to a lot of us how it was being expressed, and they definitely used it to their benefit and, severe, so in that way, I think they do use it for power because, like I said, this is like, it's like the weather. It's the cosmic weather. It's like literally the weather that is happening now and that's coming. And so these people in control, if they can use it to their benefit, like they keep us in the dark and they use it to sway our minds and to sway our emotions in the way that they want us to.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Sorry, I had I didn't want to forget it. Oh, first thing, not a big thing, but I'm pretty sure Mars and Saturn are actually closer in conjunction than Pluto and Saturn, at least for the past couple, maybe 6 months or so. Anyway, the main question that I tried not to forget, but of course I forgot. Oh, you mentioned the predictive power. What would you wager to think? Or yeah, so you mentioned sort of has pretty weak predictive power. Would you go as far as say it has zero predictive power?
No, I would say it's not concretely predictive. So you can't concretely say there's going to be a pandemic just because it's Saturn Pluto. You can't concretely say that, but it is archetypally predictive. So like you can predict that the dynamics of Saturn and Pluto were absolutely going to be heightened and intensified and statistically significant during the time period in which it's in alignment. So yeah, it is archetypally predictive 100%. It's just not concretely. You can't concretely say exactly how that Saturn Pluto is going to be expressed.
In reality. Yeah. So if it's not perfectly predictive in reality, would it be smart for someone to sort of think of, so in my opinion, something that's not 100% predictive in reality is unreliable, in my opinion, of course. So I think there are other things that have a higher predictive capacity than in reality than astrology and horoscopes and stuff like that. It's my opinion, of course.
Well, I guess it just depends on how you define the predictability. I mean, like astrologers all around the world knew that the Saturn-Pluto conjunction was coming before the pandemic hit. So they all knew like, yep, we're getting another Saturn-Pluto. The last Saturn-Pluto was 9/11. And we all know what happened there, and the lockdown of the taking away the freedoms and the wars and all the rest of it.
Mhm.
So it's like,
what about the Saturn Mars that's been happening for 6 months? What about the Saturn Jupiter that happened last year? What about the Saturn Uranus that happened 6 years ago?
Yeah. Yep, they're all. It's like a wave pattern. They're like waves,
Yeah. All the ones I listed though don't coincide with nothing. They predicted nothing in reality.
Well,
they predicted that we went to sleep and we woke up the next day and we went to work and we drank, a beer. Yeah, of course they predicted all that stuff because that stuff happened, right? But I'm being facetious. It's not. They didn't predict anything actually tangible in reality.
Well, I guess it just depends on how you define prediction. Again, astrology, in my understanding, is not concretely predictive. So you can't say, like, let's say somebody's going to have a Jupiter-Mars conjunction in their personal chart. Mars has a very energetic, activating energy, and Jupiter can be like something very, like Jupiter has to do with positivity and growth and buoyancy, but it also can be like excess, like doing things in excess. So the thing is, each of these archetypes seems to have a positive expression and a negative. So like Jupiter, for example, there's a lot of positives to Jupiter, expansion and growth and positivity and, new beginnings, a lot of positivity, but there's also negative to Jupiter, which is like doing something in excess, being like, excessively eating too much food or, in a sense. So it's like, it's that principle of excess, but that can be done. And so each one has a positive and negative. Mars has a positive of being like assertive and being a leader, but it has a negative of being like aggressive or, something where you're, being violent to somebody. So each one has a positive and negative. And like I said, so if somebody had a Jupiter Mars, conjunction or something, you couldn't necessarily use it to predict like, oh, you are going to win the lottery. You can't.
Well, what could you use it for?
Well, you could use it to say that they're going to have a very heightened dynamic in their life of Jupiter, of the way that of Jupiter and what are we talking about? Jupiter and Mars, of Jupiter and Mars. They're going to have a time period in which they're going to be having what's called a transit of Mars and Jupiter. And how that is going to be expressed for them will have to be seen because time has to still unfold to get there. But if they're aware of it, they may be able to express it in a more positive way rather than a more negative.
But do you see that?
Can I say something before you continue real quick?
Go ahead.
Because I think you've made it clear your opinion about it, and that's understandable, especially if you think we're on a globe and all that. But it's
it still works on a
nuances.
Globe. Still works on a globe.
No, I'm saying that
astrologers
it kind of seems like a lot of the globers seem to poo-poo this kind of thing more readily, and maybe it's partly due to the mindset. But I'm just saying that I appreciate what you're communicating about on this. There's nuances to it, obviously. So he's not going to prove to you, Chronic, that it's like a foolproof way to live your life. But it's obviously,
I don't expect him to.
It's useful. People have made use of it, whether it's true or not. It seems to be something that people can use as like a way of, harnessing whatever the jouissance at the time is, whatever it is that they need to like do their activities on. And maybe it's self-fulfilling. Maybe the elites are actually enacting these things for so long now that it's their pattern that we're
I understand everything he's saying,
right? Yeah.
Well, I don't think it's necessarily self-fulfilling in the way that you have to know about this and then you express it, because a lot of what we've looked at is like, historical figures, looking at, Jimi Hendrix and, looking at all, artists and different people that are expressing their archetypes very poignantly. And so, Jimi Hendrix doesn't have to know that he has a Mercury-Uranus conjunction or whatever in order for him to be, profoundly expressing those dynamics, in his music and in his art. So it's not self-fulfilling in that way. In my understanding of it, from all of my research and observation and correlation, everything I've done with it, it's absolutely, in my viewpoint, I'm not trying to convince anyone, it is absolutely happening, meaning that the creator seems to be timing these archetypal dynamics and these essences with the position really to exactitude. I mean, it's unbelievable, like to the degree is when these things are heightened. They're like a wave pattern. Like as the conjunction comes in, the phenomenon within the collective psyche and within the individual starts to kind of heighten and rise. And then as it peaks. And then it's not a coincidence that the Saturn-Pluto is now separated. Usually it's about 15 degrees for those larger cycles, but the pandemic literally ended, exactly to the degree as Saturn and Pluto separated.
Well, that's what I mean by that. When I say self-fulfilling, I'm talking about the elites that are actually timing these events like the pandemic and all these things to go with it. So it's hard to differentiate to a T exactly what it is that the reason for these things to happen. Is it because they follow these patterns and enact certain dates and times for, what they believe it would be the best time to do it? And so part of that might be that they've been doing that for so long that it just, it seems to form a pattern because that's how they do things, whether there's a real effect or not that it has, or a real help for the date and all that. I've seen enough to know that there's something to it for sure. I know that.
Well, in terms of
no,
I know
just to get on, just to be on the same page as you two, we all agree that my bad, I'm in the middle of the game. There have been zero predictive, prediction that have come true from any of this, right? We all agree, right?
Well, we were just mentioning that one. Well, no, I wouldn't say that at all. I mean, basically, like last year, I was looking. I mean, I knew.
But I'm asking you to give me. I'm asking you to give me one though. I asked for one.
Well, I'm kind of giving you just a general one. What I was about to say, which is
general one. So a vague one, like the horoscopes, or a prediction, a perfect prediction in reality.
Well, I guess what I was going to mention. I mean, like I said, it's not concretely predictive. So you'd have to be a psychic. Like if somebody saw the Saturn Pluto was going to come, they would, to know that it was going to be a specific virus pandemic. They would have had to be psychic to know that it was going to be a virus pandemic. But they could predict, looking at what Saturn and Pluto are, and looking at previous time periods when Saturn and Pluto comes together. There tend to be time periods where there's more like control enacted by the government. There's usually more like laws, restrictions, and we can look back at previous time periods. Like I said, 9/11. Anyway, so there's a lot of you can look at previous time periods and you can see what was happening then.
Okay.
And but just to finish what I was going to say, like basically throughout the whole pandemic thing, like even like a year to a year and a half ago, I was looking and I was like, oh yeah, this is definitely connected to the Saturn Pluto. We're in it, the lockdown, the staying 6 feet apart. I mean, it's just perfect. The Saturn Pluto, it fits it perfectly. And I looked at when Saturn Pluto was going to be ending, separating, and it was around the beginning of 2022, around this time, like March, April, right around this time. And so I was saying to a couple people, and it's very likely that a lot of these lockdowns and the mask wearing and all that is going to, either end or, separate, as Saturn and Pluto separated. So if you want to call that a prediction, like I basically predicted the end of the pandemic, if you want to call it
that. I got most of that.
Correlation is not causation. We understand.
Of course, the pandemic could extend. We don't know. So maybe the prediction's wrong. So anyway, what you were saying is that,
but it did end like around this time. So that prediction,
okay.
I mean, in terms of a lot of, the main part of it at least.
Yeah. So it sounds like to me, what you're describing are sort of vague predictions, which sounds interestingly similar to sort of what the mainstream horoscopes give, right? They sort of say very vague things that aren't specific, no concrete predictions, etc. You would agree?
No, I don't think what I'm referring to is very similar to the horoscope thing, if that's what you're talking about.
Well, you're being pretty vague. No, that's similar. The vagueness of it.
Okay, Chronic. So let's say we're humor this concept that there's a bunch of evil masterminds who are wanting to do something to the world, that they look at the I don't know much about this stuff, but they look at the constellations and see that in July next year, Mars and Pluto are doing something with one another, which just happens to provide them with the energy or the characteristics that would be add to the efficacy of their plan. And so that's when they decide to release whatever this speaking non-specifically to this thing. So nobody's going to see that when Mars and Pluto come together. You can't predict, this is going to happen. However, as maybe Geo has done, where this pandemic happened, but he can once a major event unfolds, there may be some ability to tie the two things together, and there may be some conjunctions, as you pointed out, where nothing happens because there was no particular plan to unveil some evil plot or or positive plot, whatever the case may be. So, you know, I agree with you. I don't think it's any kind of Nostradamus thing, but there are some interesting, call them coincidences, I think.
Ah, the C word. Yeah. Definitely. I'm not denying coincidences exist for sure.
Well, yeah, I mean, depending on how you view it, yes, you can call it coincidence, or you can call it happenstance, or you can call it maybe some evil people or good people from time to time decide to unleash something at a particular moment, thinking that this cosmic wave is there to be served.
Mm-hmm.
Metaphorically speaking.
It also sounds a little bit like, so what you described sounds a little bit like, now correct me if I'm mischaracterizing it. It sounds like I have a friend. I know my friend's birthday is 1.5 months from now. I will plan a get together. Some people might call it a party of sorts to celebrate my friend becoming aging 1 year older, right? So you plan something because
similar,
you know something is coming.
Yeah, but
if
these
we know when the
archetypal
eclipses are
dynamics
going to happen, we know when eclipses are going to happen, so we'll just like reverse engineer this whole model to make it seem like we predicted when the eclipse is going to happen rather than post-dicted it. Similar to that, I guess. Sometimes. Go ahead, G.
I was just going to say
that's
that.
what half an hour ago, I said that. I actually said that to Gio. I said, is it possible that the conjunction is what causes anything, but people intentionally coordinate things to coincide with the conjunction because of this? In their opinion, this underlying benefit that will be gained by the celestial bodies. Who knows? You could argue both ways.
Well, yeah, I mean, if we go from the perspective, like let's say from the perspective that the creator is actually timing the positions of these wandering stars, these planets, as it were, as they're called in the heliocentric system, that it actually is synchronistically timing the dynamics that we're experiencing to be heightened or accelerated in those time periods. Like if that actually is happening, the consciousness is actually connected to them, then that means that even if someone plans something during it, it still is activating the actual real energies that are occurring at that time. Meaning that the weather, as it were, like the dynamics are actually there for it to occur. Like, and then people sort of get activated collectively. So there's also a subtlety, like the ones that move very slowly, they call them the outer planets, essentially Saturn, Neptune, Uranus, Pluto. Those actually are the ones that make these longer alignments within what's called the world transits, the collective. So those are the ones that seem to, like Chronic mentioned a Mars-Saturn conjunction. Well, Mars is a quicker moving luminary. So the fact that Mars and Saturn was conjunct for this time period is actually a much more minor or significant rather than the Saturn-Pluto. The Saturn-Pluto, like the kind of slow moving, outer planets that make these large sweeps. Like, for example, the 1960s was a Uranus-Pluto time period. All the upheaval, the revolution, rebellion, the breakdown of structures, the psychedelic movement, all of the stuff that was happening then was, erupting, and, society was, in that state. Well, in the 1990s, essentially from 1985 to about 2005, that's kind of broad, more like, 87 to 2000. But there was a conjunction of Uranus and Neptune. So the whole 90s had a whole different flavor because it was Uranus-Neptune versus the Uranus-Pluto period of the 60s. And I won't go into all the details of how, but I mean, really it was the birth of the internet, the Uranus-Neptune. Neptune has to do with boundaries and dissolving the boundaries between things. And so basically Uranus is the technology and the tech. So essentially the whole 90s was colored by this technological, all this breakthroughs in tech in terms of the internet and the interconnectivity and cell phones and all that stuff. And the Uranus, the Neptune in that case was like dissolving the boundaries to where now we're all interconnected the way that we are. Was we weren't like that before this entire alignment. So it's like the entire decades seem to be completely colored by it. Now, whether there was like tech companies that were also trying to develop tech to try to make that happen, I mean, it's all kind of connected, I think.
I've got just a couple of, or maybe 2 or 3 points just wanted to cover. Got planet alignments. Last one was 949 AD. Next one is 2492 AD, a difference of 1543 years. Pluto on Independence Day, 1776, Pluto was such and such in the sky, and then on the 22nd of February of this year, it would have been at the same coordinate, not the same position in the sky, but the same coordinates. The difference between recently and 9/11 seems to be a difference of a metonic cycle or something close to that. And also the other thing is we might just be using Western astrology constellations, but the powers that be would be maybe using more ancient constellation patterns like Romanian or different things like that, Eastern. Because I would imagine that we've had the almanac for centuries of all these things, so that we have been able to predict when these things are going to happen. But Pluto came into being in 1930. I'm sure they theorized it way before that. And they say that Pluto and Neptune have quite a good relationship. And that's it.
I think Geo knows this. I forget if we talked about it before, but did you know that there was actually there's a long stretch of time that Pluto was actually closer than Neptune? I forget the years, but yeah, it happens every cycle. There's a period of time where Pluto's actually closer.
Okay, yeah, that wouldn't necessarily be like the distance. Wouldn't really correlate astrologically. Is that what you mean?
Maybe. Pluto's got a more independent orbit than everything else. So naturally, at times it's going to be closer. I think it's 87 years closer and like 167 years further.
Well, like that chart I posted earlier, those are geocentric charts. Essentially, if you want to say like the Earth is, planar and stationary, that would just be above the Earth. The zodiac, the fixed stars, the luminaries, they're all moving above us, etc. But if you want to, actually, all the astrologers that are heliocentric, they think the Earth is a globe. They still use that same chart. So essentially, they're just using a geocentric chart, even though they believe in a heliocentric system. And it just doesn't include the distances. So like the position in a heliocentric model, the position of Mars and Mercury, they still might be 180 degrees from each other from the Earth. So if you're on the Earth and Mars is over this way and Mercury is 180 degrees the other way, that would be an opposition. But the distance doesn't matter, essentially, astrologically. Like the distance wouldn't really play a role in that way. It's just the geometric alignment position of them.
It's all good, and I love the way you Geo that you talk about these things because you see it as well as many other people in this room, and you come from a different sort of model, but still good stuff, man.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I'm always. I've thought about doing like an actual show on it, where it's specific for that time. Because I know that like sometimes in just open panels, like, it's somewhat controversial in some ways, meaning obviously people have different viewpoints on it. And then, everyone may or may not be interested in it. So I'm always a little tentative to go too deep on it unless people ask about it or want to get into it just because, it's such a specific topic and may or may not be of interest to everybody. But
if this has been going on, if this has been going on for centuries, then is there a beginning and an end to a great year, for example? So when we have all these conjunctions between Pluto and Neptune and Uranus and Saturn, all different things you were saying about, we could have been doing this for centuries, if not millennia, and we already know what's going to happen. Or well, we don't, but certain people do know what's going to happen, when it's going to happen, and they follow. They follow the rules, maybe. It's just a rule thing they have to just do.
Yeah. My understanding of it from everything I've seen, just like I was saying before, just the unbelievable level of artistic, nuanced, synchronistic correlations that occur. You can take anybody, just anyone off the street, and look at their chart and look at their transits and then ask them what's going on in their life. and it's going to reflect their chart and their transits profoundly. You know, they might say, "Oh, I'm going through a divorce," or "I'm going through this," whatever it may be, and then you know, it's just incredible. And that's even if they don't know anything about it beforehand.
Yeah, some would say that you could read all the horoscopes and they all appeal to everyone in one way or another. This is why I was saying that I might think I'm an Aquarius, but I'm actually a Capricorn, because it's things like that where the sun, well, my birth date was in Capricorn and it wasn't in Aquarius. So naturally, I'm not an Aquarius. You know what I mean? But they've got sun zodiacs, and then you've got other zodiacs. Or you might have a star sign and you might have a solar sign. So I think it's that difference there.
Hello?
What's up, Nate?
Oh, what happened? Where did everyone go?
I was watching a video again. By the way, I watched your video, Nate. It was fairly interesting.
Yeah, that's the idea I was trying to get across.
Sure. And we'll talk about it in a second. I just don't want to take away from. I just want to say something to Gio real quick. I posted this video. I tagged you, Gio. I think that you might like it. You as well, Realm. Even though it's describing it from our model, I think it's cool that it kind of shows this resonance. It's really a cool. I don't know. It's just a cool description of because you do see these relationships between. Because I've noticed it a long time ago that if you start from Earth and then Mars' distance from the sun, it's like 2.5 times further. Then Jupiter is almost twice that. Saturn is twice that. And they almost it moves away. It almost doubles every time it moves away. It's not consistent, but it's fairly close. I think it's interesting that there's resonance because of that.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely like fascinated by that. I mean, a lot of the like that kind of the frequencies and the cycles. Yeah, I did open that video. I'll take a look at it, but yeah, because like I mean, a lot of the astrologers, I mean, like I said, many of them are heliocentric. You know, so I mean, they think Earth is a globe, but they also think astrology is happening. So in their viewpoint, they just think, okay, God created the galaxy, the outer space, and then all these ball planets, but it seems like it created it in a way that it still is like a time clock. Like there's the position of Mars and all of these and the retrograde and how that all is significant. So it's like they still see it that way, but yeah, I mean, in my viewpoint, like the way Mars moves, the way Jupiter, Pluto, etc., like they are in their frequencies. I think above us, they're luminaries above us, but those frequencies do have very interesting like harmony. So even if, in my viewpoint, if they reverse engineered it into a heliocentric model, like that orbital resonance will still be there, which is cool.
Yeah, but yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, you're good.
No, I think Realm was saying something, but he's got like a robot thing or something.
Oh, no, sorry. I would have said something, but Kosho, you go ahead, mate.
Oh, okay. I mean, I was gonna kind of be out there, but the other day, somebody really described. I don't know. We were talking about ghosts, spirits, right? And I don't know. I don't remember how it came about, but I was just we were talking about how I think was it me and you, Realm? I don't remember who it was, but anyways, we were talking about how the event of something traumatic. Oh, that's right. We were talking about something about granite, like somehow granite somehow stores. Like it absorbs traumatic events or something like that in such a way that it affects it. Anyways, it's a really out there way to go with this, but the idea I think was like, let's say someone's murdered traumatically. It's like they're not themselves, but that event can be imprinted in that location forever. This could be an explanation for ghosts. And not that this is what I believe, but this is it was an interesting way to describe that. Anyway, the way I see astrology is regardless if it actually pertains to people on Earth, any given moment or astronomical observation of the night sky, of these planets and all this type of stuff, it is a snapshot. It is like a record of what's next to what's in the vicinity of what I'm saying. And I was just I was gonna kind of make the analogy of that, the imprinted event in that location. Maybe this is why in your idea of the cosmology, Geo, maybe this is why that movement pertains to people's births and events that happen here on Earth. I don't know if that was a huge stretch, but
I totally get what you were saying there. Maybe I could possibly. I wasn't in on the conversation, but the first thing that came to mind was in New York City. You've got a big Orthodox Jewish community that will live their lives by the history. So they will live out in tents on their balconies of their flats to represent the 40 days and 40 nights of something that happened in history. So maybe in ways that these are permanent markers and they repeat in a cycle of so many years and then again and again and again. And this is what I was saying about the planetary alignments. They say they align every 1,543 years to our perspective, apparently. And not apparently, but to our perspective. So if something is a repeat of roughly 1,500 years and that is a cycle, then maybe it's a bit like Groundhog Day, but it's a Groundhog year, a Groundhog great year. So we repeat these intervals like Mother's Day and Easter and all these things, but these are more astronomical time date stamps, maybe. But I get what you're saying.
I see what you're saying. You're saying it's like instead of a year and the days that make up the year, you're saying that this is like a 1,500 year where each moment it repeats itself every 1,543 years, at least the way the night sky is configured. Was that what you're saying?
I mean, I think they gave us the next one due on like 18th of February or something like that. But the first one, it just says 949 AD. So you might have a flexibility of up to like 364 days because there could be a day apart or if not the same day. But if you try and do calculations on how many days that's going to end up in, it says 563,000. It doesn't really, days. It doesn't collate to anything. But I think something like that, definitely. I mean, we look at times and we say that we get 15-minute flexibility in the north and southern hemisphere. So our basis on 24 hours could just be slightly off by 4 minutes, for example, or something similar that we don't quite understand.
It is off by 4 minutes.
Well, no, this is it. So it's kind of, then you have to say, well, if there's 366 days in a year, based on that 4-minute interval, then you're looking at 564,000 or 565,000 days. It's not close to anything, you know what I'm saying? So maybe the 1,543 is only half the cycle. Maybe it could be its furthest point or its closest point, but they're always conjunction twice, where there's a great celestial equator, a bit like the sun crossing the equator twice a year. So in this case here, if we time the period by 2, you're going to get something like 113,000, 1,130,000 days. I'm just trying to think, like, even that's quite close to a million in some ways or another. I think numbers and stuff like that, you can start to see patterns, because I know a lot of people here like their numbers and their patterns and stuff. Divided by 2. Yeah, it fucking hell. The same numbers come up every single time. If you had in 366 year calendar, which is the 4-minute difference, and you times that by 365, you'll make 24 hours bang on. It'll say that we will have a planetary alignment every 1,363.66 years, and that's only half of the cycle. Times that by 2, you're going to get a great year every 2,727 years. And I think we're just going on 365.2425.
Say that number again. 200 what?
Based on 360. Okay, so this is where I went. I went a million days of something, yeah. So I went a million days in a calendar of 366 in a year, and then trying to think how I did it. And anyway, I ended up with. I had 2,000. I had half a cycle of 1,000. Oh fucking hell! I'll get it again. Sorry, mate. I have to figure out how I did it again.
Oh, yeah, but just trying to see what the number you said was.
So 1 million, which would be
it was like 207 something.
Yeah. So 1 million divided by 366 is 2,727, right?
That's
of
crazy.
Those years.
That's almost Jeremy's number. 273. I think.
Exactly. And I say to him, all right, mate.
Divide that
yes,
by 10.
mate.
Divide it by 10,
Yes.
and it is, yeah.
And if you times it by 10, you'll get the diameter of Earth, which is 2,720, 27,000. Oh, fucking hell.
Well, it's
12,000.
It's 2,000 miles off, though.
No, I'm saying is if you add 10,000 to it, that's what I should have said. If you add 10,000 to it, you'll get the diameter of Earth.
But that's what I'm saying. If you add 10,000 to it.
Yeah, definitely. But the numbers are always 27.3 or 273 or 27272727, which comes up in all my numbers. And then you could say, so that would probably be a full alignment. But then if you divide it by 2 to get a mean, it would say that you get 1,363.66. You can move that number to 1,543, which is the alignments interval, and you can kind of work out maybe in some ways 2727 minus 1,000. You know, your perihelion and your aphelion, or whatever have you pronounce it, your closest and your longest, you know, things like that. It starts to everything. Yeah. All right. I'll be back later.
Oh, what? Okay.
That was abrupt.
You might have family. Yeah. Which is important. It is paramount.
I
in
heard him
business.
say "G'day, mate" in the middle of that. Not
Oh,
"G'day,"
okay.
but, you know, British "G'day, mate."
What's up, Big Show?
British,
mate.
British good day,
mate. Was that Terry?
Good day, mate.
Oh, it's Leith.
Yeah.
Hey, what's
day.
I heard the orbital period of Earth divided by the orbital period of Mercury is important. What's that number?
666.
365 and 88.
Yeah, what's that number?
Well, just divided by, or what?
It's 4.1.
4.1477727272773.
Two sevens. Holy shit. 2 sevens.
7-2 repeating, yeah.
27. Holy moly. That is creepy.
Cracked it.
How about let's keep going. Yeah, I'm gonna keep going with random comparisons and see how long our 2-7 streak can go. Let's take the
Well, wait, just okay. Before you do that, I'm going to be listening, but I do have to step away for a minute. But I just want to say this quick thing because you brought up Mercury. I was just going to say that Mercury retrograde, like Mercury goes retrograde 3 times a year for 3 times each year. Because we were talking before about the astrology and the predictiveness. But during Mercury retrograde cycles, like Mercury, since it rules like communication. It rules technology because all of the electricity that's going through circuit boards is all communication, boom, 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 all over. And during the Mercury retrograde cycles tends to be a time where a lot of technology, hard drives crash, a lot of technology mishaps occur in a heightened way, like statistically. And it's actually like well known even within like mainstream tech companies where they actually like plan for Mercury retrograde time periods, and they're aware of it because they have like huge server systems go down during that time. And so anyways, we're just talking about the predictability, but there are a lot of tech companies that actually know about Mercury retrograde, and they use it in a sense as a predictable, like they make sure to have everything backed up and expect there's going to be more downtime during that time. Anyways, just want to say that quickly.
Very poignant. Very poignant.
Sounds like the god of the Mercury god that they had, the Romans and the Greeks. Yeah.
Mars.
Messenger.
Yeah, he was the messenger. Yeah,
Hermes.
He had like the
Hermes.
winged sandals and whatnot.
Yeah, the wing shoes. Yeah.
Yeah, he was the one who actually he was a messenger of the gods, so he's the one who actually brought us a bunch of information.
Let's do
the winged messenger of the gods. The other thing that happens, like signing contracts during that time, like almost every time, like if you sign like a lease for a house or like a contract or even like getting married under Mercury retrograde, like things like that, the probability that those are going to like reverse and like the contract will either be broken is extremely high from what I've seen. Like it's really not a good time to like sign contracts or make any like new, commitments in that way. It's a great time for like reviewing things, like, going back over, editing a paper, anything that's kind of reviewing, going back over. It seems to really support that. But like anything that you try to do like new during that time, especially with like contracts or agreements, it's very highly likely that it's going to either be reversed or there's going to be some kind of a mishap or a misunderstanding within it.
That seems kind of causative.
Let's. Maybe. Yeah.
If people are reviewing stuff. Yeah, sorry.
Let's do distance to Pluto. 3, 2, and in
what unit?
Miles. Let's just do miles. Distance to Pluto in miles divided by diameter of moon in kilometers. Let's see if we get a 2.7 somewhere.
Wow. Yeah, but that 2.7 in the last one you said was kind of crazy just because it is
right?
Well, I mean, it's a repeating one, yeah. Well, it's due to the repeating nature, yeah.
Divided by 3474.8 kilometers. Oh my God, you won't believe it. 924,427.305. Holy crap, we're on a streak of 2. We got 2 in a row streak.
Wow.
Let's go. Go.
Yo, what's that weird number Jeremy was talking about last time that appears everywhere?
273 is the number we're talking about.
Oh, so what are you talking about now?
Yeah, 2.7 or 2.73 or something. Let's go average weight of a zebra and
male or female?
Let's go male. Average weight of a zebra and average sperm count in human man species, after you do the deed.
Is it in your hand?
No, after you do the deed,
Oh, I was like, okay.
Let's see. Oh geez, that the variance is too large for that. I don't know what number to use. 15 million to 200 million per millimeter. That's okay.
Take the average.
Or per milliliter. Sure.
How many milliliters are there?
Yeah, I don't know. That I think that number's too vague. Let me think of something else.
Yeah,
All right, the average weight of a male zebra in pounds divided by shoot something out there. I can't even think right now.
Yeah, I was about to look something up and I can't remember what it was. What does that do with your numbers?
Let's go GDP of the GDP, the current GDP of Zimbabwe. All right, so we have 1,100 pounds for the average weight of a male zebra divided by 16.77 billion USD. Make sure I get the zeros right. Oh, darn.
There's too many zeros. Too many zeros there,
It's
bro.
6.559 times 10 to the minus 7. Our streak is over.
No, you need something in nature because GDPs fluctuate. But
True.
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
What's up, Jerry?
What's going on?
Feeling like a villain, man.
Because you are a villain. That's why.
Am I? So, what did you think about the video, Kosha? Like, do you get what I'm asking now?
I thought your mom was a little bit. I think she was overacting, but overall, I thought it was a good performance.
Yeah.
Just kidding, man. I'm just fucking with you. No, but yeah. Actually, I told you I have to admit that I mean, even the thing I described that you said you'd said, it said that that's not what's happening, and I'm lost a little bit trying to figure out how they determined, because the implication ultimately was that mass can be so the explanation that mass creates this curvature in space-time because of mass existing, they're claiming that that's not a causative relationship, it's a correlative relationship, and so it
Yeah.
could be the other way around, that space-time is actually the cause
Creating
of
mass.
mass. Yeah, so
the
I just
curvature of space-time.
I don't understand that exactly.
I don't understand it either. Yeah, I mean that's what I wanted to ask. What's his face? Chronic. But I guess we'd have to
I've
show him the
is that
video as
some
well.
Higgs field shit? I don't even know.
No,
No,
it's
no.
radiation.
Yeah.
It's the what radiation?
Hawking radiation.
Okay.
Okay, so let me just really quick give this, because this was the way that they validated that validated that claim. Or anyways, so what they said was, because they said this is the step, this is the order of steps. This is how it happens. It says energy leaves curved space-time. Hold on. Oh yeah, so it says because the energy is leaving curved space-time. So the space-time's curved and the energy is now gone. It's just not there anymore.
You already lost me on that first sentence.
Okay, fine. Let's
So basically, imagine a really extreme curvature of space-time, right? So as energy radiates away from this region, the curvature lessens due to the conservation
Right.
of energy. Yeah.
Yeah, well,
So
that's my notes. That's the notes I wrote down. Yeah.
Okay. So this lessening. All right, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Okay, so this lessening of the curvature of space-time seems to cause black holes to shrink. And
Okay.
this has been equated to the curvature of space-time being a footprint in sand and the black hole being the foot. So the idea is there's a causal relationship. The foot causes the footprint. But here now you have a situation where the footprint, which is the curvature of space-time, shrinks. So the implication would be the foot that caused the footprint should also be shrinking, being the black hole. So it seems it's not a causal relationship, it's more a correlating relationship, and it works both ways. So this opens the possibility that through Hawking radiation, the curvature of space-time is what creates mass as a projection. So mass, another way you could see it, another example they give is, imagine there's a hand with light shining on it and there's a shadow. The hand is the curvature of space-time, and the shadow is mass. So we are just projections caused by the curvature of space-time. Have you ever heard that idea, Chronic?
Maybe vaguely years ago, but I mean, it's just it's
just a possible.
Yeah.
possible
It's not.
relationship.
There's nothing self-contradictory about it, right? Like it's not.
Definitely.
It's just interesting, yeah.
Maybe vaguely, but it actually sounds kind of interesting.
Yeah.
So I haven't really heard too much about
Yeah, I was actually asking OpenAI to fucking dumbed down for me, but it's doing a dumb job at that.
Sorry, did I ask one more follow up? What's the implication for Hawking radiation in this context, though? Like what clear what the idea of Hawking radiation is, right, and how a black hole evaporates. I don't see. I mean, I guess I understand how you could link it to this idea, what you just said about causality, but if we just strictly go off of the sort of the defined, idea that's well bounded of Hawking radiation, then I don't follow.
Wait, isn't it the fact that when they say that so if the curvature is shrinking, right, that would imply that the map.
So you mean the gradient of space-time is lessened over time? Is that
I guess like so we got so the basically which would be caused by the mass, right? The more mass would it be more extreme curvature.
Yes.
So if the black hole, if that curvature is shrinking, if the black hole is shrinking, that implies that it's because there's less curvature, right?
Sure. Yes. Yeah.
Right, and so I think that they're doing like the reverse implication, so that implies that one is the cause of the other, which would imply that in the same way, curved space-time could just be causing mass. Could be the cause of mass, which is a weird concept to me, but
yeah,
I guess it's just by implication of thinking about it that way, since it could come about that way, but.
I mean, it doesn't. Off the top of my head, it doesn't seem like a sort of. How would you even try to test something like that?
I thought Zanuck was exceptionally honest the other day when we were talking about sort of space time, a lot of the stuff. And at one point he said, well, he said, to be honest, I don't really like intuitively kind of, resonate with it. Like I don't really know it to be true, but he's like, I don't know. I forget exactly the words he said, but he just kind of like was saying that he doesn't really have any way to kind of know if it's real. Like it doesn't really kind of seem intuitive, but he believes it still.
I don't think it's intuitive for anybody.
Yeah. If anyone claims
it's very counterintuitive.
He accepts it though.
Yeah, he accepts it. It's very
based on the evidence.
Yeah. Because basically the implication is we are projections caused by the curvature of space-time. It's not that our mass curves space-time.
Mm-hmm.
No, but that's not entirely the implication. It's just saying that there's no distinction between that. There's no reason to suggest it's one way or the other. And it's they in the same video they started out by talking about Einstein's equivalence principle, which is similar. There's no way to determine whether you're accelerating because you're in a gravitational field or if you're accelerating because you're just actually moving.
Yeah, it just kind of blew my mind when this was first explained to me a few years ago. And I just can't wrap my head around it, that it could go both ways,
What if some of this is actually real, but it's just not happening in outer space? It's actually happening here on Earth.
What do you mean?
I like black holes and shit. What if that's like something at the North Pole?
Oh,
how would that be? Can you elaborate?
Or as we were talking
like
last
a
night,
micro black hole.
The North Hole.
North Hole. Yeah.
What if there's like vortexes within magnetic fields that are like essentially like you can get into the idea of portals or something, but what if black holes like actually do exist and they are actually bending and warping the quote unquote space and time, but they just actually are here on Earth, perhaps North Pole, Antarctica, regions we're not allowed. Yeah. But somehow they've kind of used these theories to kind of explain, they've put it in outer space basically.
Yeah, Whitstead had that idea that apparently there's something like that happening at the North Pole. That's why we can't go there, because there's some vortex type of black hole thing caused by the electromagnetic field generated at the North Pole. and it just stops people from going there. Like we can't even
What?
see what's there. It would just be like a black hole.
Yeah, but we can go there.
Yeah, but that was Witz's whole explanation as to why no one's ever been to the North
What?
Pole.
Yes,
There's
it's
things
about
there.
it being basically like a force field where your flesh would tear apart or something because it's
Yeah.
unimaginably strong force field.
Didn't the Russians don't they have a flag at the bottom of the ocean there?
Yeah, but I mean, Witz says no one's ever been there.
Apparently they do.
Well, okay, here's my thing. Let's say
Well,
that
Coach,
let's say
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say, you said we could go there as if, we could just go down to the local supermarket. I mean,
no, yeah.
Yeah, I
there's
mean,
people
you could go there the way you could go to France,
Yeah, there's people who make a living off of like sledding people, like having sled tours where they take them as close as, is safe at the time to the North Pole. And then there's actual people who go on missions, for whether it's with the government, the Russian government or whatever, to actually, traversing this stuff. There's a lot of people go there. Many people have been to the North Pole. Many more people than have been to the South Pole, for sure.
all right. Well, I didn't mean to interrupt you if you remember what you were saying, but
I do not remember what I was saying, dude. But it's okay.
Some weird shit about space time.
I thought you were gonna fucking say something nice, dude. When I fucking first heard you speak, I was like, "Oh, Chronic's saying he's gonna say something nice." Say that fucking shit. Fucking hell. Anyways, I was trying to get the AI to summarize Hawking radiation for me. Did an okay job.
What's the summary?
Well, let's see. It says this explanation could imply that space-time curvature is the cause of mass. If space-time is curved, then it can cause particles to move in a curved path. What the hell?
Allegedly.
This curved path causes particles to emit radiation, and the radiation is then redshifted and amplified by the black hole's gravity, causing to be emitted from the black hole. This radiation is called Hawking radiation. That's interesting. Oh yeah, man. You ever come across an object in the wild that you're sure it just doesn't make sense how it could have gotten there, what it even is? You have no clue, though. You have no mystery. I mean, you have no idea at all. You have no explanation for it. It's these sort of curiosities that intrigue scientists into investigating, right? Like they come across crazy observations, things that maybe we don't have access to, but they seem to be true based on our model of the universe and our observations. All we're left with is curious implications of it, right?
What sort of object would you come across in the wild that you have no idea what it is? You're talking like an animal, or
I'll tell you this, Wallace.
an old wheel of an old car.
When I was a kid, I found this weird metal. It was like a 2-foot diameter. It looked like basically this was like it looked like a melted steel, like it melted into a puddle of ice cream or something. And it was just I found it in the middle of like a huge forest. I had no idea how it got there. I had no idea I still to this day don't know what the hell it was. You know what I mean? And it's something like that you try to make sense of. You try to say, how could this have gotten here? What could have caused it? What is it? You know what I mean? And something that mysterious. All you're left with is the evidences and observations, right? So, because you were basically mocking us talking about it, like, oh, this is just fever dreams, but really, this is the implications of our observations and and
So
evidence.
they are dreams. They are dreams. Right. At the end of the day.
No, but that's what I'm saying. We're not talking about theoretical physics. We're talking about observable observations, right? For experimentation.
We're talking about light that we look at through a lens, right? And we're trying to work out what that light does. If it's moving to the left, if it's moving to the right, if it's blinking a funny way, what colors are is it emitting? Like, we're just looking at light and its patterns and cycles.
Yeah, well,
Come on, Kosho. That's what we're looking at.
Well, let's take the two most successful theories of the universe, okay, or scientific theories. Yeah, we'll use GR, general relativity, and quantum field theory. Okay, the thing is, general relativity, this theory that is being shown to be true over and over again, it also implied black holes. So it implies black holes. We finally have evidence of black holes. So that's we hold that to be true. Now move to quantum field theory, another extremely successful description of the universe. Well, if that theory implies that Hawking radiation is an outcome from it, and this implication that we're discussing, which seems nonsensical, is basically an outcome of Hawking radiation being true. So when you think about it, these sort of deductions and implications are only based on things that we regard as truth, right? So we have no reason to not think it's true.
I got a question for you,
You
Bandit.
got lots of reasons to think it's not true, but I'll leave that one alone. Yes, was that you, Chronic?
Yeah, I got a question for you,
Yeah.
good sir.
Yes, go
And
for it.
there is no wrong answer, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Well, then I'll give a wrong answer.
All right.
He's gonna try his best.
I want all of you. I want every single opinion you can think of, or idea, or explanation, because maybe I will consider some of them and see if it checks out. So there's these crazy observations that we've made of the sky, and we see these warped sort of figures that are sort of warped into these arcs around galaxies or clusters of objects that we see in the sky, and sort of right now our best idea is that the gravity of these galaxies, the massive gravity, is warping the light coming from a background galaxy. If that explanation turns out to be just incredibly wrong, false, or wrong in many different ways about that, what if you could posit any other explanations or ideas that I could hijack and win myself a Nobel Prize. I'm sure I'll share it with you, of course, once I get it.
Share it with me.
Of course. But
Happy days. Like a little footnote on the bottom of the Nobel Prize.
Yeah,
as well as Bansal Bandit on the bottom.
Yeah, I'll chisel a little. I'll chisel a 1 ounce little nugget out of the.
I'm sure you will.
Yep.
What other theories do I
Just
have?
any ideas of anything, any idea that it can explain those phenomena that we see.
So we're looking at light that is pulsating and moving and doing some funny kind of things that we're viewing, and you want another theory as to why it is so. Is that
Sure.
the crux of it? Well,
Basically, yep.
Okay then, cool. No problems whatsoever. What about perhaps the medium that the light is traveling through, and how the medium has affected the light before it gets to your viewpoint?
That's a good idea. That's a pretty good idea. And so the medium in some way is causing this phenomenon that we're seeing, and it's indeed not actually space-time
Could you
warping
explain
the
the
light.
phenomena again?
Well,
gravitational lensing. Gravitational lensing.
Einstein rings.
If I want if I was chronic to shine light through some water, okay, then, and just say I had a few different pools, right, or fish tanks, right, and that water, I was able to put something in that water that had different, gave it a different density and different characteristics, and I was able to shine that light through all of these different layers. Okay, it would give you, instead of it just shining through one, right, and you view it like that, okay, that would give you one particular um, vision or vantage point of what you would see. But if you were to shine it through a couple, it would look slightly different, and so forth and so. And the longer that light travels through those mediums, right, it's gonna alter. And how that medium is affected. Perhaps is that medium moving? You know, does it have a wavy type of effect? You know, down, left to right. But these, to me, are possibilities. Chronic, what the light is actually, traveling through, and I don't think until we can identify what the light is actually traveling through with any conclusivity, it's hard to say exactly what it is doing.
So are you saying all right, let me ask one follow-up in response. So what if with that analogy that you gave about the water tanks and the medium that you're changing in the water tanks, so what if over the past century or more, we have so imagine that water tank and the different medium, imagine that, but scaled up to just millions of different types of water tanks, different types of mediums, different distances, lengths of water tanks, and all that stuff. Different sources of light, different kinds of sources of light, like galaxies or a single star or supernova, whatever. Traveling through all those different types of fish tanks, and over the past century or so, with the advent of newer instrumentation, better the advancement of astronomical instrumentation and technologies, we've characterized the medium itself, that some would call it the interstellar medium or the intergalactic medium. We're able to characterize it to a pretty high degree of accuracy. Now, of course, it's ludicrous and laughable to place such a tight constraint that you need to physically go grab a piece of the interstellar medium to truly understand, to know truth. Of course, that's ludicrous. That's not how science doesn't prove things anyway. It's just a level of degrees of confidence, as you're well aware. Yep. So my reply would be that we have characterized to it extreme. I can give many references, papers that give you 3-dimensional maps of what's called extinction in the sky. So that's how light travels through the medium, because we know for sure there's gas and dust in the medium that does things to light. Nothing yet that we can attribute to this incredible warping that we're seeing in other scenarios. For the most part, empirically, what happens for the most part that we measure and observe and take data on is actually just what's called reddening. So light from a star traveling at some distance toward our telescopes or our eyes, depending on the amount of interstellar medium, dust, gas, etc., that it travels through, the light basically becomes reddened. Not red shifted. That's different. That's a different concept. But the light becomes reddened, so its color gets redder due to absorption and re-emission through that medium.
Isn't that kind of like ray light scattering? Like what happens with our atmosphere almost, right?
Yeah, you could make a sort of vague connection there, but it's It's
Yeah.
the median that the extinction is nowhere near as sort of dense and packed together as molecules in Earth's atmosphere, obviously, but it still happens to an extent. Yeah, it's so for example, actually Kosho posted something pretty significant. One of those, the third image on the bottom is from Hubble, and so first of all, it's above most of the Earth's atmosphere, and second of all, there's clearly an Einstein, what's called an Einstein ring.
Go should delete.
Oh, he did delete it. Jesus. But I get your point, Bandy, and I would just say that that indeed we as astronomers have over the past century or maybe even longer have been working to get better and better at characterizing what exactly the interstellar medium is made of, how it affects light, how light travels through it, emitting and absorbing and re-emitting light, etc. So yeah, of course we're not going to travel to that Einstein ring and grab a piece of that galaxy that's causing the warping.
No,
Yeah.
obviously that's impractical, right? And I'm not at all trying to poo-poo on your profession at all, right?
I get that.
Or maybe a little bit, but
Poop on it all you want. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I know you don't care at the end of the day,
Mhm.
but what I have, I've got no problems with spectroscopy or anything like that, right? And these things can be shown to work on a small scale, right? And they can be demonstrated to work on a small scale. It's when we're applying these things to vast scales is where I have an issue with astronomy. That is my issue when we make assumptions about what it is doing because we know what things through experiment do on a very, very, very small scale compared to the scale at which we're viewing these things through.
Of course, yeah.
And that's what I have an issue with. Like you analyzing photos of stars and light and what they're doing and how they've moved and how they're pulsating and all that sort of stuff. I think it's one of those things that goes back eons that I can remember as a young father. Some of the best times of my life were laying out in the back paddock with my kids, late at night in the country, looking up at the stars and just wondering, if you know what I mean. Like people have done it for ever and a day. So
I think that I totally understand that, and many people say that, obviously. What I would say to that is just because maybe right now there may not be a feasible way to recreate this exact phenomenon in a lab, absolutely does not mean that there's zero reason to ever study it or try our best to understand what is going on, right? I'm sure you agree to that. It's
yeah, exactly. But
yeah, so then that's why if that was my philosophy, then of course everyone's philosophy, then then none of this would ever, there'd be no research, study, anything into any of this, and it would just remain a mystery, for forever.
I have very similar views when it comes to how people talk about refraction when we're looking at things chronic. So we're looking at something out over the horizon, and we apply these formulas of refraction, right? Which to me seem to have only been tested, right, in planar type of environments. right, in planar type of density gradients. Nothing has been tested in a spherical, which I know would be difficult, but even in a curved type of gradient to see if there is absolutely any difference between a curved density gradient to a planar density gradient. Now, we can have all the words and pictures in books as to how we think light acts, but until you actually take those words, all those pictures, or as Kosho has done, he's done some computer modeling on them, right, and put it into practicality to see if all these ideas actually stack up. It's still just an idea. It actually hasn't been put under the rigors of experimentation, and that's what I have issue with when these things aren't put to the rigors of experimentation. Now experimenting how light is going to perform over what apparently is 1,000 million light years away. Who knows how you'd even do that? Kind of like at some particular point you do have to have theory and all that sort of stuff. But yeah.
So I had a question about your what's your issue with the I'm sure there is an issue that you have, and I think I may even be able to guess it, but I want to let you answer. What's your issue with for example, small scale experiment, that one experiment that was done, the video showing measuring the that red paint line that's refracted above that tank with the butane. That it is showing. So yeah, so yeah.
Where the gas is poured over it.
Exactly. So before you give your answer, let me just say, before you give your answer, the if someone more dedicated than I am, because I don't really care, to be frank, what your answer is really, but I mean I do care, but anyway, someone who might be like more dedicated or like or into the fight, against the globe versus flat Earth, more dedicated than me, might care. But if I strictly keep you to your word about refraction on curved, whatever, right? Refraction at a small scale experiment plus refraction that's shown plus curved, curved gas, atmosphere, whatever you want to call it. Like sticking so strictly to those three things that you mentioned in your ask. That is that video, that experiment that I'm referring to, it explains and shows to be true empirically exactly all three of those points, right? Now yeah, you can give your answer before I try to guess it, but
yeah, well, firstly, I don't think that experiment actually does show too much at all, right? And that plasticine experiment I'm not interested in, and this actually has got nothing to do with, to me, really about FE or globe, right? When people will cite people like, say, Andrew Thomas Young as an expert, and these other learned people, right? Not in the argument whatsoever, but these people have letters after their names. They work in universities and all this sort of stuff, and you can't actually find that they have tested their theories in an experimental situation. I find that very strange, that all you can find is words, all you can find are pictures, right? You may be able to find some computer modeling, right? You can't actually find, right, actually any
I mean, are you asking about
experimentation.
Yeah, but there's entire fields that are dedicated to that. There is a very, very defined difference, a very strict difference between experimental physics and theoretical physics, or observational astronomy and theoretical astronomy. There are very, very hard boundaries between those two. So if you're referring to anything with the T that the first word starts with a T, then yeah, of course, it's people just with their pens and paper and their brains. at a very fundamental basic level. But there's that whole other regime that is all strictly experimental, empirical, observational, that they may link some of their, or they may conclude that results of their experiment reinforce some theory that the other guys on the other regime, the other side of the fence, have have worked out theoretically, but they are distinct. There's huge, just these fields are pretty big. Can I ask? Yeah, go ahead.
They may be big, and I have done my fair share of Googling to try and find some practical experiments where this can be demonstrated, that what can be shown, say, in a fish tank full of sugar water, right, can be shown exactly the same way in a fish tank full of sugar water that is actually a curved gradient. Right, I haven't been able to find these things, and I haven't just looked on YouTube. I've looked on Google, I've looked on DuckDuckGo, I've looked on Quant, I've looked at all these things, and I can't. And all I can find, Chronic, are papers and pictures. Right, that's all I can find.
So can I ask you some specific questions about the what's the name of the one with the tank and the butane? I don't know the name of it, but
Oh yeah, but they've got a bit of plasticine behind it that has a bit of red on it. And they pour gas on the very
exactly. Can I ask you a few specific questions about that, and I want to hear where specifically you raise issues, just so I understand. So if we think of the check boxes, right, that you mentioned, things that you want to be seen things you want to be shown at a small scale with okay, so the first checkbox is curved gradient or curved surface. Okay, the tank is cylindrical, if I'm not mistaken, correct? So is it fair for me to check that, but for this experiment to check that box, in your opinion? Is that the shape of the object? Yeah.
It technically should. It should be like a top of a ball, but fine.
Okay,
we'll go with curve.
We'll give it a half.
Right?
It's a cylinder, so it can.
We'll give it.
Sure.
We'll give it half a tick.
Sure.
We'll give it half
Okay.
a tick.
So the curved surface of the cylinder gets half of a check mark. Now the red, I forget what you called it, but the red line appears to be refracted up, right? So it's not seen before the substance is poured, and some phenomenon is happening on a small scale. So we can, if we correctly attribute this to refraction that is demonstrated on a small scale, then in my opinion, checkbox number 2 is also checked. Unless we're tricked or something, and it's not, it's a different phenomenon. That it could be. But it appears to be refraction. So and I totally forget what the third checkbox was, but I'm just trying to get an idea of where the issues are. The biggest issues for you are that it's
okay. My issue is
most people's issue is that it's butane. Yeah, it's not representative of Earth's atmosphere.
Right.
That's the.
And my second issue is how that butane is actually poured over it. Now you can see that little bit of gas, like there's that little white line that is over the middle of the cylinder. Is it wrapping around the whole cylinder evenly, or is it just there on the particular top of it? Like, is it actually curved at all? I don't know. We don't see a front-on viewpoint from it to see exactly what that gas is doing either. I think it is. I don't think, to me, like I said, I don't like it, and it's not up to me, and it's not up to you, right, to do these things. It's not up to random YouTubers to do these things. It's up to the people that actually, this is their field, Chronic, to be doing
Oh,
these
I don't know
things.
whose field is to pour butane in their backyard on a gas tank.
Well, I'm not like, there are probably many different ways you could use jelly, for argument's sake, to maybe represent a density gradient. Who knows?
But jelly is less like Earth's atmosphere than butane is, no?
Well, we're talking.
Could you?
Go, Joe.
Sorry, I just want to jump in and say, do we know that the tank is not contracting, the tank itself?
What do you mean?
Well, when the butane's poured over it and the temperature changes, like could the tank itself be like, bowing or indenting kind of thing, like the tank itself?
I have no idea. I would guess not, because that's a pretty structurally
Very rigid.
rigid, pretty structurally rigid material. So I would guess not, but I don't know. It's possible, I guess.
I think you would want to try and experiment somewhat to what you think reality is doing, right? And those experiments don't just stop at a computer simulation, Ronnie. Right? So
I
at
agree.
some point, you got to take them into the real world.
Well, not if your profession starts with the T word, then not strictly. But I know what you mean, though. I know what you mean. Like if your profession
Well,
is theoretical physicist, then you've done your job at the simulation. You
okay then.
Yeah.
But as a theoretical physicist, don't you want to try and put these things into reality instead of just keeping it an idea?
Well, that's what collaborations are for. That's what.
Okay then. So part of their mantra is to actually prove it so, even though nothing can be proved. All right, I want to go down down this path. But you want to try, but you do want to try and experiment with it, okay? And
I agree.
I just don't see it being done on a small scale, let alone a big scale. Everything has to start on a small scale, chronic, and then you build it up and you build it up. And if these things remain constant from a small scale to a slightly larger scale to a slightly bigger scale, well then that's then when maybe you can then equate them to super large scales. But
But
until you've actually done that, I think the field falls.
But I know you understand. I know you of all people, you understand how not feasible it is to show water sticking to a basketball through gravity. I know that you understand that.
Yes, obviously, and that's why you have to think outside the box, chronic, and think of well, is there some other way?
I think Cavendish was in a box, but anyway, go ahead.
Yeah. But that's why you've got to think outside the box and think, well, how can I, in some other way, right, knowing the restrictions where I think that I live, that I am, right, because I can't get water to stick around a basketball, right? How else can I get a gas or a gradient to conform the way that I want to make it conform? Right? And that's why you've got to think outside the box. And I had an idea a few days ago. Well, perhaps it might be a stupid idea, right? But at least it's an idea that these people could have thought of using jelly, right? Getting layers of jelly of different density gradients, right?
You're
and
getting me
then
hungry.
and
Go
then
ahead.
and then laying them over a curved surface, one on top of each other, right? And then shining their lasers through it and see if it performs any differently. Because we know, chronic, that the angle of incident that the light hits anything affects the angle of incident at which it is refracted or reflected,
Uh-huh.
as it's coming out. We know these things. So
Okay.
being in a curved environment or spherical environment, more technically, right, this would affect, right, everything about it. It would affect everything about it.
Sure. It's It's an interesting proposal. I don't think I've heard that one in a while ever. So a sphere with you need the jelly to be pretty viscous, no?
Oh, look, like I said, it was just an idea, right? At least it was an idea.
Of
right?
course,
If
yeah,
no-
yeah.
If
You
if
get
if
credit for the
nothing
idea.
else.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay, so I'm not saying I've got the solution
Yeah.
to any of these problems, but
You just got jelly donuts on your mind.
Can we eat the jelly after? Yeah, after the experiment, can we eat the jelly? Yeah.
exactly. But
I think yeah. I mean, you made a good point about theory not having any experimental counterpart or observational counterpart. I mean, that's one of a huge joke in string theory is that it hasn't made progress in 30 years, in 40 years since the 70s. Like it's one of those like sort of what's that word? Like
Hypothesis.
unfalsifiable, not testable. Like it's just one of those theories that, as far as we know, will never be sort of experimentally verified just by nature. So it hasn't made progress since the 70s. It actually had a huge like sort of in the early days of it there was tons of interest, like a very very huge spike in the interest of the theories and the ideas. But in the past 20 30 years, it's just nothing experimentally has been done yet to back or support or even rule out even just rule out any of those types of theories and string theory. So it's kind of one of those ideas that's just stagnant. It's been stagnant for like 30 years. So I do agree on that part. You ideally you definitely want experiment coinciding with theory. You want them to be cohabitating together.
Yeah, but Chronic.
And
Go ahead, man.
no, go, Coach.
I was just going to ask him about the conversation we had the other day, Banso, me and you, about the example of Chronic. What you think about the example of a model, the predictions made from a model that are then lead to observations, right? So you use the predictions made from a model to try and make observations based on what the model's predicting. Would you consider that a valid experimentation for that model?
Unless there's some weird nuance or subtle thing that I'm not thinking of, I think pretty much yes.
Okay, because this was what I was saying to him about refraction, because I had an issue with his jelly thing. Like I think you would need something that was transparent, like you wouldn't, there had to be like no material, no particles or something like that that are visible that would kind of interfere with. Anyway, so I was just thinking that what he's describing, it can be modeled. So you can take the ideas of refraction, of what the Earth is being round and the gravity and everything. You can model it and see what it would do in the model, and then you can take that description, the observation the model's telling, or the simulation or whatever it's telling you. You can take that and then try and make an observation in reality and see if it matches that same simulation, right? And so the model, I think that would be a valid test. I think that's a fair way to test it.
Are you just describing sort of experimental science?
Well, no, I'm describing how he could satisfy his the desire to experiment with that, with the curved refraction, right?
Okay.
And I actually think, Osho, that if the jelly idea, right, if it wasn't consistent throughout that gradient, like you got a slightly bigger piece of gelatin here and a smaller piece of gelatin there amongst it, right? And that's one layer, and then you have another layer that is slightly thinner, but once again, you've got slightly bigger ones and slightly smaller ones, right? And you do that again, right? With a third and fourth, and however many you'd want to do, right? Instead of it being consistent, because probably what you don't want it to be is consistent. Because if it is inconsistent, it would probably be more representative of what we are looking through if it's not consistent.
I guess so, but I think Kojo's point still stands. Is like you can still build a model that should be able to predict that given all the proper parameters and stuff like that.
Build a model in a computer simulation.
Of course, yeah.
I once again, Connie, say go for it. Build the model, right? But take it right from the comfort of your laptop into reality.
Oh yeah, are you buying the jelly? The Jello?
Like Andrew Thomas Young and these sorts of people, or whoever they are, but I just use him because his name is thrown out there a billion times, right? But these are the people one would have thought that probably would have done it already, and tested their theories in reality, right? And until then, I'm happy to say that all you've got are planar experiments at this stage, and you are taking planar experiments, right, and planar examples, right, that you have tested in reality, and you are equating that to a spherical. What you say is a spherical reality. Right, and I think that to me is cheating somewhat.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Maybe.
But I know all you guys are happy with it, so it is what it is. I'm not going to convince you.
Well, no, I'm happy to see I mean, it's this Jello basketball sounds delicious. I'd be happy to see it. I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of issues. There would be a lot of issues with it, but
and there probably would be, Chronic, right? There probably would be. Like I
for
said,
the even more so probably from the flat Earth side is I could immediately see anyone, Jeremy, anyone hand waving it away with oh, you think our atmosphere is Jello? Oh, one of those.
Well,
yeah, that's most likely what's going to happen.
Yeah.
People can do whatever they want to do. I don't really care, to be quite honest.
Right on. Right on.
Chronic. Yeah, it doesn't really affect me what a voice on the internet says about my idea, really. But it is an idea.
So yeah, how are you getting the Jello to stick to the ball?
Well,
just because it's thick.
You'd probably just lay it on top.
Just glob it on there on the top.
Well, and also too, glob it on. Exactly right. Just glob it on the glob. That's exactly right. But at least then you have something that you can use and look at for some period of time. If you're pouring gas over something which ain't going to be even for starters, and is going to be affected by the environment around it.
But you said it's better if it's not even. That's more representative of reality, or that it should be even. You said it needs some turbulence in there or something like that, right?
No. With I think someone said, might have been Kosho said, the jelly is going to have heaps of issues because it's not going to be consistent. And I said, well, no. Did I hear that wrong?
No, I'm not talking about consistency. I'm talking about their, but we're talking about transparent mediums.
Oh,
and if there's, like,
there's clear Jello.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It would have to be completely transparent. Yeah.
All you use is gelatin. You don't go down and buy your aeroplane jelly, your raspberry aeroplane jelly for argument's sake. You just use gelatin on its own, and maybe with the water mixture itself, you can add more sugar to one after the other to increase the density gradient of it. And
That's a
that
good
would be
idea.
a way of actually increasing the actual density gradient itself from one layer to another. Like I said, I don't know. This is just something I just thought about.
I'm interested if we take it a step further, theorize that this experiment happens, and what's the overall outcome?
I don't know, Chronic. I don't know, but because I do know that if what light will do in a medium of sugar water in a fish tank, right? We can see that. Everyone's seen that test. Everyone's seen that GIF of apparently what it does. Okay. What it would do in a spherical or curved or domed gradient, I've got no idea what it would do. Right? But it'd be interesting to see the actual reality of what it would do. I'm not going to make a prediction one way or the other. I could let people like yourself or Kosho crunch the numbers, right, to see what. Okay, this is what we would predict would happen.
Could I give a suggestion on a modification to the experiment? So have you seen those really thick, transparent blocks of I wouldn't call it gelatin, but it's pretty thick. It's kind of what I recall is I've seen like sometimes bullets. People shoot like a gun and a bullet through it, and you can see
the ballistics gel.
Basically, a ballistics gel. So would ballistics gel? So you have a big slab of ballistics gel, and you can create that gel through a. I mean, it starts as a liquid and it solidifies. So you can, you can induce some sort of some gradient in there, maybe with sugar while it's solidifying, something like that, right? Yeah. So you have this big slab of ballistics gel, and you drape it over top of, let's just say a large barrel or something.
A beach ball, a big beach ball.
Something. So it's sitting on a curved surface. Yeah. So this would be similar to your jelly on a ball experiment. Yeah. Okay. And the outcome would be we see refraction of light through the gelatin, so you're a glober now, or
Yep.
Well,
I mean,
it's not one way or the other. It is just seeing what.
So it's just so it's just a for fun experiment, basically.
Well,
kind of for fun.
Not really for fun. Like I said, right from the outset, Chronic, I don't see any of the names of notoriety ever putting their theory to the metal. Haven't seen them test it at all. The best that you can get is some gas being poured over a butane bottle, right? But I can get hundreds of papers of how light refracts through a curved lens, right? Or how they say it refracts over a curved surface. I can get hundreds of papers and hundreds of diagrams on this particular topic, right? What I can't get is the actual experiment behind.
I think I could probably find. I'll take some time. I gotta head to bed, but I'll take some time soon, Bandy. Unless maybe Kosho already has the links, but there's certainly a good amount of papers that show empirical observations, data that's taken that shows differential atmospheric refraction. That's not just sort of diagrams and cartoons. It's based on measurements. Yeah. I of course don't have. I'm lazy, so I don't have them off the top of my head. But I'll do a search soon.
Yeah.
And then,
too easy, Chronic, man.
No.
Thanks for the chat,
of course.
Yeah, Chronic, before you go to. Yeah, well, he's got to go to sleep.
John, I got a meeting in 5 hours from now.
I just got here. I'm not that ugly. Don't run away.
Hey,
it's okay. Kosho and I can argue with you, Don.
Well, I won't do that just yet. But before you leave Chronic,
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
just want to let you know that you don't have to search because I'm gonna commit to my friend Bandsaw. I'm gonna do this fucking experiment, bro.
Okay.
I'm not kidding.
You're willing to promise that you're gonna do it?
I promise.
Kosho's so overcommitted on such tangential things in life.
Listen, bro.
What's up, butthead?
What's the last promise you delivered on Kosho?
Listen, dude.
Seriously.
Wow.
I'm just kidding, man. I believe you. I believe you. All right, I'll catch you guys later. Good talk, guys. See ya.
That really cut deep. I'll be honest with you.
Cheers, Chronic. Cool.
Hey, he's an inspirational dude, that Chronic. I'm gonna tell you what.
It inspires me to bash my head against the fucking desk, dude. That's what he does. Okay. Now, anyways, I'm just kidding. He doesn't do that. But
That was amazing.
Yeah, I'm just messing around. But
ballistics gel.
Yeah.
Ballistics gel. That's probably a better idea.
Bandsaw. Listen to me, dude. I'm doing the fucking test, bro. So guess what, dude? Guess what? The ballistics gel, right? This ballistics gel is made out of gelatin. That's what it's made out of. Yeah, exactly. So listen to me. What I need from you, I'll do the test. I'll conduct the entire fucking test. Okay. I need from you to actually make predictions, though. I won't do it unless you're going to commit to making the sort of what you are trying to determine and test, right? Like you're trying to test its behavior. So you want to see if it matches what the curve model suggests, or what curve simulations suggest, or what exactly?
Make a prediction of what it might do. Okay, then. What might it do?
Can I make predictions too?
Can I hear it again?
Let me try and draw a diagram, and let me get my angles.
I've got one for you, buddy. I'm about to send you one right now.
Cool, man.
But I'm serious about this. As long as my girlfriend allows me to, sometimes I made the Sextivus in her garage, and she hates it. She really doesn't like all the clutter. Okay, it's just sitting there. So I got to really kind of, I got to be gentle with this. But I'm going to use gelatin, different layers. I got to figure out how to determine what density differences to try and make them.
I think the bandsaw just wants to see the outcome. It's just he's just saying he's never seen it done with a curved density layers or like a curved atmosphere. Everything is done plain and flat. He just wants to see would we get the same outcomes on with a curved experiment, right?
Don't you think? Well, yeah, and don't you think it would be interesting to see if it would be exactly the same as you predict? Don't you think it would be interesting?
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see that.
It'd be valuable.
I mean, that's a
this is
that's
science.
a reasonable thing to ask for. Yeah.
Kind of.
If you're talking about refraction, don't we all agree it's going to converge, merge, and squish?
Okay, dude. You've been having sex with Lemon lately, haven't you?
Dude, this thing, I saw a picture of what someone said was Lemon one time. It's like a skinny head, kind of cute little smile, short hair. Is that Lemon?
What lemon? What?
Yeah.
Like lemon bird lemon?
Kosho, I was waiting to pick up an order at Chili's like 2 weeks ago, and the bartender was eyeing me down, followed me outside, and kissed me, and it was a dude with tits.
What? That's your kind of guy.
Dude, he's pretty fine. I'll be honest.
Did you get a phone number?
Yeah.
Happy days. Okay, Kosho, I reckon there's going to be more refraction.
Okay. Oh, more than what? Oh, okay. It's going to be continuous, kind of like it curves like an arc. Right.
Yeah, I think there's going to be more refraction.
Yeah, I agree.
Doesn't this need the concave Earth?
So
I made something for you, Bandsaw. I did, and
man, you are the guy that just keeps on giving. It's unbelievable.
He does it too much. He's such a butt. He won't. So you are such a butthead I got some for you. You won't let me give it to you. It's been weeks. You're such a butthead.
What is it?
Check your DMs. Hit me up. I'm not going to talk to you about it in public. I don't need nothing from you. I just want to give you something, man. It ain't going to take but 3 minutes. Yeah, hit me up in the morning sometime. You ain't got to whisper.
No, it's cool, man. Absolutely. Absolutely not. I'm just kidding. Absolutely.
What do you think, Kosho? Is it going to be more or less?
No, I think it's going to be more. I'm about to show you something. I thought I made you the picture. I don't think I made the picture though, which is not good. But I'm going to make you a picture again, I guess.
You go between guns, man. You talk about ballistics jail without guns. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yep, you are.
Oh.
This is cutting edge, Don. It's cutting edge. What we're talking about.
I think you should have, right? Like you should have thermal detector and let's say a flashlight. You shine the flashlight, you get the reading off the panel, like different, segments of the panel, right? See what the intensity is at 100 different coordinates on the panel. Then you just keep the same setup, but you put a freaking mass up under. You put some denser shit up underneath in the middle, and you see if you can, without actually, impeding the direct path of the light, see if you can get it to change the readings on the sensor. That would be amazing. It would be great. I don't know how y'all are going to do it, but you know what I'm saying? Like, you got to throw all your classical knowledge out the window and start from scratch sometimes, you know what I mean? Get the unfiltered realness.
Luckily, I don't have that problem.
Yeah, right. You're so indoctrinated, Kosho. You might as well just be a doctor.
I knew you were going to say that, too. I knew you were going to say that. I'm not that indoctrinated, bro.
You're pretty cool. I think it's bold that you speak out about planes and buildings occasionally. It's pretty interesting.
Well, that's because this is what I do. I attempt to adhere, like my beliefs, I tend to adhere to, as rigorous investigation and evidence as possible. And then I hold truth with the thing that is most likely, probability wise. Because you're a craps guy too, right, Don? You play craps, I play craps. Maybe you don't play craps, but I just look at the probabilities. Whatever's most likely true based on the evidences, I hold as I regard as a truth, and I think that's a fair strategy.
Well, maybe when I get your ear for a minute, because that might tie into perspective. I know anyway. Maybe I could give you some enlightenment on maybe a crazy perspectives because I like how you argue truth, subset of belief, all this type of stuff, belief, knowledge, all that. Like it's interesting, but yeah, I'll hit you with some like percentage thing. It's hard sometimes to be like, hey, it's most likely. Like I think that's when you can admit that you need to just hold both possibilities in your head at the range of them being possible. You don't never have to just decide it's absolute as long as you don't have absolute proof or whatever. Like I don't know. Like
yeah, it doesn't have to be absolute, but still with that you look at what's more likely though, and it's never going to be, if there's two scenarios, it's very rare it's going to be 50-50. One's going to be more likely than the other.
Right. But I mean, yeah, this is arbitrary. I don't know. It just doesn't mean much to me. I don't know. It's hard to be, there's a percentage that there is no objective reality. Oh, well.
It means everything to me.
I'm
just fucking around.
I know. You're a fair person, man.
That's what I like to come across. Tricking people.
I got into it with Scalpel earlier, riding. If you're still around, man, he was giving me like some. I don't think he was being the fairest. And then they were talking about you because you dropped an instigation bomb and ran away. We thought you were going to give some specificities.
What instigation bomb? What bomb did I drop and run?
They said you were just feather ruffling when you were like, Don's kicking Scalpel's ass, and then they said you banned.
He just kept asking such incisive questions that meant that he just kept prevaricating and not answering and not really making any fucking sense.
I was killing it. I'm gonna admit, I don't say that often, but I had.
He just had to keep appealing to these sort of. I forget exactly what the conversation was about, but I just kept remembering you were asking direct questions, and you just kept changing the topic and not engaging. It was just seemed obvious.
Did not handle my.
Did that cause a problem then?
Oh no, we were all kidding around. It was all love. I'm pretty sure. But they were talking. We were like, they were. I think there was a little bit of negative criticism towards you. Someone acted like you weren't in their favor. I guess I don't remember, but we were kidding.
That was God's.
Oh, it was Craig. It was Craig. Craig was like, yeah, Craig was like, right.
Poor old Crit. Jesus.
Hey, you do you.
Oh my God. To turn up and tell people you do you. Oh, I wanted to tell everybody about this phrase, actually. It was that night we were having that conversation, but there wasn't a gap, and so I'll hit you all with it now because there's a bit of a lull and you're talking to me anyway. The word is Dern, spelled D-I-R-N, and it is essentially doing it right now.
Yeah, I remember you talking about this. Interesting.
Doing it right now is like you are talking about the thing while doing the thing. It's like the act of hypocriting sometimes, but it doesn't always have to be negative. So do it right now can also be an instruction as much as a
Wait, writing is that from that YouTube lady with the motivational talk? Is that her?
I'm pretty sure I made this up.
I heard you say you made it up. Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
So the idea of turning up to say you do you at people, I mean, I should say in Crit's presence, maybe somebody could invite him. He's undoubtedly on. You're telling people to you do you, but telling people, like aggressively jumping into the conversation to say you do you isn't you doing you, right?
Right.
So you're doing it right now. That's a dern. So the way you might use it as a verb is like you're derning. You're derning right now. The other way you do it is like if somebody interrupts to complain about getting overtalked or interrupt, like Jin, hang on, I haven't finished. And you're like, it wasn't your go.
It's hard.
Clear the floor.
I love that acronym.
Right. There is a brilliant clip of you getting around of actually you doing you.
Yeah, what was I doing?
Can't you remember?
Which clip though?
Of you actually doing you. Can't you remember what you did?
Making weird, creepy wanking sounds until you muted me?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
You were creeping me out, buddy.
Hey, real quick, eggshells. Is this an example?
Yeah, that was not safe for work.
No, it was not, Gio. It was not.
It was turning me on at the time, I remember. But eggshells is so if you said keep your points short, that would be an example, right?
That would be a positive way of derning, which is keep your points short is such a shortly made point that you were derning in a positive way.
Right. What is that?
That was really kind of you. You're being kind while describing someone as kind, you know, or like I'm quite eloquent. To use the word eloquent, you have to kind of be eloquent. So you're eloquenting while that's another way to dern. But yeah, it's a cool word because you'll notice it sometimes. You're like, oh my God, that's what's happening. Like when people, anyway, everybody gets it.
You know what's funny? Oh fuck. No, there's a joke from Jimmy Carr. I think you might have even used it. I think you even used it like a couple weeks ago. But he makes that joke where he's like, some people think I'm condescending, and he's like, and then he paused for a moment. He's like, that means I talk down to people. Like that's when someone talks down to you, right? That would be an example, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that would be a great example. Fuck, you're onto this. Yeah, immediately you get it.
He's really funny. He's great. He's amazing. I love stand-up comedy, and I find one-liners are some of the best comics because you have to be really prolific to write, a bunch of one-liners, like one-line jokes.
Yeah.
Mitch Hedgeberg.
Yeah.
But writing that I don't think it's the same acronym, but there was something so similar just the message of just activating and some lady had some little TED talk and was like, I mean, the phrase was so catchy to me for like 2 weeks, and now I just can't pull it up at all. God, what was this? It was so motivational and just responsibility focused.
Was she
I'm going
Caribbean?
history diving.
When did that word originate? Writing.
I was looking for it for years. I had the concept very clearly in my head, but I was like, you're hypocriting or just shouting you're doing it right now, but it takes too long and it's not a new word. It's so I was like, took me ages, and then I just one day saw the acronym of doing it right now. I was like, oh my god, that's awesome. But I would have started coming up with it at university, and I really have loved it as a concept. The other one, I was given the word for this, and I'm not sure if I like it, but it's rumbilious, and it is a word you really want to say. After you hear somebody else say it, you go, oh, that would feel good in my mouth. Do you know what I mean?
Rumbilious, yeah, it does.
Can you tell me what rumbilious means real quick before
I want that in my mouth.
Yeah,
Oh, it means that.
something Eggshell says a lot.
Okay, so I was gonna scroll back through 1,000 videos from about 6 months to a year. And I decided to put a word into the YouTube search history, and I searched words, and it freaking found the video. 5 simple words. 5 simple words can get you what you want. It can't be yours because yours was only 4, so you're beating her already.
What are the words, dude?
Yeah, do it right now is the other thing to do. Speaking of, we should maybe do a stream. Could do one with you, Don.
You know, this is going to be a weird example. I almost am reluctant to keep going, but I'm going to say it anyways. But you know how it's like capital punishment, right? It's like somebody else has murdered somebody, right? And in response, because they did something wrong, they did this wrong thing, your response is to murder them. Right?
Boom.
That's not, I don't know if that's in the same vein as like what you described, like it's not really saying it, but it's like there's a hypocrisy in it. You know what I mean? Where it's like, in order to punish the person for doing this thing, you then have to be guilty of doing the same thing.
Exactly. Might makes right. So they can't be consistent with, look, I know I'm flip-flopping. I had to go check it. I verified. And this is what got me fucked up. This lady's phrase starts with a D too, writing. Okay? I don't know how she getting away peddling this bullshit, bro. Listen to this whackness she's peddling and shit. And this is called do it right now is way better. Do you need to market that. You need to trademark that shit, writing. That shit is just, Dern, and Dern is like,
what's hers, man?
Hers is decidedly because changes what was.
What?
That's retarded.
I mean, it's true, but
I don't. What does that mean? That's too complex. Too complicated.
Changes whatever was. You just make a decision, and then
decidedly because change. That's so confusing.
Damn sure didn't remember. I mean, I had it on. I had it for 2 weeks. I mean, it's in there somewhere. I just could not recall it, so I can't.
Okay. I kind of see. So it's kind of like your perception or the way you think about a situation can completely change.
Yeah.
How the situation really. I mean, that's really what situations are about. It's about the consequences or responses, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's that kind of makes sense. If that's what she's meaning. It is kind of powerful.
I love writings. It's rhymes with it rhymes with earn, like earning money. And it's like darn it, but darn, like it just fits. It's like it's very close to things we already kind of say. Like I think
I like it because it's unique, but I just don't. Yiddish. It's what I love about Yiddish is a lot of the words they use. They sound a lot like exactly what it gives you the feeling of what it's expressing. And
Yes, there needs to be a word for that as well. Like it's like onomatopoeia for feelings. That
Right,
word
yeah.
makes you like the C word. I won't say it right now because I've been weird enough over the last few days in GeoServer. But you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
the male C word, the banned C word of
That's
medicine.
No, not the medical thing. I mean the woman's lady parts one. It's
That's
such,
what I
it's such a like it slaps you with the feeling of of exactly what's intended. Like it makes you feel a certain way. But no, that's slightly different to what you're describing. Anyway.
No, but I think that's why fuck is such a great word too, is because this adds that emphasis that it's almost ambiguous to whatever it is you're emphasizing.
It's observer bias.
Yeah, but in Yiddish though, like schmuck or schwetzing or
cunt.
That's the one I was saying before. Yeah.
That's not Yiddish though.
Dude, darn is so good. It's like earning, like except for you be like darn, and darn's like a kind of a negative, and darn would be the positive. But you got turn and darn, like you turn it around, like you darn it around. Like, oh my god, it's like, dude, writing. Just buy the webpage, just buy the .com. What are you doing?
I'm glad you like it. Thank you very much. I haven't told many people outside my friends.
I mean, hey, if you really do it, like it could immortalize you somewhat. Do it.
Hey, Bandsaw, I'm trying to just get you to check out the picture I posted. I just wanted to, because the thing is, to do a test like this, it doesn't make sense unless we are determining what the outcomes mean, right? Or what we're looking for, right? So I suppose would it mean something to you if the light bent in a similar way that we could simulate, right? That would make sense to you to be a test. I think that's what you would expect if you did it with a gelatin.
Right, but go. Was that you writing?
All good. I'm just ordering.
Okay. What it looks like you've got there, writing is the Earth, the atmosphere around it, and you're kind of looking up at stars or how the light comes in from stars. Would I be correct there?
No, I mean, sure, okay. Well, ultimately, we don't have to think about any of that though. But this is just a sphere with curved layers, density layers surrounding it. But yes, it could be the atmosphere and the Earth, and that could be the sunlight. It doesn't have to be. So,
but that's not what I'm referring to. What the sun looks like or what the stars look like. I'm referring to what we see across at the horizon, all right, and what we look through. Okay, so you're got it there. We're looking above our heads, and that light coming from above our heads, to us. That's not.
no, dude, you can be anybody in this. You can be somebody to where it's coming from the horizon. You can put yourself in any. You know what I mean? Like you don't have to be someone where it's coming straight down. You can be an observer where it's coming in horizontally.
Yeah, it's got to be. Yeah, you got to be looking over, or you got to be looking horizontally, through that curved, spherical, domed medium. So I don't think that.
Yeah, but if the light, because I just happened the densities I used, if I made the densities in such a way that the light was able to go further before it curved as much, it would be horizontal from some position.
Because
Right?
what does the black represent? No density gradient.
That's just nothing. There's just
Okay, then, yeah, well, we're not looking through anything. We are always looking through a domed density gradient. We don't go from looking through nothing into something because we're here on terra firma. So we are already in that medium that is domed. Okay.
Yeah, I can move the lights so that they're. It doesn't matter where I put them, but I'm gonna do that now. Hold on.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying though, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
But that's what I'm saying is I can instead of put the lights as from starting from inside, it would be the same effect. But I'll show you.
Okay. Cool.
Hey, good talk, Rodney, and everybody. I'll be back. I'm gonna be AFK for a minute. Oh, power. Hannah, are you listening on YouTube? Why don't you talk with us? Mic check.
Yeah.
Dandy. Do you know who Marvin Gaye is?
Mm-hmm.
Of course.
I learned tonight that Marvin Gaye's dad killed him.
You just found that out?
Yeah, I never held that memory if I've ever overheard that before. I can't believe it.
Yeah, he shot him.
So they were like, half the table was like, because he was gay, and then the other half of the table was like, no, because he made sexual music.
No, I think it was over money.
Ah.
And actually, Gay added that E at the end of his last name so that people wouldn't think he's a homo.
I didn't know that either. I do know a gentleman, very like prominent in. He's like a leader in a certain industry, so he has a lot of recognition, and he never cared that his last name was Fag. But then when his kids started middle school, he completely changed our last name. So now when everybody goes, do you know Mr. E? I go, oh, you mean Mr. F, and they don't. You know what I'm saying? I know they really don't know him because they don't even know who F is. You know what I mean? They just know him by the E.
Right.
Yeah, homo implicative names are probably very uncomfortable, probably a challenge in social settings, especially juvenile ones. I heard a study that said man's number one fear is that of ridicule, and a woman's is that of safety or security. Security. Nope, I'm wrong. It was men's is ridicule, females is the fear of violence. Supposedly, some study.
I don't know. I've seen a lot of women resort to violence when it comes to their kids. Smack the shit out of them. And even they'll smack the dude that they're with too.
Oh, absolutely. And obviously, the implication of the study wouldn't mean that like the women don't do the violence. It'd be like out of all your fears, what would the highest fear be? And that's probably, even if they're a feisty woman, you know,
He mustn't
you
got
know, I
sober.
mean, you know, anybody, if you're feisty, you're gonna understand that you're being risky. You're gonna understand that you could get away with it because you have the power at the moment, the leverage. But you still could have, those things aren't exclusive. You could have moments of both. You could have moments of feeling safe in your rage. You could have moments of feeling risky in your rage, but still doing it and still having the fear. And you could just not even be raging and still have the fear of violence in the back of your head, always being sensitive of who's gonna get you, whatever. Y'all were being real. They were being real in here, Coach, yesterday. Like they were touching on the might makes right. They were talking about consistency of morality a little bit to the fact where I heard someone we were talking about being animals, and it was referenced how animals don't go up to the other sex and ask, "Hey, do you want to have sex?" They just do it, you know. And
Yeah,
philosophy.
some of them.
But interestingly, there is clearly consent and non-consent with animals. You can see, and it's actually really difficult with ones that climb up to get a girl who's not up for it because she has to like stand there and push back, right? So I don't know.
Interesting, yeah. But there's also plenty of rapey situations, like in marine stuff, and
rape is a thing. It's available to those who have force and lack of empathy. Balls. I'm still working on your gift, man. So
Too easy, mate.
too easy. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's sad what happened between Marvin Gaye and his dad. It's just heartbreaking, man. Like they've always had this kind of shitty relationship, and just like, I'm a father, right? And I just can't imagine acting that way towards my kid. It's just awful, man.
Marvin Gaye? What are you talking about?
Yeah, his dad
His dad
shot.
killed him.
Marvin
Yeah.
Gaye's dad killed him?
Mm-hmm. He shot him.
I know his kids got $7 million from Pharrell Williams for that song he did with Robin Thicke.
Oh, Blurred Lines.
Yeah.
So did he end up in jail and all that, or like Marvin Gaye's
No.
dad?
Yeah, he got a 6-year suspended sentence, 5 years probation.
Was it claimed to be in self-defense, or did he just cold-blooded murder?
They were having a fight. It was voluntary manslaughter. So like they were having like a bad fight, like hitting. And Marvin was just like kicking him and beating on him, and his dad grabbed his gun and shot him. You know, it started out where they were, yelling at each other, and it eventually got to, pushing and, fisticuffs. It's sad, man.
Yeah, there's so many people's lives that, from the outside perspective, it's like they seem to be like they're cut short. Especially so many musicians that die early, but I suppose from the viewpoint of the creator, that's all meant to be that way. But it also just seems like a tragedy when they leave the world, you know, at a young age, or at least a somewhat young age, especially when they are like brilliant musicians and things like that. It's pretty intense.
Yeah, that's the great kind of not well, I'll say like irony. Like if that's the way it's supposed to be, then why do we feel so bad when, you know, somebody who we like dies?
Right. Like if that's what's in the kind of perfection of the divine creation kind of thing, why do we feel that way?
Yeah, and it's not like we it's not like we like feel bad, you know, but like we feel like awful. Like it gets us all the way to our heart.
I know that, but I would like to make an argument that it's possible that it's only conditioning, compounded, extreme conditioning, and or whatever to threshold to make cause and to make effect of, you know, sadness and that deep pain. But I bet with other conditioning we wouldn't feel it at all. We'd love it. You'd be scared the same as going on a roller coaster a little bit or something. But people can be so brave with the right programming. What do you think? What do you think? You think if society was totally different, we talk about how awesome it was to die all the time, that nobody would be scared? Because I think it'd be true.
I don't know, because like we like those people, right? You know, we talk to them, we, you know, laugh with them, and, you know, have these rich kind of histories with them, and then they're dead. I mean, I can't see how how you would. Well, I don't know.
It is intense. I kind of got struck by because I had looked into it a bit more. Like I always knew this happened, but I didn't know the details. But you know, the band Leonard Skinner.
Oh yeah.
You know, Sweet Home Alabama and Free Bird and all those, you know, those songs we all know and love. Yeah, well, I just it came up on my recommended one time. You know, the last concert Leonard Skinner had ever played, and so I watched it. And, you know, just huge. One of those huge like football stadium, you know, concerts, and just everyone cheering and, you know, Free Bird and just having a great time. The band's up there. And apparently that was like their last concert. And like, you know, the next day or whatever, they boarded an airplane, and apparently the airplane was like an older style of an airplane. So it was kind of like, you know, not in the best condition, but apparently like the fuel gauge was broken on it. And so they ran out of fuel, plane crashed. Not all of them died, but a bunch of them died. Like the lead singer and several others, you know, died in the plane crash. And it's just like, wow, like for the creator to create that, you know, this band that's just doing awesome and everyone loves them. And then all of a sudden, boom, plane crash. Half of them are dead. Obviously, the band never really continued after that. It's just pretty intense. I just think about that experience. Like you're on this airplane with all your friends and whatever, and guys are probably half drunk or whatever they are, partying, and then all of a sudden, you know, oh, we're going down, and then next thing you know it, all your friends are half bloody on the ground, people are dead, and wow, what a such a just I don't even know what to say about it. It's kind of leaves you speechless. No.
But I think Don makes a good point, though. I think like we could kind of see what the point of life is if we're able to get over or understand the meaning of death and that it's not really that bad.
Well, I think death for the person dying is like a fantastic. I mean, there's the painful part of actually the death process, which can be, you know, if someone dies in a plane crash or something like that, obviously pretty intense. But I think the actual process of death is actually like a huge release, like a blissful breakthrough of release, really. So, I mean, that's my personal viewpoint on that. Death is actually a blissful, pleasurable thing after you're gone. But but certainly the people still alive, you know, have those emotions of loss and everything.
Yeah, I heard that there's some cultures where they don't get all sad when somebody dies. Like when someone dies, it's like a party.
Like a celebration, yeah.
Right.
But then, like you were saying, then why do we have those emotions though? That just seem to
Because
like nag at us,
Exactly.
you know, especially someone like you know directly that dies like that. It's just
it makes sense in a biological description, because to perpetuate life, every life form on Earth has to have a urge to avoid death and an urge to persist living. This is a necessity that allows it to live, allows it to be successful in living. I mean, so it's just a biological it's a biological function that allowed us to exist. You know, otherwise there might not be any motivation to not avoid that. In which case, you're not going to be successful, and you're not going to have any reproductive evidence that you existed. That's actually why I don't kill bugs. Also, is because I think every life form has this internal urge to avoid and fear and pain, death. You know.
well, people when they play video games, you know, love killing things and killing people.
I think it's fundamental to being male.
To want to kill stuff.
Yeah.
You mean because it comes from hunting, like animals for food, or
both? I mean, in all tournament species. So I don't know if there's a fascinating talk from a biologist where he divides species into tournament species and pair bonding species, and effectively goes, you can tell what you're dealing with. You can tell who this is based on some set characteristics, and they're really simple and frankly fascinating things like is there a dimorphism, sexual dimorphism? So is there a recognizable difference between men and women? And in some species, the answer is yes, very obvious. Male lions, for example, silverback gorillas, for example. And if what they've got, say again.
Peacocks.
Peacocks, yep, another great example. Well, they actually do something else called lekking. This is slightly different to the tournament species versus pair bonding. It's a kind of thing that's in the middle, and there could be reason to think that we do this one as well. But it is lekking is tournament species engage in intra species combat in order to get girls, and all of the rest of it from there is just physics. It's really fascinatingly simple, which is just if you fight, then it makes sense to invest nutrients into becoming jacked. Like men are jacked. Men, even an out of shape man is scary. Even a fairly fit girl isn't. Men, for some reason, men devote a lot of their nutrition to that kind of thing. You see it with bulls as well. You're like, how does it have all that muscle? It just stands in the fucking paddock all day. I've never seen it run. It sometimes butts heads, but because it sometimes butts heads, it's jacked. It's fucking enormous compared to the females, just rippling in flesh. Anyway, I'm yammering. The tournament species are more likely to engage in intra-species combat. They're also more likely to be different sizes, and they're also more likely to be polygynous. One man will many women.
Are you aggressive?
No, not at all.
Yeah, see, I'm not either. I don't have an aggressive bone in my body.
But we don't need to be anymore. It doesn't work that way.
So being socially swift is a adaptive quality in this model if you were to accept this model. So being easy to be around such that people want to cooperate with you is as good as being great at violence.
Or even if you can, like in these discussions, for instance, if you're not an aggressive person, but maybe you're well liked by the other people, like in a political way, but the way what it does for reproductive security or whatever is women are attracted to somebody, to someone who can protect them. Like, so that's why they want to get the alpha male, and it's sort of the same sort of thing. If you can dominate socially, then it's representing almost that same sort of what do you call it? Success, I guess.
Yeah. And I think that's why humans laugh. I think there's something fundamental to laughter, which is why men feel a pressure to be funny. Women can be funny, and it's a lovely accessory. Men kind of have to be funny to get by in the world. And I think it is something to do with making people feel good and all sorts of other things. But I think some of it is also like, if people laugh at your jokes, they're probably also likely to leap to your defense, right? Because we only laugh with people we like. You hear that on here all the time. Some people being like, whoa, laughing. And like only half of the debate will be laughing and going, that was a good one.
That makes sense.
So maybe it's this sense of like, if I can make people laugh, it's almost like you hear this pack of barking dogs. You're suddenly like, oh, this guy.
Well, there's also like a social joviality when, if you make people laugh.
Yeah.
It's just fun. I mean, I guess some people could take it as an ego thing, like that you're getting social acceptance maybe, but there's definitely some components to that. I was going to say with the aggressive thing, I mean, the one way that when I've gone hunting, I do hunting, I can get aggressive, like not really aggressive in terms of like outward violence, but yeah, something definitely kicks in where I can do what's needed to hunt.
Wow, dude, I never would have predicted, assumed that you do that. That's cool.
Well, I have. I mean, I wouldn't say I'm like it's not like I do it all the time kind of thing, but yeah.
Seems like you would find it difficult, because I think I would.
No, that's what I'm saying though. See, yeah, you would think that I might, like, knowing me, because I'm not like aggressive or violent in that way, but there is something that kicks in. Like there's some kind of a biological connection between sort of the hunt, the animal. There's something that kind of gets activated. Like I've done like spear fishing, which is pretty, I mean, I wouldn't say that's like the most kind of aggressive or brutal type hunting I've done, but just maybe I just thought about it.
I mean,
that's pretty aggressive, spear fishing.
I mean, just for the sake of empathy, I'm saying that's what I was saying. I think you would have a difficult time, because that's what I would have a difficult time with, is the act alone. Yeah.
I think hunting big game is probably the most hardcore, I would say.
I would say spearfishing is way more aggressive, because that's like up close and personal. Shooting, you're doing it from a distance, like it's.
No, you still get up close with when you shoot though. You still get up close with the animal. You just shoot it from afar, but usually you well, not usually, but sometimes you get to it and it's still alive. If you're doing it right, you shouldn't be, but if you're doing it enough, it eventually happens. So it's still kind of visceral. Whereas I think, I don't know, spearfishing is kind of vicious, but we have an easier time disconnecting, I think, with
fish, lizards.
We're like, well, we're not as likely to be like, oh, poor fishy.
It's still pretty hardcore though when you're just like right there and you're shooting the spear right through it, and it is pretty.
Also, sorry,
but yeah, to do like big game or something, because like they have heads and eyeballs, whether it's like elk or deer or whatever it may be, and they kind of look a little human, kind of, and there is a little bit of a.
Yeah, we recognize they're a similar kind of species.
Yeah,
it's like we don't care as much about birds either. Bit more than fish, but
no, but
that's why we can just step on bugs.
Yeah, no, I mean that's what I'm saying. I don't kill bugs even for that reason, but
I kill some bugs. I don't kill some ones though. Like I don't kill spiders and things like snakes. I would never kill. But like I will kill like a fly or a mosquito. Or
I wouldn't kill fly. I don't kill flies. but I
Really?
kill
You don't even kill a mosquito? That
I kill mosquitoes. Yeah.
Roaches? Come
That's what I'm
on,
saying. I
man.
kill. Yeah. Of course, mosquitoes. Of course.
Big
That's what I'm saying.
cockroach?
Roaches, right?
No.
Yeah.
Roaches and flies. No.
What?
Yeah. What? Think about this, man.
I mean, not
Think
killing them with
think
your
about,
hand, but like
No, not killing them with
bug
anything.
spray.
No. Think about this, dude. Think about justifying that act, right? Because something is annoying you. Cockroaches, I could see you justifying that, but a fly, the justification for
come
ending
on,
its
it's
life
kosher.
is because he's annoying you. Seems a bit.
There are way worse things you do on a daily basis than killing flies. Don't you think?
Than killing? No, I don't do much worse than killing.
I mean, how many roaches and flies are there in the world? You killing them does nothing to their
Yeah, I know.
population.
I don't have an adversity to it due to to lowering their fucking
Numbers?
existence. It has nothing to do with it.
Hey Nate, can you imagine how many cockroaches are in Kosho's apartment?
Yeah, there
No,
must be a
no.
ton of them.
They're running rampant. They're running rampant.
No, there's none. There's none at all because
I'll kill a cockroach.
dude,
Fuck those things. God.
No, when they're
Those
in
are
my
gnarly.
house and they annoy me, whether it's a spider or a cockroach or a fly, I'll just spend time catching it and then releasing it.
There's parts of Queensland that the cockroaches are almost as big as your foot. They are absolutely ginormous. But,
Oh man.
When I first moved up there years ago for a period of time, I was up there for about 2 years, and anyway, hadn't heard anything about it. I've woken up in the morning and I've gone to make myself a cup of coffee, and anyway, I poured the water in and didn't really realize too much about it. And next
my
thing,
God.
I'm stirring my coffee and I'm thinking, what's that kind of lumpy thing in it? Right. Anyway, okay, I thought
That is disgusting.
maybe it's just the coffee. I haven't stirred it well enough. Anyway, the cockroach was actually just below the surface of the water, so you couldn't actually see it. Okay. And I'm just doing what I'm doing. I had a sip of my coffee. The first one was okay, and then the second one, something touches my lip, and I'm going, "What the fuck is that?" And I look at my coffee. I couldn't see anything. I stick my finger in there. And I go, "What is this?" And I pull out, and I lift up a cockroach out of the coffee, and I go, "Oh my God!" So I go to work that morning. I tell people what had just happened. They go, "Oh yeah, it's common knowledge that you have to cover up your kettle each night before you go to bed." And I'll jump in there, and it's just like, but why the fuck didn't it die as the water was boiling? Is what I couldn't.
It was still alive?
Yeah, I think it was still alive. You know what? I pulled it out of the coffee and I whacked it that hard and splatter it. But in my own brain, for some reason, Gio, I thought it was still alive, but it probably was dead. You know what I mean.
Have you heard that joke? Have you ever heard that joke that if there was a big nuclear fallout, the only things that would be left are cockroaches, cockroaches, and Cher. You know Cher, the singer.
Oh yeah.
I don't know why it's a funny joke, but yeah, cockroaches and Cher are the only thing left.
No, but you know that cockroaches, like, if you can put them in the freezer, and they're not gonna die. They're basically gonna be like all their motion, all their motor, everything is frozen. They're incapable of moving.
But they're still alive.
Yeah, they're still alive. Yeah,
If you thaw them out, they'll run away.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
Because there's this thing called it's called I forget what it's called. It's like Backyardians. It's a remote control device. You can connect to a cockroach, and the way you connect it is by putting it in the freezer. In which case you can operate on it. And so it's like you take it out of the freezer and it's completely just like you can't even move. It's like you have like a couple minutes where you can do whatever you want to it, and it's not going to move. And so you got to connect the antenna to its antenna and glue it to its back, and then you can actually control the cockroach with this fucking remote control. It's crazy.
What?
Yeah.
What the hell is no?
I swear to you, dude.
Weird science.
No, dude, that's old technology. They got shit where they can control like flying beetles and shit now. I'll show you that shit though. Hold on.
Okay, pickle, Rick.
Fucking crazy.
I was so interested in doing that, but ultimately, I can't experiment on. I can't even. I can't do that to them either. You know what I mean? I just.
See, to me, killing insects, what I have, it's more of kind of spiritual and karmic. Like, I think there's something about, for me, like I've said, not killing spiders, snakes, certain things like that. But other insects, like, mosquitoes or like ants, I don't mind killing ants. I've had to kill a lot of ants because, like, in California here, like not where I'm living now, but in other places houses I've lived in, like one in particular just had constant ant problems. So I had to I had to deal with them. Yeah. So
yeah, infestations and what do you call those, parasites? You can't. Yeah, that's totally different. Somebody's drawing your blood, or like I said, infestations. You got to do something about it. But those are the only exceptions I make. And eating, of course.
I had a big scorpion on my kitchen floor. I don't know, it was a couple months ago, but I kind of wish I had tried to put a cup over it and try to get it outside. But yeah, I just smashed it. I guess I was just worried that if I tried to do that, it was going to scurry away. But I ended up killing that scorpion.
Yeah, dude, that's the scariest thing because there's big spiders here in Texas, and I don't like to kill them. So it's like you have to get a cup, and I'll be on like a 30-minute fucking hunt, like where I have to like be slow and careful and shit. Yeah, but to me, it's worth the effort. I guess it's a personal choice, like karma. It goes back to what we were saying about the urge to avoid death. I think every living thing is innate with this.
Behave like it.
Yes. So I think the same blood coiling fear and pain and agony, whatever. I think everything is this. It's innate, sort of.
What about humans? What about humans that kill themselves?
Well, that's just it's called quitting. Just want to give it up. So that's not a thing.
Like they have the opposite of the desire to survive in that case.
Well, no, they're giving up on their life because life is difficult, and if you're just a quitter, life's not going the way you want it to go, and you just want to quit because you're depressed, right? This is like a anomaly sort of thing, human condition sort of thing. Other animals do it too, but
I think it's a bit harsh to call people quitters if they take that option.
well, but it is kind of quitting, right?
Well, yeah, but
Or it's trying to escape a painful mind state.
Yeah, rather than enduring it, yeah.
Well, terminal illness.
So what do you mean? Oh, they kill themselves to avoid it, yeah.
Yeah, like euthanasia.
Yeah, what's that? Isn't there another name for that? It's like there's like assisted suicide, but there's another. It's like there's like a very kind of less harsh name for it. That's like medical.
Oh yeah.
Something. There's like a name for it.
When they do it legally, it's called pain management, Gio. That's how doctors get away with it. Called pain management. They did it to my grandfather.
Or like DNR, do not resuscitate, or whatever.
No, well, he was absolutely riddled with cancer, and they just upped the morphine to a point where his respiratory system just gave way.
Sorry to hear that.
Oh no, it is what it is, mate. Looking back on it, they probably should have done it, at least a month earlier than what they did. In all seriousness.
Tough choice to make.
Well, it is.
That's what I mean about quitting. The quitting doesn't have to be a negative, like you're a coward or something. It just means that you're you throwing in the towel. You know what I mean? Like you're no longer have the urge to endure whatever it is, whatever challenge you've been faced with. Which is not, like I said, it's not always a cowardly thing. Sometimes it's just because of the circumstances, like health reasons, or whatever.
Mm.
I've been in dark places in my life before. Like you had those kind of thoughts. Fairly recently, to be honest, right before I got into this community, and it was to the point where I was actually on the phone with the hotline people for 6 to 8 hours a day for a couple of days. But ultimately, I got past that by knowing that I could never do it. I couldn't quit because of how how it would affect other people. So I have to endure, and I did, of course.
What were you talking to them about? Like just about your life, and like were they just willing to rap out with you about whatever? Or
You want to hear something crazy? I asked them for what's the best method and stuff, and I asked them about what methods would be better than what, and they were actually answering me.
To kill yourself?
Yes.
Oh my.
Yes.
That seems very professional.
Yeah, well, after talking to them for so long, I realized that they were basically quit on me. You know what I mean? Like they were done talking to me. You know what I mean?
So there's lines like that you can just call and talk to someone for as long as you want.
Yeah, yeah.
We have them here, Lifeline and Headspace and these sorts of things.
I guess I knew those existed, and I actually did know someone who worked for one of those, but I guess I just hadn't thought about the fact that you can actually just call them up and just talk for as long as you want.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can, but not really. Like I said, it annoys them to the point where
they're like, all right, I gotta go.
Yeah, they're just like, because they're basically telling you the same stuff over and over. And you're like,
yeah.
I think it's policy now with our mainstream TV and radio, if they're ever talking about a topic, say suicide or euthanasia or whatever, something, some sort of dark sort of topic, they'll always put on the screen and they'll make an announcement of these hotlines that people can ring.
yeah, right, yeah. You see them. You just got to Google it. There's handfuls, dozens probably.
Oh yeah.
Well, if we view death as like not an actual death, like that our souls like can't die, then it's like death isn't really a death. It's just like a transition.
Yeah, but the reason, this is my belief, spiritual belief. The reason why we exist in the first place, like I told you before with God, like God made the rules of the universe, and for a long time there was no life in my cosmology, and only until there was life did God now have the ability to experience and then eventually manipulate the world directly instead of indirectly through already set in place rules. Like, a star has a lot of power, but it has no ability to direct some sort of will. But look at humans. We're like the most incredible things in the universe, probably, because we have the ability to experience the universe and to influence it with our will, influence our will. you know, and understand it and shit, you know. So I think that that's our purpose, to experience the universe through God's experiencing and influencing the universe. And so it's almost, if you think of it that way, it's almost like a duty to live and learn. But like I said, this is my personal philosophy, but who knows if I'm probably wrong. I mean, like I said, that's just the way I see it. But if you don't see it that way, and if that's not true, then obviously, yeah, you have no obligation to live. You have no duty to be alive.
Well, Stanislav Grof, who did a lot of work with the LSD and mushrooms and different entheogenic and psychedelics, when he worked with people, especially the LSD therapy that he was doing back in the 1960s when it was still somewhat legal and he was doing at the Maryland Psychiatric Research Institute. But when he worked with people that had like suicidal ideations or suicidal feelings, he found that they often fell into two categories. One of them was the type of suicide where they wanted to, you know, the more like violent suicide, you know, the gunshot to the head or something kind of extreme like that, or jumping off a building or something. And then the other one was more where the people just wanted to kind of like fall asleep and never wake up, you know, kind of the drug overdose type of one, or suffocation, something like that, where you kind of do it that way. But, and he found that those were actually connected to deeper layers within the psyche. But without going on that whole sidetrack of it, the main thing I want to say is that what he found with people is that when people would really go deep into it and try to get to the roots of what was causing the suicidal ideation and those feelings, they found that like once they worked through it, you know, the traumas and whatever was underneath it, that they realized that they really didn't want to actually kill themselves. Like they didn't want to actually end their physical body. They wanted to have like essentially like a spiritual death and rebirth. And they wanted some sort of liberation, you know, like a spiritual death or spiritual kind of rebirth rather than the actual physical killing of the body. And they often kind of remark afterwards, like that it was like a misguided effort for transcendence. You know, the desire to want to end the physical life was in some way like a kind of a miscued or like a misguided type of impulse. And once they kind of worked through it, they're like, oh, well, thank God I didn't do that, you know, because they were able to heal it without having to hurt the body.
Yeah, you know, that two different descriptions, I agree that is the two different types. But I've noticed, like, because there's people who do violent suicides and they do murder suicides, right? And I think that is they desperately, they haven't been heard, and they want to leave a message, and they literally want to leave a message. Like they want to express something so loud it can't be missed. You know what I mean? And that's why I think that's why people who usually go on, like, they shoot up the schools, I think it's because they just want to be like, they want to be heard, and they probably haven't been, you know, heard, you know, like actually listened to or whatever, like able to express anything. That's what it looks like. It looks like they're like desperately screaming something out. And then the other kind, I think, is just people who want to start over. Like when you play a video game and you fucking suck, and like you're playing a kind of video game that you've already messed up, and if you continue, you're just gonna, it's pointless. You just want to start the level over. You know what I mean? That's I think that's what those people are urging to do, to start over. Yeah, that's the problem with these murder suicides. When you display them, I think the fact that they're displayed on the news and on TV, it's almost like a imitation, or, you know, a sort of example for people who have those same issues. They see that as an outlet for them, a way to go out and bang.
Well, there's also the concept, like on a spiritual level, that people who do commit suicide, that it actually doesn't solve it. Like it might sort of immediately seems like it kind of like releases the pressure valve because obviously you die and that whole thing. But there's the idea that look, whatever they were going through spiritually, karmically, whatever it may be, that actually isn't healed or resolved. So it's actually just going to be the same way. In terms of like when they reincarnate or like in another lifetime, they're going to have the same scenario. It might be a different body, a different time period, different whatever, but that they're actually still going to have to confront whatever that is, and that killing yourself actually doesn't resolve it. Sort of like you have to pick up where you left off, basically, at some point. And you then have the kind of karmic thing of having done that as well. So it's sort of seems like a solution, but perhaps it really isn't on any level.
Well, that's why, personally, depending on the scenario, I ultimately think it's a selfish act.
Yeah, people say that. I try to think about that. You mean because they're not caring about all the other people that are going to have their emotions around it?
Well, because you're depending on your situation. You got kids, you got family, you have people who are going to mourn you, unless you don't. And then even in that case, you got someone who's got to discover your body, someone who's got to.
You got your mom who's going to be sad,
So it's ultimately it's a selfish.
My only pushback to that though is like, why can't you do what you want with your own body though?
You don't live alone, Gio. You don't live alone. You live in a society full of people that love and care about you.
You're gonna traumatize. Like my friend's dad shot himself last year, and so I have to. I gotta I worry about her all the time,
There's a suicide at my work, and it was a big deal. They had to bring in some psychologist to talk to everybody. Like each person had like 17 something minutes or something like that. Mandatory. Like you had to talk about it.
It took place at your work, or was this a dude who worked there?
No, at work.
What?
Wow.
Did people stumble across it, or like was it out for everyone?
Yeah, they found people found his body there.
That's too bad, man.
Yeah, it had nothing to do with work though. It was like something he had issues with his wife and stuff.
Yeah. That's what I mean. That's like, that is traumatic for people to experiencing it, and obviously he just wanted it to be over, but yeah.
Yeah,
sometimes
the only time I go ahead.
No, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
That's the only time when I talked to the psychologist person, it was like I didn't know him, never talked to him. I just saw him occasionally, like parking lot, like in the hallway or whatever. So I was like, I don't know what to think. It just seems like I never gave him two thoughts, and now that he's gone, it's like, yeah, I'm thinking about it. So then she's like, yeah, you've got, like 15 minutes. What else do you want to talk about?
Also, I mean, you were given this amazing gift of life, and now you're just kind of throwing it away. Like what the fuck, man? I mean, I understand no one asked to be born. We're kind of thrown into a world as a baby that we don't fully understand. But the gift of life, like, come on, man, you can't just throw it away.
No, but people react to pressure and trauma differently in their lives, and some people don't see a way out of things. And that's sad.
You want the suffering to end.
Yeah,
exactly. That's probably the goal of like mental health is prevent all suicide? Like if you get some sort of mission statement.
There's some truth to that, because it's all about preventing self what's it called, sabotage, right? Which once the problem is when people feel like they're stuck and there's no way out, then yeah, that's usually
You know what? I thought you were gonna say something different with the self-sabotage, but then I got you kind of mean the normal progression of stuff. But here's what frees you is like accepting the mental sabotage, and then you don't have to have the physical. You know what I mean? Like you accept that you be like we were talking about earlier, like you be excited, you get happy to die, and you get happy to have nothing, and you know what I mean? And then you just, there's nothing to be in your mind about anymore. You got to break that chain of being stuck in a spot of depression. Like there's nothing to be depressed about. Just be in the moment and
just experience life.
Yeah, just experience it. Just let it be.
Like I said, in my belief or my philosophy, I think that that's our purpose and our duty. So that's as much as I don't think it's a gift, like a slap. It is a gift, but I don't think it's like a slap in the face because it's a gift. I think it's a task, a duty, and ultimately, we're meant to let ourselves be influenced by this great soul, great spirit, and try to influence and learn about the world through him or through it.
That was very poetic.
I mean, it's just how I just what I understand at least.
It's interesting how, to me at least, I think that I see positions where I try to just respect the fierceness of nature and everything and put it all into ecosystem and influence pattern of like, okay, why people are nice now and we get rid of like some of these primal urges, right? We try to like be civilized and these weird things, and it's smart and powerful, but really though, it's like, how can, like, if you have some program from the beginning, how are you actually going against it? So it must be some little, mechanism, some tool, all these like fears, that's supposed to make us be more survivable, right? I think is what the mechanism is most likely for. And it's like, okay, well, why would we get rid of it? You know what I mean? Why in society would you get rid of these primal mechanisms? But then at the same time, it's like, no, you don't need to be running around scared of everything all the time and like, unreasonable. You know what I mean? Like it's to me, it's weird. Like it's like still just experience everything, but I'm really aware of what the power of all the material has. Like I could see the whole society as this material and having this big power, but like, not doing certain things. And then it's easy to just be like, not really conspiracy, like cuckoo mind, but just see a meme of like the wizard over the society having a certain spell, making it do the thing, you know, and they really just don't know why. And that wizard could have been any little butterfly effect thing. That just
except the reason why I'm compelled is because there's a dialogue, an internal dialogue. A dialogue is not a monologue. It's a dialogue between several influences. And one of the influences is the selfish urges of your biological body. Like you're hungry, you want to fuck, you want to take something from someone, you're mad at someone, you want to avenge something. You have these urges. And then there's some other influence that is not driven by these things. It's driven by something different, like virtuous, you know.
See, I think all the virtue could possibly be a bias, like, you know, fight or flight. Like it's just a manifestation of flight, basically.
Not really. That's the
Those
opposite.
people that don't have that internal monologue.
Dialogue.
No, isn't it a monologue when it's just one person?
But it's not
one person, but I'm describing a dialogue.
Yeah, he's
Okay,
saying
but
it's
the voice of the voices in your head. There's some people that don't have that. Have you heard of that?
No, yeah, of course. That's why it's a battle, and sometimes the battle's won by the by the body, by the physical, to the point where they've drowned out. But there's some means they've drowned out any other influence. Some people can be influenced by even darker, you know, internal dialogues, right? Like crazy.
No, but they don't have a dialogue at all, Kosho. They're born without that voice in their head, or it doesn't develop.
I don't think that happens though. I think that people
it does. There are people that are like
develop.
that.
They develop that. Like I said, it's always it's a dialogue or an argument, a battle, and that battle can be won very quickly by one side or the next. You know? So it's like there's people who have no empathy towards anyone else, and when they want something, they take it without.
No, but I mean these people, they do have empathy. They are empathetic people. They're normal like you and me. They just don't have that voice in their head.
Well, it's not an actual voice though. It's a
whatever.
Yeah, no, but it's like it's a dialogue that it's usually an argument that comes about when you know you have urges or impulses, desires.
Well, they don't have that ability then. I don't know what you want to call it, but they don't have that.
Specific about what the clinical evidence is or what actual ability you mean.
Like when you are contemplating doing something, right? You talk to yourself. Should I do it? Should I not do it? When you're thinking about something, you talk to yourself about it. You know, there's that little voice in your head. You could call it a voice, whatever. There are people that don't have that. Inside, it's like it's quiet.
Right.
I don't know how.
And that just means that the conflict's already been won by the body's urges, and it could be completely biological, chemical, how it happened, right? Like some people are born with more testosterone or more, or something wrong with their brain where they can't reuptake certain neurotransmitters or whatever. But that's what I'm saying is this causes that battle to be won by the physical. That's why I think personally most animals are like that. Most animals are completely subject to their physical urges, but some of them sometimes it could be overcome. But
do you think animals don't have like an internal dialogue?
They got that.
No, I think everything has this influence. That's why I told you it exists in everything, but it's just a question of can it be can it beat the urges of the body. Like the simpler the physical system is, the biological system, the more influenced by those biological urges it needs to be in order to survive. But we have complex brains where we can have these internal dialogues and reason through them.
That raccoon has a conscience, man. He knows he's breaking your heart when he knocks over your trash can.
Yeah, I think animals have conscience, like even dogs. Like, I have a ton of pets, and I see my pets have remorse when they do something they know they're not supposed to do. Like my dogs know they're not supposed to chew on furniture. When I catch them doing it, they feel bad. Like I can tell, Yeah, like but then you are saying this is more evident in complex animals, so something like
No, I'm
a
saying
beetle or
I'm saying we're better at